Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is 10:30 UTC +2, and this is the RIPE 82 session of the Anti-Abuse Working Group. So I'm going to I think this is the one that I'm looking for. It is the one that I'm looking for. Yay. So I am Brian Nisbet, one of the co-chairs of the group, and the other two co-chairs are Tobias Knecht and Alireza Vaziri. So good morning to you all. And obviously this is another virtual meeting of this working group. We look towards brighter days, of course, but that is where we are right now. And so we'll be using this platform to run the working group session. So yes, as mentioned, you're all very welcome. We have roughly 90 minutes this morning, and we have a bunch of things to get through. Depending on how things go, might try and have a brief break in the middle because 90 minutes is a long session. We appreciate, but we'll see how that goes. So first of all, thank you to all of the support staff who are scribing, monitoring the chat, and the steno. Obviously, you have the Meet Echo platform here. We also have this being sent via live stream. I would remind you all that the chat is just chat, but it is recorded and is an official record of this meeting. So only say things you would like to have going into the official record. If you have any questions or you wish to speak at any point in time, you can request voice and video via Meet Echo, or you can put things into the Q&A session and one of the chairs will read them out. So both options there. Eric, important point, the Eurovision semi-finals results were a travesty, obviously. I have no other words for them. Ireland cast out yet again, utterly ridiculous. Just have to boycott the whole thing by watching it all on Saturday evening. Very strange. But a nation shocked. Chat etiquette remains as it is. Please, please say who you are if you have an affiliation, and be polite to your fellow working group members. The talks can be rated via the RIPE 82 website. It's always useful to get information back on that from what the working group is interested in. Moving through, minutes from RIPE 81 were circulated. I think they're sent out there for people. Are there any comments, questions, objections, etc.? Hearing none, in which case, are there any additions that anybody would like to make to the agenda at this point in time? Are we happy to proceed with what we have? And again, nope, hearing nothing and seeing nothing, we shall continue. So the first item we have is the working group chair selection, and given the working group chair in question, whose term has ended, is me, I'm going to hand over to Alireza at this point in time to manage this particular piece of things. Are you there, Alireza?
Morning. Can you hear me clearly? I think. Okay, so basically we will talk about the working group chair selection. This is the end of term for Brian. So we set the deadline that was 7th of May, last Friday. And the only one candidate was Brian, obviously. And if there are no objection, we are going to re-elect or it's better to say, receipt de Bruyne as our new coacher. So we will talk it on in the last minute of this session. Brian?
Okay, I think that means I'm back. Thank you all. You have me for a while longer anyway, I think. After Gert stepping down this week, I think it would have been a little too much for more than one of us to do that. But anyway, we will have another. Both Alireza and Tobias will be up for their selection in October, so we will be doing all this again. Seems to all happen in 1 year, and then we have nothing for a couple of years. So, okay, let us move on then into the agenda. The standing item of recent list discussion. There's been there's been some. I think there's a number of things around. Obviously, the core of it was around the proposal, which we discussed in October. Some useful information, some sharing of information. I think today there is an interesting cross post from Eric in relation to a discussion he started at Connect Working Group yesterday, which I would encourage people to look at around abuse filtering on IXPs. That mail only arrived this morning. I'm not expecting everyone to have read it or otherwise, but are there any other points or anything else that people would like to discuss here? Again, I would encourage people to take a look at the mail that Eric sent this morning, and indeed, the various mails that people have sent. We tend to go through patterns of a bunch of discussion and then a bit of a quieter period. We seem to be in that at the moment, but that's fine. Okay, in which case we'll move on. So really, this is an open question to the working group, and I don't have, the co-chairs don't have a proposed answer here. Peter, I can tell you largely exactly why that was done, but anyway, with the chair terms, but I'm not going to get into that right now. So we had a discussion on abuse validation and next steps, and we had a proposal in the working group which didn't reach consensus, 2019-04. So this is kind of an open question to people about whether the working group whether members of the working group want to look at this again, whether we're leaving this kind of fallow for a little while, whether there's work that we want to do on abuse validation at the moment, or if there are other areas of policy. So, Michele.
Morning, Brian, and congratulations on taking one for the team yet again. I think we should let sleeping dogs lie on this particular one. I don't think there's any benefit for anybody's sanity or time or use of time to continue to flog proverbial dead horses or continue any further discussions. If somebody comes up with something super duper exciting and new, then fine, but otherwise I think our energies could be better spent elsewhere. I think the discussion around the quote-unquote bad hosters and bad traffic and things like that, I think is something which is probably much more interesting overall, and that's something I personally would prefer to spend my time and energy on. Thanks.
Thank you. And I see Jordi. Thank you, Jordi Palo Martinez. I'm working on an alternative, but it may take some time, and that is fine. We will be here for some time. And yeah, I mean, I think I need to read Eric's mail properly, and I think it's something that, you know, it really is an important piece for the community. Any other comments on that? In which case, hearing nothing, I'm happy to move on. And that gives us a bit of time for a variety of things. Okay, so in which case we will move to the first presentation, which we described certainly as an interaction. So the DNS Abuse Institute, a fairly recently set up organization. I'm not going to go into too much of this because Graham's going to talk about it himself, but Graham Bunton, the director of the Institute, is here to tell us what they're doing, and, you know, potentially we can see what we can do together between the Institute and the Anti-Abuse Working Group and the RIPE community in general. So Graham, thank you very much for joining us at whatever ungodly hour it is where you are, and I'll let you take it away.
Thanks, Brian. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Yes was the answer to that. My audio is being a little bit janky. We'll figure it out.
Is yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Great. Let me see if I can dig up my slides. The ungodly hour is all the slots for the requested media are already taken.
Maybe here we go.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so I'll reset that clock. So.
Oh, thank you. It is 4:30 in the morning here in Toronto, where I'm located. But that's okay. My job is global. Here I am. So thank you, Brian, and the Anti-Abuse Working Group for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys. This conversation is happening actually thanks to our previous interjector, Michaeli Nalon, who introduced me to Brian probably a couple months ago now, to sort of say, hey, you guys should chat about the different things you're working on. And so Brian and I had a conversation with, I think Ali Reza was there as well, sort of about what I'm up to and what this group is up to. And boy, it really seemed like there was some overlap in our interests. So I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit today about the Institute, what we're going to work on, some of our focus, and hopefully out of this, what we're going to happen to find is that there's some really interesting areas of overlap, and we should figure out ways to collaborate going forward. So let's dig in a little bit. DNS abuse, and we'll come to the specific definition that we use for that in a minute, has been a real growing concern within the DNS community and the ICANN community over the past few years. Really strong calls for more action in this space, and not a lot of coordination inside the registry and registrar community. And actually, maybe that's a good point for me to introduce a little bit about myself. Right, I'm Graham. I'm the director of the Institute. The Institute was created in February now, and I came on board to lead it then. I spent the previous 10 years working for a large Toronto-based domain registrar called Tucows. I can see there's Alex from Tucows here on this call. Tucows is a member of RIPE, as well as other naming communities because it's a large organization. Anyway, I spent a lot of time at Tucows involved in the ICANN space and working on internet governance and DNS policy. I spent 4 of those years as chair of the registrar stakeholder group within ICANN, so ostensibly leading the registrar community, and had this broad purview of issue areas to be concerned about, including DNS abuse. And it was clear to me at that time, so I'm leading the registrars DNS abuse is coming up a lot in conversations, that no one is dedicated to tackling this problem, at least for the naming community. And there are some real gaps, some real substantial issues that aren't being worked on. And some of that is just the structural impediments of the way that community works. Within an ICANN context, people often see registrars as a relatively uniform group of similarly interested parties, but the day-to-day reality of that is that that's not true. There's a lot of variety inside of the registrar community, and for the most part, registrars are pretty fierce competitors with each other. It's a very high volume, low margin business, and registrars spend a lot of time trying to essentially get each other's customers because there's only limited growth within the marketplace. And so the idea that everybody's going to work together to find collective solutions to a collective problem just doesn't really happen. So there's a real lack of like coordination and really being able to work together on these issues. And so maybe another piece of that is also that it was no one person's problem to really do that work of trying to bring people together. ICANN has some role in the community to do this. You know, they have the compliance function, but they're contractually limited in their purview. And then even even as chair of a stakeholder group, I didn't have the time or resources to really dig into this. I had other things on my plate at Tucows. And so did everybody else who was, within the community that cared about this, but didn't have the time and resources to really dig in. So structural problems to really getting going here. No one dedicated to it. PIR, Public Interest Registry, who run .org, they're a not-for-profit and have this thing in their mission where they are serving the public interest. They had done some work on something called the Framework to Address Abuse, which was a document I worked on back when I was working for Tucows, to try and address, or to do a couple things, to set a definition for DNS abuse, to prescribe very broadly action on it, what we think a responsible registry or registrar should do. It also carved out some really harmful content issues, CSAM, human trafficking, sale of opioids, that it also thought responsible registries and registrars should act on. But I will say that the Institute is not concerned with those, what I would call content issues. We're really concerned with that DNS component. So we had this history of this document, so out of that, PIR was really well positioned to create the Institute and fund it. And so they are behind it entirely right now. The Institute is not a membership-driven organization. I don't need funds to go do what I'm going to go do. I have them already. We're going to go do wonderful things to make the internet better, and I don't need anybody else's money to help me go and do that, which is really great. So I get to come in, have no commercial interests, to just show up, understand what the problems are inside the community, and then go make a difference. In my conversations with Brian, and others from the numbering communities, it seems like there's a lot of overlap in the issues with technical abuse as they impact us. Similar issues with coordination, similar issues with standards of evidence, similar issues with standardized reporting, so that everybody's getting the right information at the right time, to the right place, so that the appropriate people can do something about it. And so part of this conversation, I think, is to sort of say, this is what we're up to, and maybe find some opportunities in the future plant this seed in your heads. We're like, right, those are the same problems on very similar types of abuse. Maybe there are ways to keep working together. So the Institute was created around 3 pillars: education, collaboration, and innovation. Should be relatively straightforward. Education is going to be resources for registries and registrars on what is DNS abuse, what are best practices for dealing with DNS abuse, as well as resources for people who are reporting DNS abuse, which is going to be intellectual property, law enforcement, internet security experts, making sure that everybody's on the same page about what these things are and how to deal with them, and ensuring that that's also tailored to the DNS community. And I don't think it's a big stretch to adjust some of that stuff as we produce it for the numbering community as well. Collaboration, I think, is 2 things. One, it is essentially what I'm doing right now. It's reaching out and making sure that interested parties are talking and communicating and sharing ideas. It's also, I think, going to be something I try and bake into the way the Institute works, which is that we will try and offer something like comment periods to our work, where we will propose an initiative and we'll get interested parties' feedback so that we can ensure we're responding appropriately to the needs of the community we're trying to serve. And so to me, this is like an output where we're helping people collaborate. We're building tools for collaboration, but it's also a process by which we operate. Innovation, this is the fun one for me. This is the one that got me to join the Institute. And this is really where we're going to do things like fund research, but also build tools. We're going to, I don't think any fundamentally new technology needs to get created, but I think there's an awful lot of integration that can happen to make this space better. This could be things like centralized abuse reporting tools. It could be aggregated abuse feeds. It could be lots of things. But this is really where we're going to put our money where our mouths are and make sure that the community has the tools it needs to combat abuse. Definition. This is fun. Almost uniformly, every time I have a conversation about DNS abuse, we end up in an argument about, or a disagreement about what DNS abuse actually is. So the way that we've defined it for the Institute is that DNS abuse is malware, farming, phishing, botnets, and spam, but spam only where it serves as a vehicle for those preceding 4. What we're trying to do here is constrain the definition of DNS abuse to technical harms where the domain name is integral to the abuse, that it's appropriate to act at the registry or registrar level. There is, of course, some weakness, I think, to this definition. It's quite categorical. And when you're digging into some of these examples, you end up with some gray areas between what is a content issue, where it might have intellectual property issues surrounding it, and what is the sort of technical harm that we're trying to go after here. I've got some sort of long thoughts on this, and in fact, I should mention here, and I'll once I'm done talking, I'll put a link in the chat. The Institute is running a webinar, online forum discussion, something kind of like this, next Tuesday, a week from today at 11 Eastern, 1500 UTC, where we're really just going to spend an hour and a half talking about the definition of DNS abuse. It promises to be pretty entertaining. So if you're interested in this topic, please join us for that. I should also add, this isn't intended to be the only types of harm that registries and registrars and potentially people like yourselves should action. There are other types of abuse that you might feel really compelled to do something about, and that's great. Go do that. This isn't trying to be a ceiling, it's a floor, if that makes sense. And I think I've got my metaphor right. It's 4:30 in the morning. I might be a little fuzzy. Right. So hopefully that's a reasonably clear definition, although I've got some food for thought around this on my last slide if I have enough time to get there. How is DNS abuse reduced? You know, we have those education and collaboration pieces. That's where people are working together, they're discussing, they understand what these things are, and they understand the best practices. But what I'm really talking about here is what are the things that we could do to actually reduce DNS abuse? And I think that falls into two categories. Proactive measures at registries and registrars, and potentially at you know, within numbering community. And so proactive means something like you're detecting potentially harmful domain names upon registration. You would use something like a machine learning model for this, and you know, flagging domains that have registrants that are, you know, have some sort of history or their information looks sketchy. Could be some attributes of the domain name itself. Often you see anything that includes a -com inside the domain name is often used for phishing, and so there are sort of common attributes that you could flag, not necessarily to like, you know, delete the domain right away, but add some friction into the registration process. And registration friction in general is another proactive method, and you could do that in a number of different circumstances. For example, someone is registering 100 domains at a time. Well, maybe that then introduces some friction. The domains don't resolve right away. You know, there's some sort of delay there. Maybe there's a heightened level of registrant verification where you're not just ensuring that they have a valid email address, maybe you're giving them a call too. And all of that is just to where you think you have reasonable basis to do so, introduce a little bit of slowness in that process so that those domains aren't online right away and potentially causing some harm. There are also reactive measures, and that is things like improving reporting so that the people actioning abuse, could be at the registrar level, it could be at the hosting company, for example, they're getting faster reports of abuse. Those reports of abuse are well evidenced in that it's not just a domain name or an IP address, it's something that includes evidence for you to act on. They're deduplicated. This was a real problem for registrars where you're potentially getting thousands of abuse complaints a day, but many of them are duplicates. And so you're spending huge amounts of time going through a long and elaborate queue of, you know, abuse tickets, and there's an awful lot of overlap. And so people are using their time really inefficiently. Being able to clean that up frees more resources for more meaningful action. We could also improve the action. So it could be a faster response. It could be more thorough. So once you've flagged a domain as abusive, you're now looking at who the registrant is in your information and seeing if that links them to any other domains. So you're looking at these problems a little bit more holistically. Hard to do when you're triaging a ticket queue of, you know, a couple thousand duplicative, unevidenced, useless complaints. And responsive, you know, one of the complaints that I've certainly heard from especially intellectual property, but many submitting abuse complaints, is that the expectation management is poor. And that makes people really bonkers, where they've sent in an abuse complaint and then they don't hear anything for too long, and then the response they get is unsatisfactory. Improving that responsiveness, even if they're not getting the answer they want, but having some clarity there, can really reduce the tension in some of these processes. So this is a slide about the things that I'm thinking about, and as I'm trying to decide some initiatives for the Institute, where are we going to spend our time and energy? And I'm sort of spoiling my roadmap a little bit And I will say that my roadmap is mostly done, probably launching and sharing that publicly and looking for feedback on our sort of key initiatives and what we're really going to be focused on in the next couple weeks, probably before the ICANN meeting in June. But I'm really focused on maximum impact with least implementation. And I say this because I've worked at a registrar and I've seen the backlog that registrar has. And I've worked in the industry for a long time. And I've seen everybody else's backlog. And they're years long. That industry is consolidating. So registrars are sort of buying each other, and there's sort of less and less of them. Most of the platforms that they're trying to consolidate on were written in the early to mid 2000s, and so pretty old and pretty clunky. And so registrars and registries to a lesser extent, because there's some new ones there, obviously, are trying to generate new revenue. They're trying to consolidate platforms. They're trying to keep these old platforms up and running. And if what I'm proposing to begin reducing DNS abuse are things like super cool machine learning models or friction inside of registration processes, those are things that require integration into existing platforms. And my hunch is that getting people to write the code that needs to be written and prioritize writing that code, putting institute success on the work of others to go in and do that, I think is really folly. I just don't think anybody's going to make it as urgent as a priority as I think it is to go do that work. And so I think I would say, here's some great models, here's some great processes, please go do these things, and the adoption will be really low and it will be extremely slow. So I'm really focused on at least initially. So I think those are good things. I think we'll get there, but my initial focus is really around the abuse reporting and mitigation processes, because I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there. I think I can build tools for cleaning up reporting and best practices for mitigation, and I can provide those to frontline compliance and anti-abuse people, and they can just go use them, and they don't require these sort of elaborate integrations inside of aging management platforms. And I think there's a lot of wins there, and I think we can really make the internet cleaner and better without having to get a bunch of engineers to write code and take away from potentially revenue generating activities. Boy, if you disagree with that, I would love to hear about it. But my sense is that's reasonably true across the industry. This is a slide that I've sort of included mostly just food for thought wise, which is we talk a lot, going back to that definition of DNS abuse, around what is phishing, where does it bleed from a phish into just like where it's fraud, where is it copyright infringement and such. And so we spent a lot of time looking at the attributes of these different types of harms. And I've been trying to think a little bit, instead of thinking about the attributes of the types of harms, what are the attributes of mitigation? And so trying to flip that definition a little bit around. And so what happens is, or what I think happens is, we don't speak with any sophistication, at least within the DNS community, about how we mitigate DNS abuse or online harms. And the mitigation at the different layers of the internet, as I'm sure many of you know, has different implications, whether you're acting at the layer of the ISP or the CDN or the hosting company or the cloud services provider or the registry or registrar. And so from the community I'm historically from, registrars and the DNS, it is generally pretty quick and pretty simple to address harms at the layer of the DNS. You turn off a domain name, you put it in client hold, and it no longer resolves. That whole domain goes dark. However, that is rarely very precise, and it's often not proportional, so that you could be impacting many other services. You wouldn't turn off Twitter for a single harmful tweet, so it's not precise and it's not proportional. There might be other tools that are available to mitigate that harm. It might not be cost effective, like to resolve some sort of online harm by getting every ISP around the world or in a geography to go ban a website. And we need to be a little more thoughtful in where we put this harm mitigation, at which layer of the internet. And the way we get, I think, more thoughtful about it is to consider those attributes of the mitigation and to consider them by layer of the internet and figure out just what it is we're trying to optimize for. Are we going to the DNS or the IP address provider or the hosting company or whatever combination that is, because we think it's fast and effective, or is it simple? And I think we get this wrong a lot. And I think the people who want us to act on abuse get this wrong a lot. And making sure that they're a little bit clearer in what they want, I think it'd be helpful. And really, it's about being transparent, where they're saying, go do something about this, and we're saying, and they should be upfront and say, I want you to deal with this at the domain name level because I think this is simple and quick, and I know who you are. The best mitigation might actually be somewhere else. It might be at the hosting layer, but that's too complicated. And I think being a little bit more upfront about that is helpful. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to leave you with this slide with me looking just ridiculous in a suit jacket that the marketing team put on the slide. So you're welcome, everybody. That's my email address and my Twitter handle. If this is interesting to you, please reach out. I will continue to share with Brian and the anti-abuse working group our initiatives as we're getting them up and running. And then I think what we're going to find is that there's some interesting places for collaboration going forward. The sort of standards for abuse reporting and methods for reporting abuse, I think, are going to be helpful for this community, and maybe we can work together. I think there's maybe a question and some things in the chat that I haven't been paying any attention to, so I'm going to turn off the slides and
leave the slide. Leave the slide up
okay.
there. It's good to leave the contact slide up there for a bit, albeit obviously all of it's there. Listen, Graham, thank you very much for that. And now we would indeed open it to questions, and we've got one already, so we'll read that out. So Nigel Hickson from UK DCMS says or asks, so within definition, assume that a site that is pretending to be legitimate and then directs users to pornography is included.
I don't know what to do with that, Nigel. How is pornography not legitimate in some way?
I think, is it about the bait and switch aspect of it?
I guess so. I have a tough time. I would not put that under my definition of DNS abuse. I don't think that's a very nice thing to do. But I don't find that as really one of the technical harms that would be considered for the DNS Abuse Institute. If you're a registrar or hosting company that wanted to enforce that in your terms of service, I think that's perfectly fine for people to choose to do so, but that's maybe
Nigel's asking to maybe come in and clarify. So
sure, Nigel, sure,
go ahead there.
Yes, thanks very much, and good morning, and thank you. And perhaps I should have been clearer. I do apologise, and thank you, Graham. It's not so much that it's directed to pornography, but the examples that we're getting in the UK media at the moment, whereby people are asking what the government is doing about this is where you have a legitimate site that's being phished, so to speak. Say, like Woman's Weekly, or it doesn't matter what, a magazine or something like that, and then you people click on it, and you get directed to other forms of content. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it could be abusive content or whatever, but it's just that site is being fraudulently, sort of impersonated to link people to some other site. Isn't that abuse in the technical sense? I mean, it doesn't matter that whether it's linking to something illegal or not. It's being used to divert someone from what they should be seeing.
So I think it depends on how that is happening, because that's very close to what I think people would define as farming, where you've sort of poisoned the DNS so that the requests for one site are being redirected somewhere else, and that requires something like malware on a machine or control of the DNS infrastructure between that user's device and the rest of the internet, and that would fall under the definition of DNS abuse. It's also the sort of rarest and weirdest of the things that we tend to include in that definition. So in the circumstances where you have what is considered farming, yep, we could include that. But just sort of like stock standard redirection would not be. Boy, there's a lot going on in the chat that I haven't been following.
Yeah, but the chat is not expected. As I said, it's there. It'll be recorded. But if people have questions or otherwise, and I see Michele wants to come in, so Michele.
Thanks, Your Lordship. Morning, Graham.
Hey, Michele.
Now, I think just picking up on this thing from Nigel, I think you'd be very, very careful about what you try to wedge into definitions of DNS abuse. Like the whitehouse.org example somebody cited in the chat. Is that nasty? Is that unpleasant? Yes, or at least I would say yes. Is that DNS abuse? I would say no. I mean, there's a lot of other things. There's a lot of things that people can do in the DNS that are not pleasant, that might lead people to go to unexpected places, that might lead to an unpleasant end user experience. But it's not up to us as operators to, I mean, I would say not just police the internet, but to have some kind of PG-13 version of the internet. That's not our role. So I think, just be very, very careful. I mean, if you want to talk about, something like, say, a website being hacked, and then legitimate users are being redirected somewhere else because the website's hacked, that's one thing. But somebody registering nigelhickson.org.uk and sending it to Pornhub isn't really a problem for us, or it shouldn't be anyway.
I mean, it might be a problem, but not a problem for this particular discussion and piece. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we don't have an infinite amount of time, but yeah, Graham, if you have a comment there, because we have some more questions there, I do want to.
No, I think we can move on from that. I will say on the farming issue, I guess. And as I look at the things in front of the institute that we can act on, probably farming is a little rarer. It's a little weirder. We've got plenty to do on the distribution of malware, of dealing with botnet command and control infrastructure, and phishing, before we get into the sort of edgier understanding of how farming is being used. So I as it fits the definition, yeah, but like probably not right away. I've got bigger fish to fry.
On the long list. Okay, so we have 3 questions from Sia Satpur. So I'm gonna bring those up, and that will close the mic lines, virtual mic lines, at this point in time. So I'm going to take these one at a time. I'm not going to ask you to remember them all. So question one is, how much and how far has your organization delivered services or products to combat DNS abuse?
Not very far at all. We are 3 months old, give or take. We are still doing the research to figure out exactly what is going to be useful and valued by the community we're trying to serve. So we have a roadmap. We've got an advisory council now. We're going to be reviewing that roadmap with the advisory council. And then really starting June, I think, maybe as late as July, is where we pivot from planning to action. And that's where we'll see the educational initiatives start to come out. We'll really begin ramping up the collaboration, and we'll begin the long, slower work of building the tools and resources under that innovation pillar.
So I think that probably addresses a lot of question 2 as well, but I'll just read it out anyway, and you can check if there's anything you want to add. So question 2 is, talk about the roadmap and the ambitions you have. When can we expect the first, or at least the prototype of the tools you want to make to combat the DNS abuse?
So my hunch is, I'm spoiling the roadmap, but that's okay. I've talked about it in other places. I think this centralized reporting tool where people can go there, they can submit a report, an abuse report, and that tool figures out which registrar or registry that domain name belongs to, what type of abuse it is, and therefore what information is required, and it sends that to Michaeli, to the right place. I think we'll probably be able to get something like that up and running in, I would say, 6 months to a year. I think there's a very basic V1, but probably the sort of more robust version is probably a year out. I will say that PIR, who created the Institute, are delightful, but they're not actually a particularly technical organization. And so, I come from a place with hundreds of engineers, and there are none at PIR. And so I need to build some of this capacity in-house or find it elsewhere to get some of the stuff done. And figuring out just how tricky that will be is going to be fun.
And finally, and the overlap with VeriSign, ICANN, and other organizations that have the same mission, how does the cooperation with these organizations go?
I have a meeting with VeriSign this afternoon. They certainly have a very different mission, and historically, VeriSign, without trying to cast aspersions, has been very hands-off on things like of DNS abuse, and ICANN doesn't really have a mandate here. So they have contractual requirements inside of registries and registrar agreements. There's very little contractual requirements on the registrar side. There's a little bit more robust requirements on the new GTLD registry side. And they certainly care about DNS abuse, and ICANN wants to, interact with people to make it better. They have these sort of contractual requirements and relationships that make their ability to act in this space a little bit limited. And I also think that to focus only on GTLDs, which is the purview of ICANN, is a mistake. As clearly we need to be addressing the CCTLD community. So I'm certainly in some discussions with Center and other organizations that, where they have conglomerations of CCTLDs and others in the naming space. So it's really about being collaborative there.
Okay, now I said I was going to close the mic lines, but Neil O'Reilly, with his hat firmly off, has hopefully a question you can answer very quickly, which is, will the tools be open source?
Good question. That would be close to my heart, I think, to do that, and appropriate to do that in a number of circumstances. I think there's going to be, so transparency is going to be super important to me. So where we're building tools, we need to show exactly how. It may not necessarily be that the code becomes open source, but I think we need to be very transparent in how things will work. And so TBD, I think.
Okay, cool. We're It's a little bit over what the amount of time it allocated, but that was interesting and important. Graham, thank you very much for. No, unfortunately, we're done. Vadim, we need to move on the agenda. But please, there are ways of getting in contact with Graham. I would encourage you to do so. And Graham, please, if you can keep the working group informed of things you're doing and areas for collaboration. I mean, email is obviously, we have, in theory, infinite time for email. We do not have infinite time for this working group session this morning. But thank you very much for coming to talk to us, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Cool. So we're not going to have time for a formal break, but obviously I would encourage people to stand up at their desks as needed, to move around when we haven't got cameras on you, to make sure that the blood does flow. So we are going to move on because we have another interesting presentation. So this one is from Daniel Kopp of DKIX, and it's DDoS Never Dies, an IXP perspective on DDoS amplification attacks. So Daniel, you should be able to get your video and audio up working there. Cool. Welcome to the working group, and we'll let you take it away there.
Okay, so I need to get the slides.
Oh, can I hear you is the question.
Can you hear me?
No, you're almost impossible to hear. The audio is coming through, but I can't actually hear it in any useful way.
Now it's better?
Not measurably.
Oh, no, okay. Why am I?
Just
So I have to
check what devices you're using there.
but it looks really. That's too bad.
Possibly even change the devices, kill the audio, and come back in again or something like that. But yeah,
Maybe the video, maybe it's better without.
I mean, I can hear that you're speaking, but it's basically not functional for a presentation, unfortunately.
Is it like with the bandwidth or?
There we go. Got you now. That's much better.
Okay.
So whatever
Okay,
you've done there
I switched
works.
off the video. I'm not sure. So I couldn't
Okay.
find the slides, so I will try without video. Sorry for that.
Yeah, so if you share preloaded slides, there should be an option for you. Yeah, cool. Okay. And you've got that.
Yeah, the slides are missing, I think. It's only the DNS slides.
Oh, hopefully the ops folks are here and can. Give us a
Otherwise,
hand,
I can upload them, I think.
Well, they should be there. Oh, but yeah, they were there, and then they seem to have gone away again.
I think so. I uploaded them.
So let's just give the ops folks just a second to maybe, because they're definitely on the meeting system. So.
But now you can hear me clear, yeah? So.
Yeah, we can hear you, which is the most
Okay.
important thing. But let's just.
All right, and now I have the slides now. Perfect.
Okay, right, excellent. We'll let you go then on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, yeah. So thank you for having the talk. This is actually from a paper that was sent into the Passive and Active Measurement Conference in the beginning of the year. With the title "DDoS Never Dies: An IXP Perspective on DDoS Amplification Attacks." And this work was done together with Christoph Dietzel. He's head of products and research at DKIX, and Oliver Hohlfeld. He's chair of computer networks at the Brandenburg University of Technology. So now it looks a little bit strange with the ratio of the slides, but I hope it works better for you. So yeah, maybe you ask yourself the question why we need more research on DDoS. I mean, the topic has been there for a while. But I think also on the last NANOC meeting, there was a discussion about why we still have DDoS attacks. So I think the paper fitted quite well into the time. And I think discussion points there were pretty good. It was that the problem is that the victims, they don't have enough view onto what is happening in the internet with DDoS attacks because they are sitting just on the end. And so it's kind of better for the core networks like IXPs to help them to give a view on what's happening in the internet, basically, and do research, of course, and develop tools and mitigation tactics for them. The targets that are at risk at the moment for DDoS attacks are mostly gaming and esports, online businesses, we see a lot of really small and short DDoS attacks, which is most probably because gamers attacking each others, kicking them out of the games. Then we have more high-profile targets like finance and stock market, and also political targets and critical infrastructures. And of course, even in the time with the pandemic, critical infrastructures become more and more widespread, like VPN connections to companies, online exams, and so on, food delivery, of course, as well. Of course, all the DDoS problem relies on the spoofing problem that we may all know about. I will not talk about that, but I will talk about amplification protocols that are used for generating bigger DDoS attacks. Yeah, so in more detail, what is our viewpoint? We have the data from a large IXP in Europe with more than 900 networks. I think it's around 1,000 at the moment, with peak traffic at 10 terabits. And the paper gives all the details about the protocols that are used. You find a lot more in the paper. For example, there's table 1. There's all the details like average packet size. Maybe you can even use them for defending against DDoS attacks. Furthermore, the presentation will also talk about like the infrastructure perspective at the IXP, a look into the members that are attacked, some interesting attack patterns, and a brief comparison to a honeypot dataset. Like it's a completely different dataset. It's like the passive dataset where they monitor the abuse of their honeypots or amplifiers. So yeah, DDoS amplification attacks, I'm pretty sure I don't have to recap how it works, but just to be clear here, we just talk about amplification attacks, not about DDoS attacks that are directly coming from botnets. So this is really different. So the DDoS amplification attack, an attacker would misuse some publicly available amplifier like an NTP server or a DNS server, and then use a lot of them that have a flaw and generate huge amounts of traffic towards a target. Normal client traffic would look different because we have to detect the DDoS attacks at the IXP. So we look into how normal client traffic would look like. So here you have a client, and he receives a lot of traffic from different services, server ports. Of course, it generates a lot of traffic at a single client, but from many different kinds of sources and ports and services. For example, NTP traffic would be that someone would ask a few NTP servers about the time. So it would just be a really low bandwidth. So what we do now with the classification and within our data set, we say for known amplification protocols, we want to have a big amount of traffic at a target, in specific more than 1 gigabit, and from more than 10 sources. And as I said, it has to be an amplification protocol, somehow known amplification protocol that the traffic is coming from. So if this is the case, we detect that as a DDoS attack. So, I mean, this is not completely free of false positives, but we did some manual inspection and we didn't find any cases where it really didn't work, but I mean, open for discussion. That's the protocols we included. We did this from our knowledge, what is usually happening in the black hole at the IXP, what kind of protocols are black holed, and what we could find in blog posts or in reports from security companies. So there's a few old protocols like NTP, we have known from that for a while, CLDAP, DNS, and there's a few newer ones like ARMS, and discovery, device discovery is Ubiquiti device discovery or OpenVPN. And OpenVPN was just mentioned in a few forums or blog posts that there's maybe something happening with amplification factors. So our goal was just to include them and see what is happening in the internet, like in the real world. This is our data set. We have 6 months, and in the 6 months, we recorded at last almost 60,000 attacks with at last 1 gigabit of traffic. This is one plot from the paper. You can see the traffic size on the left axis, And you see it spans from at least 1 gigabit to around 100 gigabit. And from the right side, you can see the attacks. Yeah, as I already said, the validation was, we also tried to include non-amplification protocols. At that time, we included QUIC. At the time, it was not known to be also a DDoS amplification protocol, but later on, it turned out to be also misused, as I read. But at that time, we didn't find any bigger DDoS attacks with QUIC, so this was an interesting insight. Also, we took a look onto possible false positive, like root DNS servers, and we didn't find any root DNS server in our data set of DDoS attacks. And we manually inspected some DDoS events, just looking at the customer port rate and what was happening at the time of the DDoS. And you could really see some really spiky pattern for a short duration, and then it went down again. So in every point we looked, it looked really, really good. With 1 gigabit of threshold is already really high for a DDoS attack. Because also at the IXP, we just see a few parts of the traffic, depending on where the target is. We might not see all the traffic. So 1 gigabit, if it's just a part of the traffic, it's pretty huge already. So what we found first insight was that all the well-known protocols are used the most for DDoS attacks. So NTP, DNS, and CLDAP are almost used for 90% of the DDoS attacks. So this is also part of the story of the paper, right? I mean, all these old protocols are still there, are still used for a long time, and they really don't go away. So otherwise, what we also noticed and was interesting is that memcached is again kind of a popular amplification factor. From what I saw over the time and also before the paper, it looked like that memcached was just there for a short time because it really cripples networks, because the amplification factor is so huge and the network that emits memcached traffic might get problems. So they shut the problem down pretty quick, but as it seems, it's already there again, some kind of. Moreover, what we noticed is that SSDP seems to be used for more sophisticated attacks. It is able to generate high packet rates, and it seems to be used for really longer duration attacks. So this was also interesting. Then we have a lot of less frequent protocols. If you look at table 1 in the paper, you see that they are not used a lot, but they are still able to generate a lot of traffic. So the potential is there for attackers that they use these protocols in the future. It also depends on how many reflectors are available in the internet. We didn't look into that, but from the data set, we see that it is used, and the table also gives insights how many reflectors in average have been used for the attacks. Yeah, so then we looked into the timeline of the protocols. And yeah, here this is this very prominent number that I put in here. I mean, it's also a little bit for the paper and the conference, because you have to provide also really high interesting numbers. In the beginning of or in the time of our study at that time, we saw OpenVPN to rise by 500%. Yeah, it was also the time of the beginning of the pandemic. So it's part of the question why and what is happening here. I will also show an update about OpenVPN after that time frame on the next slide. But if you look on the scale of the axis, here these new protocols, we see, by the way, this is attacks in 1 week, a number of attacks within 1 week. So you see counts of attacks for OpenVPN at like 100 in peak times for 1 week. And if you look at the well-known older protocols, they go up to more than 1,000. So yeah, the old well-known protocols, they are used in the majority of the attacks. And yeah, we see over time, DNS is pretty popular and NTP is mostly used. So an update after our paper, I crunched the data again. So here you see the time frame from the paper and what happened after that. So yeah, you see also what's my experience from DDoS attacks over time. It seems to be like a roller coaster ride. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. It depends in the time frame you look into. Maybe it would be interesting to have a really long time frame, like years of statistics, but it's really difficult to have the statistics for that amount of time. So it looks like that after that, NTP traffic or NTP attacks gained more popularity, and DNS went down a little bit. And now for the interesting statistic about OpenVPN attacks, it seemed that they gained a higher level. But of course, again, I mean, OpenVPN or VPNs are used more often. And I mean, I'm also open for discussion about false positives, right, about OpenVPN. OpenVPN was the most difficult protocol for me to understand. And I checked some OpenVPN connections and also the one of our company, and it doesn't seem that we had false positives there, or a problem with that. But again, I'm open for discussions here. Now I would like to do a little poll. I would like to use the opportunity of this virtual meeting here. And on the left side, where also the chat panelists, you can find a little poll. And I would like to ask you the question about if you have experience with DDoS attacks, what is the most interesting for you, or what cripples you the most? Is it traffic volume, packet rate, or both? So we give you like, we take like 20 seconds, or it's only 10 left. So you have to be quick. So I think in the history, I think the packet rate was reported more often with DDoS attacks. Before that, it was more traffic volume. I think the shift is because that there's also more DDoS mitigation companies now reporting DDoS attacks, and for them the packet rate is of more interest. So where can we find the answers now? I'm not sure. Okay, here, okay. Almost most people answered it's both. Okay, and otherwise it's almost the same, like traffic volume 70%, packet rate 13. I think it depends really. In the first point, it would be probably packet rate, and at one point when the line is getting full, then it's probably the volume that is the problem. So, but that's interesting insight. Thank you for your participation here. So we also take a look into traffic volume and packet rate at a different level or different site, which we painted this plot here, which shows some interesting features. So we have on the one axis, we have the megabits per second, and on the other axis, we have the packets per second for each attack that we saw. And now you see this really beautiful colors and and lines. So what have we here? We have like linear relationships for the most obvious attacks, like for NTP. You send the attacker sends some packet to the server, and he replies with a fixed size or almost fixed size of packet rate back. So you always get this really linear relationship here. And then more interesting, we have linear relationships here for VS Discovery, W Discovery. This seems to be the case because this protocol or the servers, they have two design flaws. So you can generate two different types of replies that have different sizes. So this is why you see this linear relation, or two linear relationships here. And then we also find non-linear relationships. This is the case for example, for Memcached. Because Memcached, you can, it depends on what is in the cache that will be replied. So you have different sizes of packet rates that come back from the reflector. So this is also interesting. What you also notice here for OpenVPN, OpenVPN is way on the right side of the packet rate axis. So this means that you are able as an attacker to generate really high packet rates, but keep the volume really low here. So that's maybe an interesting detail for OpenVPN if it's used for DDoS attacks. So then we took a look into the infrastructure perspective at the IXP. So here we see a plot over time with all the DDoS attacks again, and we have this red line, which is the customer's port capacity. So we relate the attack to the customer port capacity, but we didn't take into account if there's already traffic on this port. And now we see the size of the DDoS attacks for the port capacity, and we see most attacks are, only a few attacks are over that limit. It's just 0.18%. This also shows that this core backbone networks are not really, they don't really have a problem with this kind of DDoS attacks. But if you take into account that maybe there's already 50% of port utilization, you already end up with 26% of attacks would have crippled some networks. We also ask ourselves the question, what was the biggest peak time for DDoS attacks at the IXP? And we found that to be 3.6% of the IXP's peak traffic at one point in time, because the IXP had to transmit the combined DDoS attacks that happened at that time. It's not a really high number, but something someone has to keep an eye on probably. So interesting view on targets. We found an interesting temporal attack. Here you can see in this plot on the y-axis, you see the IP addresses, /23 IP addresses from a victim's network. And you see on the x-axis, you see the timeline, and you see that the attack is traversing the network in a loop. So every attack just took 1 minute, and then the attacker switched to the next IP address. And what is also interesting, if you take a closer look into the plot, is this little gaps that seem to be time dependent in the attack. So there has to be something going on with maybe a script or manual intervention from the attacker or something like this. So this is probably done to evade mitigation tactics, as I assume that some mitigation tools need some time to react for new DDoS attacks and maybe take a look onto IP addresses, and yeah, then it takes a few seconds, and then the attack was already effective for a few seconds. Also, what we notice is that we kind of find high-profile attacks when we look onto the IP address space that is attacked from networks. So we checked for targets that have been around 10 to 28% of their announced IP space attacked. And then we find networks like insurance companies, banks, cloud providers. So yeah, this really seems to be a thing here to attack a bigger IP space. Also like carpet bombing attacks, for example, where you spread the attack over more IP space, but this would not be really, we wouldn't see that with our mitigate or our detection tactic, because we need 1 gigabit to just one IP address to be detected as a DDoS attack. Then, because it was also the start of the pandemic, we had a look onto VPN infrastructures under attack. For that, we used a DNS data set where we had 1.2 million unique VPN endpoints within a DNS data set. And then we checked that against our DDoS attack data set, and we luckily just found 39 attacks onto VPN endpoints. But we did this just to raise awareness that now we're working from home, we need VPN, and we really need to be careful with VPN endpoints and that they are not attacked. Yeah, same is true for my job here. So then at the end, we had a honeypot data set that was available to us from a security company. They had like more than 10 honeypots, and we compared our data sets for the same time frame to see how many attacks are the same. And what we found is that only 8% of the attacks were visible at the honeypot that we had at the IXP. This is 33% of the targets. Yeah, and other way around, we just found 0.95% of the targets in the honeypot that are visible at the IXP dataset. Yeah, the explanation to that, I mean, it's interesting to look into that in more detail, but it was just the end of the paper, so we didn't have the time there. And we plan to do that in more detail in the future for future work. But here our explanation was the low visibility in the IXP dataset for the honeypot is maybe due to that we had this, we see just attacks that are bigger than 1 gigabit, and the honeypot sees a lot of smaller attacks as well. And additionally, the honeypot also has scanning events that we didn't erase there. So of course, it's a lot bigger data set at that point. And the other way around, the likelihood to choose the honeypot is at some percentage. And also the IXP has also not a full visibility of the internet. So it's just a part, and we miss some stuff here. And also if the traffic is lower than 1 gigabit. So this is the explanation for that, but probably more potential here to gain more insight into that. Yeah, this would bring me to the conclusion already. As I said, we found that the legacy protocols are still heavily used, and it would be really great if we could do something against that here. Then we found this thread about new protocols. I painted this number with OpenVPN, but yeah, I wanted to make clear that this number OpenVPN is not used a lot. It's just maybe the beginning. It's not a big problem of DDoS, but just something that we wanted to raise awareness. Otherwise, yeah, we didn't find any severe impact on core internet infrastructure. Otherwise, we probably already have known before. And we found this really different picture depending on the source you look from onto this DDoS problem. Also something really interesting to look into more detail. So yeah, with that brings me to the end. Here's the QR code for if you want to look into the paper. And otherwise, yeah, I'm open for questions.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. Very interesting. So we have a few questions already, and we have a few minutes to talk them. Not an infinite amount of time, but let's look at the questions that we have in the Q&A at present. So from Eric Bice and B2B Internet. Hi, I've done multiple presentations at the White meetings in the last years in regards of amplification DDoS attacks, as most of the larger DDoS traffic sending BGP peers are not patching their systems. Did you have a look at the impact of cleaning up the peer list or asking the peers to clean up their number of amplification abusable advices to IP address ratio?
No, we didn't talk to the networks or we didn't look into which networks have what kind of reflectors or talk to them. Maybe it's something to do, yeah. Maybe you could check for that and approach them. At one point, I found one of our customers way back in the time to have a lot of Memcached traffic going on. But I mean, if you checked later for that, it was gone. So I mean, you also need some time for them to react probably. Otherwise, I mean, not every of this network is connected to the IXP itself. They are sometimes further away. I think you see a lot of NTP traffic coming more from Asia, and so this is not really something that is connected to the European IXP here. But yeah, maybe also something to look into.
Yeah, and Eric gives a link there, which should be in the, you can see possibly in the Q&A, so to have a look at. Cool.
Thanks. Yeah.
So the next one is from Gert During, OpenVPN developer. So 2 comments on the use of OpenVPN as DDoS reflector, and I'm going to give you an opportunity, if I can get them right, to talk about each comment rather than remembering it all. So this is mitigated by using TLS auth or TLS crypt in your server configs, and this is recommended anyway to protect the server against crappy packet attacks. That said, we have seen this spike in May 2020 as well, and I started to work on rate limiting patches for old configs without TLS auth. But since then, OpenVPN seems to have fallen out of favor with the bad folk. So we're seeing far less attempts at reflection abuse. Not exactly sure on the why though. It's not everybody has fixed their configs, but even older systems do not get abused anymore.
Okay, I think it's not a real question, just a clarification.
No, it is definitely a comment.
Yeah, but thank you for that. Yeah, as I said, I'm not really in the detail of all these amplification protocols. I mean, we had all this list, and I mean, I really tried to check that I'm really sure that there's no false positives going on. But as I said, I mean, OpenVPN was the least that I'm familiar with. Yeah, but maybe, I mean, it's not a big problem, but maybe something. Yeah, if you want to, we can talk about this as well in more detail. About OpenVPN, I'm also interested in that, but maybe just, I mean, it was way on the scale for packet rate, it was way on the right, so maybe it's something for interest for attackers if they're interested in generating a lot of packets without a high bandwidth. So yeah.
Okay. So from Siasatpur with no other affiliation, as you say, DDoS never dies. In fact, it's getting worse and worse. What we have been for decades to come up with solutions to counter these. And we do that again and again. Perhaps it's time to admit we are not going to win this battle, and we are trying to regulate the internet as we know to this day differently, or allow the openness of the internet to slowly move to a closed community with members who trust each other. I'm curious about how you look at these issues for the long term.
Yeah, so I think it's important to share the insights here. That's also what we did, and that's also why, like, our interest at the IXP, right? we build in the research department, we build also tools to defend against DDoS attacks, and that's why we want to gain knowledge about the problem. And I think it's important to share what we know and what also security companies know about it. And when we were talking about the company with the honeypots, they were also interested in what we see and what kind of new protocols we see. So this is important. I think it's not good to say, okay, we lost the battle here. I think what we see is that DDoS attacks in one term are getting like more commercialized with booter services where you can buy them. But I think it's important to help the targets to defend, to get a better defense against these kinds of attacks. And I think we have opportunities to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a hopeful kind of guy. I'd like to be hopeful. I mean, I say this in over the course of the last week and a bit, a number of Irish ISPs have been the target of DDoS attacks. They seem to be moving through our particular piece of it, but yeah, it's an ongoing. I mean, as I said,
Yeah.
anti-abuse, and it has been for as long as I've been involved in it. Has been an arms race. And will continue to be. So I'm going to take one last question that's there, which is from Marek Zaricha from PWSTE. What about encouraging ISP to widely deploy BCP 38 enforcement for their networks? And I think this is the second, but the first bit is a question for you potentially. The second piece is, can somehow RIPE NCC motivate them, is not for you, but we'll address that in a moment.
Yeah. So as I know from that problem, it's not that easy to deploy BCP 38 if you have different links in your network. So this is how I know it. So you try to limit the IP addresses that are sent to the internet just to your IP space, so that no spoofing is possible anymore. So I think most of the networks know about that. I didn't do any research about what kind of networks accept or allow IP spoofing. Would be interesting to take a look into that. I'm doing also a little bit more research onto bulletproof hosting lately, so maybe this could be something also to include into that and take a look into that.
Yeah, and I think the NCC motivating them, I think the NCC would, I mean, quite apart whether it's a solution or not, the NCC would I don't want to speak for them, but say it's not up to them to do that. But I would say, if you're not already familiar with the Manners project, that is something that definitely should be, you know, looked at and promoted across the internet. Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. So I will say thank you very much, Daniel. And again, you have your details there and the QR code for it. And if people want to carry the conversation on elsewhere, then I would encourage them to do so.
All right, thank you.
Cool, thanks. So I'm going to try just to bring up my last slides. Yay. And I want to get to, I like this slide mover. Anyway, okay, so we're reaching the end of our slot and indeed our agenda. Is there any other business that people wish to bring up? I'm not seeing anything. So, okay. And finally, just before we say thank you and goodbye, just as always, we will be having a session virtually or physically. Who knows what that will be. We'll see as the year progresses. I would have confidence, he says, that definitely this time next year we'll see what RIPE 83 looks like. But certainly I'm looking forward to enhancing the hybrid meetings that RIPE has always run, as we take the lessons that we've learned from from this period and use them to continue to increase participation in our meetings, both physically and virtually. But I would just, on behalf of Ali Reza and Tobias, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for your, especially to Graham and Daniel, but to all of you for your participation this morning. Please do look at the mailing list. As said, a very interesting conversation potentially started there this morning. And if there are pieces of work, if there are things you think the working group can do, please do, email us, start the conversation. We look at that. It is a working group again, remember, which is very important to look at ways we can fight abuse on the networks we run and the networks that influence our networks as well. So thank you all very much. Have a great day, the remainder of this and the remainder of this meeting, and we will talk to you again at RIPE 83.
Good afternoon and welcome to another session for this lunchtime. Unfortunately, it is during lunchtime, but right now I think you can sit back and relax, and the Ripestad team is going to present a demo of the new user interface, which you probably realized that it was released yesterday. I'm just waiting until I can share my screen, and then we are ready to start with this session. Yes, now it seems to work. Perfect. Very well. Yeah, first of all, welcome. I'm Christian Teuschel, working in the Ripestad team, and right now I'm also joined by two of my colleagues, Fallon and Stefan. And we are going to give a small demo of the new features of the new user interface that we released yesterday. But before we're going to go into that, I would like to give a quick introduction on the timeline of the new user interface and also what the changes mean for our users. First of all, with the timeline. You probably know that in 2011, the Ripestad user interface was released for the first time. This was a widget-based UI that was being revamped, and that was the last major revamp in 2013. That's why we also call it the UI 2013. The stack of this user interface was heavily dependent on jQuery, which you probably know is a little bit outdated by now. And that also led to some shortcomings of this user interface. For example, it's not mobile friendly, and it grew organically. The problem with growing organically is definitely that you can simply add things as you see fit. But if you are going to revamp these user interfaces with a lot of expectations, that's always a little bit harder. Another very strong driver for the development of the new user interface was the lack of consistency that we had in the old user interface. But let's not talk too much about the old user interface. Let's go to the new user interface. In 2019, we started the concept development for the new user interface, and that was all based on more than seven years of experience and also user feedback that we got from our users. And we started out with a very clear strategy of what we wanted to do. Last year, you probably seen that at RIPE 81, we released the new user interface as a beta. And this year, yesterday, we released the new user interface as a production-ready interface. And if you're going to go to stat.ripe.net right now, then it will be served by default. So let's quickly look at what changes for our users. Before we switched to the new user interface, we had the data API that was powering the widgets, and the Ripestad user interface consisted of these widgets. And we basically had two user groups. First of all, we had the user group that was mainly interacting with the Ripestad UI, sometimes also directly with the widgets. And the second one was the user group that was directly working on the data API. After we switched, we have right now 4 different user groups. First of all, the new Ripestad user interface does not depend on the widget API. You probably know that these widgets were able to be embedded in whatever HTML pages, but the uptake of this embedding was not as great as the cost that we basically had to put in to maintain and develop the embeddability. So we simply had to put economic thinking to work, and we decided that we are not going to have the concept of widgets in the new user interface. But on the other side, we also know that Ripestad is being used heavily by a lot of people in their work environment. And sometimes changes take a bit more time. So we decided not to take away the old user interface for the time being. And we also don't want to abandon the widgets, just the contrary. What we are going to do is we open source the widget API, and allow other people to contribute their own widgets. And with that, basically, we're going to create 3 different user groups. So the user group that is going to use the new RapidStat user interface, here we expect that we are going to go from the early adopters to the majority usage, as we want to see that the old user interface is being used less, but it will still be around for the time being. And then we also have the user group that will work directly with the widgets. And of course, the 4th user group is the user group that's directly using the data API. Giving a bit of an outlook what's following, you probably have seen that for the past 2 years, we have heavily focused on the user interface. And we know that with the release of the new user interface, this is a milestone that we reached, but the feature parity to the old user interface is not yet there. That's why we also keep it around for some time. So what we are going to do is we're going to move the new user interface from active development into maintenance. So we will still add more info cards and use cases. If info cards and use cases doesn't tell you anything, my colleague Stefan will soon explain that. At the same time, we will also integrate standalone apps, for example, BG Play or historical Ruiz, into the software stack of the new user interface. So that means that it will be mobile friendly and it will come with all the bells and whistles that the new user interface has. What we also realized is that some of the features were not able to be implemented in the new user interface because they were heavily depending on the data API. So that's why we're shifting for the future our focus on the new on the data API, which basically means that we will simplify, we will work on data quality, service quality, and we probably also add more and more data sets. So without further ado, I would like to make the stage, or well, if there would be a stage or a microphone, then I would hand it over to my colleague Stefan. But this time I can only give you the screen.
Great, thanks, Christian.
So right now it should be possible for you.
Great. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Let me try to share my screen. Do you really want to share your screen? Yes. Let's see. Can everyone see the shared screen? I'm going to take that as a yes, since I can see it. As Christian said, I'm Stefan. I'm the UX UI front-end designer and developer for the new RapidStat UI. And I wanted to talk a little bit more in depth about the points that Christian brought up before diving into the demo. And that's to talk a little bit about the guiding principles that led to the new UI as we released it. The first one is really that we've conceived of RapidStat as a self-contained app. So we really stripped out everything that wasn't related to the actual tool of RapidStat, the actual use cases and using and returning of data of RapidStat, and tried to really conceive of this as a self-contained application that really guided a lot of the decisions that we made afterwards for how it should look and how it should work. The second is that the previous RapidStat wasn't exceptionally responsive or mobile friendly, and we really wanted to make sure that we had a focus on making the new RapidStat work in a variety of sizes, a variety of devices, mobile, tablets, and in fact, it can even work as a standalone PWA on mobile devices. We also wanted to bring a level of user customization so that users really had the ability to organize and save their data, to play around with the simplicity or complexity of the data that's presented, even going as far as giving preferences for setting language and themes, how the info cards look in the system. We also thought it was very important to, when we were looking at the previous UI, to really work towards a universal search context. Most of the widgets that existed previously had their own inputs, their own controls. Each one was a sort of little app unto itself, and we realized that most of these we were able to most of these took the same kinds of input. So we wanted to have a universal search context that applied to all of them at once, instead of you having to go into each individually and fiddling with its settings and with its inputs. Basically, the search input should flow through to all of the info cards. Also, we really had this concept of wanting to give people the ability to have a simple top-line information that they could get to their insights quickly, and then be able to drill down within the various pieces of information to get further information to suit their needs. And then finally, we also wanted to make sure that it was easy to share the information that our users were seeing. So whatever view you have on the screen of the information that's been retrieved from your query is something you should be able to save just like that and send to another user and share it with other people. So given all that, let me just go over the main features of the app. The first page that you land on is the Launchpad. This is really the place, we call it Search and Explore. It's really the place to do your, run your queries, organize them, and look at them and arrange the information in the way you want. The universal search bar, which is up here, you are given on the Launchpad a series of suggested links that you can click on to run a search, or you can type one in yourself. As you type a search in, you'll get a drop-down menu that gives you suggestions based on your input, including your local IP, your local network information. So let's just use our ASN as an example. We run a search, and you see that we have returned to us a collection of info cards that are just giving simple top-line information about the various aspects that you see in the titles of these cards. And from those, you can go ahead and expand them and get further information. And then, as I was saying before, you have this moving from simple top-line information to more complex information to a fine level of detail at the bottom for any particular query. In addition, this is a space really that you can organize any way you want. You can move cards around, you can remove cards that you don't want to see. You also have a control on the bar here that allows you to manage these info cards in a way you want. You could select all of them, you could select none of them, and just check a few of them that you want to see. You can, once you have a collection that you like, you're able to save this. So I could save this, it will give me a description that shows me the time frame and the cards that I have, or I could just put in, my own description and save it. And when those are saved, you'll see that you have a list of your saved items in the saved menu on the left. Other features that are interesting about the universal search bar, I was mentioning shareability. At any view that you happen to be in, you can simply copy the share URL and you can send it to someone that you want to share that data with, and when they put that link into a browser, they will see exactly what you have seen. Obviously, if you're in a latest view, it will just pull up the latest information, but you could also, instead of having a relative view, and you could switch to various time frames, and it will show that relative to right now, or you can actually select an absolute time frame. Say I want to do a couple years here. I say OK and apply that. And again, this search context will apply to all of the cards that are in front of you. Obviously, we can search for more than just ASNs. I pull up, for instance, an IP, and I put it in. We'll get information about that. Again, the search context, the time frame stays the same, or we can make it relative. One of the things that is another way that we're trying to give you a simplified information just at a glance is, you might have noticed the color bars, the color title bars. We basically have a color legend for this, where green basically means good, everything looks the way we expect it to. Blue is just informational or neutral. And then this orange is a bit of a warning for things that we might find that would trip a warning. So for instance, prefix status here is giving us a warning because the visibility of this particular prefix is quite low within the routing information service within RIS. So that's just something, it's not necessarily wrong, but it's something that gives you a little bit of a hint that that's maybe something you want to investigate further. And other items that are green are pretty good as they are. You probably don't need to go any further, but of course you can look through and find more detailed information on those. You can reset your search to get back to the Launchpad. You can, if we're going down the list of items in the sidebar here, let's talk a little bit about the saved sets, which I was mentioning before. You can go in and you can actually edit the labels on these. You can run them. You can delete them. And so you always have your list of your important saved searches here. One of the things you might have also noticed is the use case menu. The use case menu tries to give you a subset of these cards that make up a use case. So let's say we're doing a full search for something, and we have all these cards representing all the information that you could possibly get when you're entering an IP. And you'll notice that the use case menu changes to the type of resource that we've put in this case, IP use cases. So we could filter this list to see smaller pieces of information, smaller groupings of cards that represent a particular use case. And that this use case menu, like I said, will change depending on the type of resource that you put in. So if we put in an ASN, you'll see that it changes to ASN use cases. And then these use cases apply to the ASN that you've put in, for example. Moving further on down the menu, we have this menu called Standalone Apps. Christian alluded to this earlier. Currently, each of these apps is something that exists in the previous interface. The reason that they're called standalone apps is that in these particular cases, these former widgets were items that didn't really lend themselves to the paradigm, the new paradigm that we have for the universal search bar. They were more complex than that. And so currently, we haven't yet moved these over from the old system. If you click on them, they will be launched in the old interface as you're used to seeing. But long term, this menu should be populated by the standalone apps that we redesign and rework to fit into the new system. In some cases, those will be separated into several cards that work within our new paradigm, but in some cases, they'll really need to be a standalone app that works on its own. And so all I can say there is stay tuned. These will be coming in the future, in a future version of the new UI. Again, this menu works in a similar way to the use cases menu in that it will show you items, standalone apps that apply to the resource type that you've put in. So if it's an ASN, it'll only show you ones that work with ASN, an IP, only the ones for IP, etc. Or if you just want to go to the old UI, just because there's something that you're missing or something that you can't find, you can always just get back to the old UI just by clicking on that, and it'll take you to the previous homepage that you are used to seeing, and you can use it in the same way that you were used to using the previous UI. Other items that are good to mention here are the menu that we have at the bottom here. Contains 4 links, and I should say actually I forgot to mention that this sidebar and this header is something that is a part of a redesign effort that's going on across the RIPE NCC. You might have noticed it in Atlas, DB, and Access that as part of the technical design group, we're trying to make our apps a bit more working a bit more the same way, unify them a bit, and unify and improve the experience for all of our users across our services. So if this part looks familiar to you, it's because RIPESTAT has been a big part of working with the Tech Design Circle to help unify this look and feel. Along those lines, this bottom part is similar among all of those apps. So we have a documentation link, which currently will pull up a slideshow, which tells you a bit about how to use the new UI, but long term, it will actually take you to more fully fleshed out documentation. The preferences I was mentioning before allow you to do things like change your language, or and we support right to left as well. You could also change the look and feel of the info cards if you wanted. So let's say I choose a different theme and I get a different look for my info cards. Also, you can decide which items show on the bottom of the search bar, and you can also change the width at which the layout changes from 2-column to 3-column, so that you can have wider or thinner columns of information showing. So currently it's at 1650, so that means that this will change from 2 to 3 columns at that width. And if I shrink it down a bit and I choose a smaller one, oops, and I choose a smaller one, we'll get to 3 columns at a smaller distance or a wider distance. That way you can really control the width of the cards that you're seeing and how much information you want to see on those. Also, we have, of course, the all-important legal menu that you definitely are going to want to visit and read through all of the RIPESTAT service terms and conditions. Also, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, RIPESTAT is completely responsive. So if you're on a mobile device, or you're on a tablet, or you're on any particular device, you will see that the RIPESTAT interface adapts well to the device that you happen to be on. Last but not least, we have a feedback link, and I think I'm going to ask our feedback and support lead Fallon to talk a little bit about the feedback. But generally, you click on this link and you can provide us feedback directly through UserSnap. And you can circle parts of the screen and talk about things that you either reporting a bug or issues that you've had with the new interface. Fallon, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, of course. Hi all, I'm Fallon, and I'm the feedback and support lead of RIPESTAT. As Stefan showed you, you can use the UserSnap to submit bugs or any improvements for the info cards. With this new UI, we are really looking forward to receive as much as feedback from our users. If this is a bug report or an improvement, we collect them and we keep the users up to date with their requests. If you have any feature requests because there is a missing info card or something like that, you can use the feature upvote tracker that's on our website. Or, of course, you can send an email to RIPESTAT with your request. For now, I think this demo has come to an end, and we will continue in Spatial Chat Forum Q&A. I will send the link via the chat.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. I hope that was very insightful. We do have one question in the Q&As, and before we're gonna address this question, I would also like to mention that in the MLT working group session, we are going to have a presentation about RIPESTAT, where we're gonna look at features that are not specifically only to the user interface, but also on the data API. But as I mentioned before, data API features are very tightly connected with the user interface. And you probably will also hear a little bit about the past 10 years of RIPESTAT. Let's look at the question. It was from Dennis Körner. Could you add AS net name mouse over to AS number in AS path in BGP looking glass? That is definitely something that we can do. We will take that feedback and then we'll process that after the RIPE meeting, and then you know, when in the BGP looking glass, if you hover over the ASN over an ASN,
you get to see the name. You hover over it. Got it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's doable. In some of the cards, I should mention, we are actually resolving the names. So, for instance, in AS Neighbors, we're actually resolving all of the names for those. And that's definitely something that we could do. We could add to BGP Looking Glass. So I'd recommend putting it in the feedback, and we'll definitely address it.
Okay, then I think if there are no more questions, then I will see you and everyone who is joining in the spatial chat. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thanks, everyone.
So let's see how we prepare here these things. Wait, who are you? I don't know anything about UFO, space travel, or whatever. What? So, welcome everybody to the RIPE 82 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vivier, and I am your quiz master. So, I have been abducted, and I'm broadcasting today from a UFO that is somewhere between Earth and Mars. Go figure it out. So, the topic of the quiz today is RIPEstat. Magical RIPEstat. And today's quiz is sponsored by Benox. Let me tell you how we're going to play this game. So you see in front of you this PIN code. All you have to do is go to kahoot.it or download the Kahoot app. And there you can put in this PIN code and then a nickname, of course. If you are going to put a nickname, put in your registration number after the nickname so that we can reach out to you to give you a prize. Yeah, alien, you're not in this game and there is a prize. Okay, you can participate too. Just log into kahoot.it, put in the PIN code and the PIN number, of course, not code. Sorry, all nervous here. And then you can participate. So I see we have 42 people and we're around the time for starting. I'm going to give you one more second to log in. And how about we take off? So let's see. Today's topic was RIPEstat, we said. And we said that the questions are going to be about RIPEstat, didn't we? So first question. What is the next challenge that we are working on solving with RIPEstat? Nothing. There is no challenge. Climate change, how to create more IPv4, or information overload and complexity. One of these four is the right answer. All you have to do is press one of the four colors and you'll get the right answer. And the right answer is information overload and complexity. Climate change. We'd love to solve climate change with RIPEstat. Wouldn't that be great? Same thing as how to create more IPv4. Wishful thinking. Let's see the scoreboard while Donkey finishes. Hansen 290 at the front, Joe 22, Kron 2, Luke 6, and Vista 676. On to the next question. What are the names of the children of RIPEstat?
Who was that?
That was probably one of the children of RIPEstat coming here to haunt us. Was it Sneezy, Bashful, Sleepy, Happy, Grumpy, Doc, or Dopey? Was it D'Artagnan, Athos, Aramis, and Porthos? Was it Iris, Redis, and Nedox? Or was it Huey, Dewey, and Louie? The right answer is Ayers, Redis, and Nedox. I think if you were in the presentation today, you probably heard about that. So sorry, all you others who thought that it was a fictional child or something like that. Hansen 290 just fell off the scoreboard. We have Jimmy Michael 200, Paul H, Rooting, WG, The Hubler, and Andreas 465. On to the next question. When was RIPEstat first launched? Was it 2011? Was it January 1st, 1970? Was it 20 years ago? Or was it none of these? Maybe we're just pulling your leg.
Good luck.
Yes, good luck. But this one should be really easy. Was it 2011? Was it January 1st, 1970? Was it 20 years ago? Or was it none of these? Well done. 2011, that's when RIPEstat was first launched, and I think you heard about it during the presentation today. Again, Jimmy at the top, Paul H, Rooting Working Group, The Hubler, Joe 22, and SPS4-RIPE. On to question number 4. What is RIPEstat? Difficult question. Is it the state of fruit that is ready to be eaten and then analyzed? Is it the big scale internet data sets and the open data platform for RIPE-SEC data? Is it something like Google Analytics? Or is it a measurement network for internet data? That's right, Turkey. It is that answer. So Choose wisely. Boom. Big scale internet data service and the open data platform for RIPE NCC data. That is right. That is the definition of RIPEStat, a measurement network for internet data. Wrong product.
No!
And we see the score, but Jimmy is still at the front. SPS4 RIPE, Paul H. Routing Working Group, Michael 200, and Herman 780. On to our next question. What issue did RIPEStat solve when it was first launched? Was it the lowered cost of ISP subscription bill? Was it the COVID-19? Was it provided a unified interface to many different data sets? Or was it that it made the internet faster? That was the best joke ever. So which one of these 4 reasons was the issue that RIPEStat solved when it was first launched? And this was a no-brainer. It provided a unified interface to many different data sets. Jimmy is still at the top. SPS4 RIPE, Paul H, Michael 20780, Herman. This did not change a single bit. Guys, you have to try better. You only have 4 more questions. What is the correct spelling of the service? Is it RIPEStat? Is it RIPE NCC Statistics Platform? Is it RIPEStat or is it RIPEStat? Which of these 4 different spellings is it? This one should be a difficult one because it's not really so clear, is it? Yes, Fido, it is clear. You write RIPEStat like this, with capital RIPE and small case stat. Jimmy's still at the front. Paul H taking a leap forward. SPS4 RIPE, Harry 1000 jumping in, and Michael 200. On to our next question. What can you use RIPEStat for? Is it to filter your announcements? Is it to troubleshoot your network? Is it to measure traffic? Or is it to snoop on your neighbors? I think that's a feature request, right? To snoop on your neighbors? That would be amazing.
Yeah!
So, is it to filter your announcement, to troubleshoot your network, to measure traffic, or to snoop on your neighbors? What is it? Boom! To troubleshoot your network. No, that was the right answer. And Jimmy's still at the top. Paul H, SPS4, Herman, and Michael 200. On to question number 8. What are the signal colors of the new user interface? Wake up, smell the cappuccino. You can choose your own signal colors, and they can mean whatever you want. All the colors of the rainbow, everything is great. 100 shades of gray, 0 equals very bad, 100 very good. That sounds a bit kinky. And green, blue, or orange. Simple green, blue, or orange. Yes, it is green, blue, and orange. Those are the signal colors of the new user interface. It would be great if you could choose your own signal colors and they could mean whatever you want, but that is your own program. On to the scoreboard. Jimmy fell off. Herman took the lead. Harry 1000, Michael 200, Luke 6, 126, and Vista 676.
2.
Nay, 6. On to the next question. How many RIPEStat widgets got presented as part of RIPEStat widgets on Twitter? Is it 666, the number of the beast? Is it 42? Is it 51? Or is it 128?
Good luck.
Good luck guessing it, unless you were following all these RIPEStat presentations. So tell me, is it 666? Is it 42? Is it 51? Or is it 128? It's 51. Exactly. That is the amount of RIPEStat widgets that got presented as part of the what is that? Hashtag. Couldn't come up with the word. RIPEStat widgets on Twitter. Herman taking a fall. Harry 1000 taking the leap. Luke 6, Vista 676, Paul H, and Herman at the bottom of the scoreboard. Last question. This is the make or break. Which of the following is not an important feature of the new user interface? Is it the universal search context? Is it a cooks you breakfast? Is it the shareability? Or is it the mobile friendliness? Which of these is not an important feature? One of these is the right answer. And it's that it doesn't cook you breakfast. This is not an important feature. It's actually a less known feature. You have to find the little secret Easter egg where you can teach RIPEStat to cook you breakfast. So let's go on to the podium. Number 3, we have Vista 676. Hooray! We have Luke6126, and we have number 1. Not you, alien. We have Harry 1000. Congratulations, all of you. Thank you for playing. We hope you had fun and learned something new. I will try to find my way back to Earth. Thank you to our sponsor, Benox, for sponsoring this game today. We will be back again tomorrow for another quiz. Enjoy the next Ripe 82 session and have a great day. Remember, stay safe and stay sane.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started here in a couple of minutes. So I saw Robert pop in and wave. Have we got Luke and Christian as well?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
Yes, I'm here as well.
Perfect. All right, so it's 1 o'clock. Nina is here. Hi, Nina. All of our speakers are here. Let's go ahead and get started. We have the chair slides. I can't figure out how to get the chair slides are apparently not preloaded though. So there's a very nice picture of a hammer and chisel set there. Go download them yourself. We have actually a pretty full agenda today, so I think we'll go ahead and jump directly into it. We have 3 speakers. Luke Hendricks talking about interactively analyzing the RPKI with JDR.jl. Christian Teuchel talking about RipeStat's 10th anniversary. This is the longer form of the lightning talk that we had on Monday in the plenary. And Robert doing a RipeNCC tools update, and then with time available, any other business. So with that, I will ask Luke to come on up.
All right. Good afternoon. Let's see. Do I have permission to share? Oh, that's it.
You should have permission. Yeah, you go. Well, so I'm showing it, but then like here you have to do next slide. But I think you have permission to share. So if you start the slide share with the preloaded slides, then you get to click things.
Because I'll have to, let me see. Yeah, I think this is it. Because I have to switch to this.
Perfect.
To this other tab for the demo. Let's see. You're seeing my slides? I full screen. This is still all working just fine.
Yep.
Yes? No? Okay,
looks good perfect. To me. Take it away, Luke.
Okay, let's go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luke. I'm with NLNet Labs, and I want to tell you today how we can interactively analyze the RPKI using a thing called JDR.jl. The short version of it is, well, basically what the title says. We want to do this explorative, iterative, interactive analysis things within the RPKI, but sometimes that's quite hard to do. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, I will explain all the different parts of the title before we actually head into a demo where I show how you can use this JDR.jl thing. So, doing things backwards, let's start at the end. The RPKI. I assume that most people by now have at least heard of RPKI. But just to sum up the let's say the crucial parts that we all need to understand to go through this presentation, the RPKI stands for the Resource Public Key Infrastructure, and that's basically used to make verifiable statements saying, hey, this certain prefix can be announced by this ASN. And the way this is distributed is that, for example, the RipeNCC has a set of resources, and they hand out certificates to their members saying this part of the address space that's allocated to you. So you can say which ASNs might announce prefixes within this block. Then somebody on the other side of the planet can fetch all this information from this public repository. The RPKI is a public repository. See what is announced on BGP, and then verify, well, this ASN 211.321 originates this prefix. That seems okay. Let's accept this route, for example. There's many more nitty-gritty details to it, but that's far too complicated for these 15 minutes today. What's important to realize is that how this is all built up, this repository, it's a combination of the certificates, so that's X509 certificates with INR resources listed on them. There's manifests, so a certificate points to a manifest. The manifest lists another bunch of files. Those are, again, X509 revocation lists, but also ROAs. And ROA is in the CMS format. And a ROA is the thing that actually contains the middle sentence here, the attestation saying, hey, this ASN may announce this prefix. Now, if you fetch this public repository and you go through it on your hard drive, you're looking for this ROA that you just created. You end up in a very complex directory structure, something like this, with all these cryptic names, directory names, cryptic file names, etc., etc. That's not very convenient. So let's see, if we finally found the ROA that we think we made, we forgot that this is all binary X509 CMS stuff, and we got the thing, and oh no, well, we see a couple of readable, I'm not sure if you folks see my mouse pointer, but there's a couple of readable strings in here. But yeah, the rest is just binary stuff that at the very least will break your shell. So we open up a new shell, realizing that, oh, we might need a specific tool like OpenSSL to get to a human readable form of what is in this file. Now, after you found yourself for the 7th time on Stack Overflow or Stack Exchange, finding out the specific arguments you need to pass to OpenSSL to get what's in this file, you create a script like this to make your life easier. And then finally, you can get into this human readable form of the ROA that you just have created. Perfect, right? So you want to verify that what's in this ROA, in this CMS object, is actually what you think you've put in there. And for a CMS object, that information is over here in the encapsulated content. Lo and behold, that's so RPKI specific that that's not decoded by OpenSSL. So this is still useless. Right. So that's the RPKI, and that's also the motivation of why we want to have something better when doing these forms of interactive analysis, right? Because now you found the ROA, and most of it was human readable in the end. But what if you want to find the manifest that initially listed this ROA and the certificate that pointed to that manifest? You lost all those relations. So the main thing we're after is we want to fetch all this data from the RPKI, and then we want to go through it in this explorative manner. Also in a way that we're used to. So that's either an interactive shell, a REPL, you might know this from Python or from Julia, or notebooks such as Jupyter and JupyterLab, and we'll do that in a bit. And again, you can imagine a scenario where you're relying party software that normally uses this public RPKI data to say, okay, this seems to be a valid prefix ASN combination to be announced. It spits out maybe a very non-descriptive error, only saying, hey, there is some manifest file that's broken. It doesn't even give you the full path, just gives you the base name. Can we find the certificate? Can we find all the stuff that's below that certificate in that tree, etc.? To do that, we came up with this thing called JDR.jl. So the .jl gives away that this is a Julia package. For those of you who are not yet familiar with Julia, it's an interpreted language, so much like Python, but Julia is also compiled after that. It's a just-in-time compiled language. And that's great, because the first run might be a bit slow, but after that, stuff is actually quite performant. And because it's interactive, because it's interpreted, we can use this in notebooks and in this interactive shell, and we can explore, in this case, RPKI data, without exactly knowing beforehand where we will end up. We'll see in a bit what components make up this library. But if you're not interested in using a library like this, you just want to explore in an easier way what is in the RPKI, you can go to this website. This is a web front end based on the JDR.jl library. And here you can explore the repositories and all the delegated repositories. You can search for resources, you can search for file names, and you also can get to the nitty-gritty details on the right here of the ASN1 structure, which is all annotated with readable things to really help you understand what is in these binary blobs and are they correct? Are they perhaps violating a certain RFC? Yes or no? So the components of JDR.jl, before we dive into this demo, there's a couple of modules, ASN1 to create this annotated structure. So we really do all the decoding by ourselves. There's the PKI-IX module that does the RPKI specific annotations of this thing and checks whether this stuff is actually RPKI valid manifests and valid ROAs, etc. And then the thing we are really going to talk about here now is the RPKI module that gives you the data structures and the types and the functions to work with the results of these two former modules. There's some more stuff in the package, but we're not going in there now. So let me have a look at the time. Yes, let's quickly go to this demo. We'll see a couple of use cases there for operators having this error message from their RP software, but also historical analysis, which might be more of a use case for researchers, for example. So now I'm going to switch tabs, and now my Windows maximizes, and now I maximize again. Do you guys still see my browser window? Brian, can you confirm that you're seeing the notebook, the interactive notebook?
Yep, it's working. Go for it.
Perfect. So if you want to follow along, there is a static version that was on the slide I just showed. This is an actual interactive version, so there is a Julia kernel running on my computer here. I did run all the code beforehand, so we don't have to wait for this first compilation step, even though that's not too long for most of the stuff we're going to see here. So there are some installation notes if you want to do this by yourself later today or this week. But the most important thing is we're going to need to get this JDR library into our workspace. And this is done with the using keyword in Julia, similar to import in other languages. That's not so interesting. What's interesting is the info message here. It says it's found our configuration file, jdr.toml. That's this baby right here. The important part here is we configured for this run to look at the Afrinic and the RIPE trust anchors. So we're not going to look at the entire RPKI repository. We could do that if we uncomment all 5 RARs, but for now we're interested, for whatever reason, in RIPE and Afrinic. Okay. Knowing that, we'll first run the I guess the most common function that we'll use if you're using JDR, which is process trust anchors, process tasks. This thing processes all your configured trust anchors and spits back the 2 most important data structures that you will use when using JDR, a tree and a lookup. So the output here is output from the actual run. So yeah, there is a couple of things wrong. There are some manifests missing, but that's not too interesting for now. First, we're going to look, what is this tree thing? Because this is the most important data structure in JDR. This is where everything relies on and is built upon. So we can ask Julia, what is the type of this tree thing that you just returned? It's an RPKI node. An RPKI node is something from this RPKI module within JDR that represents a file related to other files within the RPKI repository. So as you can see, it has a parent pointing to its parent, which is another RPKI node. It has children pointing to 0 or more children. And this way you can imagine that we can build a logical tree representing these certificates pointing to manifests, manifests pointing to 0 or more children, etc. So let's have a look at the tree that we just created with our process task function. That's an RPKI node that holds a root certificate, and that's a synthetic object that's not actually in the RPKI, but because all the 5 RARs have their own trust anchor, we tie them together in this one node, so we have one entry to the entire tree. Now let's have a look around. What's in the children of this tree? Well, it's the 2 trust anchors that we configured in our TOML file to process. So indeed, we see the Afrinic certificate and we see the RIPE trust anchor certificate. So this means that from the children, we should be able to get back to the parents. So let's see, yes, indeed, we come back to the root certificates, to the synthetic root node, if we go to any of the children and then back to its parent, and to show you that this all really works. The tree is, of course, the parent of its children, and the parent of child 1 is the same parent as the parent of child 2. So if we scroll a bit back, we'll see that there is an object in an RPKI node, and this object is what is the actual file that we processed in this ASN1 module and the PKIX module. So There's a couple of types of these RPKI objects for the certificates, for the manifest, for the CRLs, for the ROAs. And each of these has specific fields that are typical for that type of file. So the manifest, for example, we can see that here. And by the way, this thing with a question mark is a search function which works in your REPL session for Julia or in your notebook that searches for documentation within the source code. And there we can see that this is documented, listing all the fields. And one of these fields is files. And files is a vector of strings listing all the file names that are listed in that manifest. So imagine if you used OpenSSL and you decoded this manifest file, this binary manifest file, you would see a lot of human readable things, but typically this files field is in this encapsulated content field, which is still shown just as a binary blob because OpenSSL doesn't know how to decode a very specific thing like that. So we have seen the RPKI nodes with their parents and their children, so the logical tree that represents the entire RPKI repository, if you will. We've seen some of the files that are attached to that, for example, the manifest file. Now, the other thing that came back from our main function, the process TAs function, is the lookup thing. And lookup is a data structure that keeps track of certain things we might think are interesting for our further analysis, and they simply point to specific RPKI nodes. So if we look for the documentation here, there is no actual documentation yet, but automatically the fields are listed. For example, you see a ASNs field, which is a mapping from an autonomous system number to one or more RPKI nodes again. So with this, we can quickly, based on an AS number, jump to RPKI nodes that are somehow related to that autonomous system number. There's some helper functions in JDR.gl, for example, search, which you pass this lookup that we created, and a certain autonomous system number. And oh yes, we have two ROAs that list this autonomous system number as their AS IP. So let's go to the first scenario and find specific files within the RPKI. There is this tool built in Julia, it's called methods. So if you know there is a thing called search where you're not sure how to use it, you can actually call for all the method signatures here. And there we find, hey, there's this first one we actually saw. I just use it to search for 3333. But there's also this other thing that takes a string and the parameter is named file name. So I guess we should use that. We have a file name. This is just a random thing I picked from the repository, and we're not using the full file name, we're just using part of the file name. I could even take out some of the characters here, and we're gonna run. Yes, we find something. Some explaining perhaps this is a pipe operator used to chain functions in Julia. That's actually equivalent to what you see below here. So we search, we call values upon that to just get the values, and then we call first to get the first value. Why do we do that? Because the thing that is returned here is actually a mapping from the string to the full file name, because we search for partial file name, mapping to the RPKI node that is that belongs to that file name. So by only looking at the values and then taking the first one, because we only had one result, we get the actual RPKI node that holds this manifest file. And it's important that we keep working with these RPKI nodes, because then we can always go to the parent and to the children of this specific file of this RPKI node. So say there is something wrong with this thing, well, perhaps it's actually caused by something in a certificate above pointing to this manifest. Then we can still go to the parent and get the actual object, which is not a manifest, but a certificate with some additional information. Now, let's get back to the manifest. We have a feeling something is wrong, and now we're going to use what JDR was actually built for, and that is doing this very nitty-gritty detail. Oh no, I broke it. This is horrible. Why did I do this?
I will take the the demo gods sort of like waving their hands at you to also give you a time check. We're at 2 minutes. So this is an awesome rabbit hole, but I want to make sure we have time for some questions, because there's some discussion going on in the chat here that Cool. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. This is really a pity because this is the most beautiful thing, but it should be in the generated, in the static version of this notebook. So I will just briefly say what else is in here. We can iterate this RPKI node tree. And with that, we can enter the tree at any point. So for example, the synthetic root node, if we want to iterate over the entire tree or specific points like this manifest. And we can actually collect all the things, all the RPKI nodes below. And using other well-known libraries from the Julia ecosystem, we can then use, for example, these map and these filter functions that allow you to query vectors and sets and those kind of things. So by using query, we can actually see what are the types below this very RPKI node. So if you have found something that you think is causing a problem, then you can actually get all the ROAs below by filtering for the specific object type. And then with the ROA, we know a ROA holds VRPs, so we have this helper function to get the VRPs. And then eventually, you know, if there's a problem, then all these prefixes might be affected. Another cool thing is this function called link resources, where we again use RPKI nodes, and this time we map resources as listed on certificates to RPKI nodes that actually use these resources. So, and this is the specific type. Let's not go in there now. If we use lookup and go over all the valid certificates and we look for any resource that is value not pointing to an RPKI node, then we know that there is this resource that is not actually used. And apparently there is more than 30,000 certificates having one or more of these things going on. This is MET-WG, so let me also do a plot, do a plot. Yes, it's here. We want to know the distribution of the number of files on certificate, on manifest. That's also easy to do. We filter again for manifest and just get the length of this files field, which is in there. And using some other things from StatSpace, also well-known Julia package, we can create this empirical CDF, plot it, etc. Then we can do more, like finding out where are the manifests with more than 10 files, kind of thing. Lastly, very briefly, we can also use it to process historical data. The RIPE NCC collects RPKI data on a daily basis. This is in a bit of a different directory structure. So you can use a function called process.ga where you pass in the exact certificate that you want to start the process with and a directory where the data resides. And you can do the exact same things as we did before and collect them in what we call here output, which is just the named tuple of some fields. So we count unique ASNs and ROA counts, etc., etc. Well, and then you can use it as you see fit. You can plot a couple of things. So let's see, in the last 5 years, we've seen an increase in the unique ASNs, obviously, and number of ROAs in the RPKI. Everybody's interested in V6. We also see an increase there. But the number of V4 VRPs, that's what really blew up. If you're using notebooks, you might like data frames like pandas for Python. That's also available for Julia. You can convert the thing into a data frame and use it as you are used to. So I'm really running out of time, I guess. So let me quickly go back to the presentation. We have a lot of plans. We're still learning every day, and I think there's a lot of more cool stuff that we can do with this, especially with the aspect of time, like differences between 2 points in time. If you want to know more, check out the GitHub. There's the code, there's the documentation. There's this, hopefully, the static version that does work and has the nice printout of the JSON1 structure. Learn more about RPKI here. Learn more about Julia here. I don't want to skip this one. Big thank you to all of you, of course, for listening to this very quick demo, but also the NCC Community Projects Fund that enabled us to carry out this work. And with that, and I guess a couple minutes over time, I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but I'm happy to take it.
We have time for a very, very short question, if any shows up. Otherwise, we recommend that people will find you afterwards, maybe in the spatial chat, if you are there.
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
thank you very much for like my big takeaway from this is I should go look at Julia again, because it looks like it's actually working. Like the last time I looked at it, it wasn't so much. If nobody jumps in with a question, there is one that I'm going to steal from Peter Hessler in the chat, because I think it was a good one. So you're basically pulling things in to do sort of a semantic analysis of sort of the RPKI tree. How do you handle weird sort of invalid or corner cases in the RPKI tree? Because there's like a lot of the data quality on these things is, you know, in the high 90s. You like how much of this work was basically dealing with the fact that the data itself is unclean, and how do you represent that? And can you use this tool to analyze that uncleanliness?
That's a great question, and actually this is the reason why we initially started with JDR, and that's why it's a pity that the printout didn't really work. But let me where is I should. Is this working? Because I want to show you exactly what this print thing was. Yeah, there we are. So, like I said, we do this whole decoding ourselves for the very reason that we can be very lenient in what we accept, so to say. We actually check for in this digest algorithm thingy. There should be 2 children here. No, actually, there should be 1, but this null is allowed.
Got it. Okay.
Right. So we really annotate this on this very detailed level. Now, these things are really hard to test. So we typically learn from the thing breaking at runtime. That's the downside of Julia also. So, but let's not go into that. But that's the level we try to provide the user information with. In this thing, and then if we eventually end up with all the parsed, the listed files on the manifest and VRPs, that's already quite high level. So there's a lot of different types of remarks, etc., etc. This is also in the web interface, so please check that out. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Time for like a 15. I took the question slot. Time for like a 5-second question if somebody has a 5-second question. Otherwise, please find Luke and I guess spatial chat, or we're around for the rest of the week. With that, thank you very much. Round of applause. I really miss that about like being in a room. It's like you don't really even get the right. So yay!
Wow.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Or we'll go ahead and ask Christian to come up to give us the long form history of RipeStat. Take it away.
Yes. Thank you, Brian. All right, then let me first share my slides. Yes, I do want to share them. Here we go. All right, you can see, you can hear me, I assume. So as Brian said, welcome to the director's cut version of the 10-year anniversary of RipeStat. We do have. No, it works. So we do have a small overview of what was before RipeStat, and then I'm going to present the highlights of the past 10 years, and at the end I'm going to give an outlook. So history has it that there was something before RipeStat, and there was the tool called Rex, the resource explainer. And according to the documentation, Rex is a one-stop shop for almost all the information you ever wanted to know about internet number resources. And the interesting thing with Rex is that this was heavily connected to a database, which was called INRDB, a custom-made database at the RipeNCC. It is described as a non-conventional database, and this is a very interesting aspect because we also had to learn that over the past 10 years that the features that you're going to provide in an information service are very tightly connected with the features that your backend provides. Then, as a reference point for what we're gonna see in the 10 years of RipeStat, I wanted to mention that according to, again, documentation, Ripe Labs is a very good source for that. Rex was receiving 4,400 requests in the first month. Then let's go to 2010. End of 2010, I joined the Ripe NCC, and that was one of the first projects that I was working on. And I had to learn the problem statement. The problem statement, similar to Rex, was that there are a lot of data and information about internet number resources, but they were scattered all over different platforms, tools, or locations. So you can imagine that the basic idea of RipeStat was to combine all these services into one easy-to-use interface. That one interface, I think we didn't really manage, but I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. On the right side, you're going to see a wireframe, and you probably see the resemblance with RipeStat. What definitely hasn't changed since then is that we were focusing on two elements. We're going to provide statistics, and we're going to provide status for the network or parts of the network. If we would look at finding a date when RipeStat was born, then I would probably vote for the 25th of January 2011. Because this was when we presented RipeStat to a bigger audience in one of the first public demos that we did. 2011 was for us also a very eventful and packed year, because just 2 days after we released RipeStat, there was the internet outage in Egypt. And in the sense of being this one-stop shop for internet information, we created a special page for that. That was visited 40,000 times in just the first 4 days. And then a few days later, there was the earthquake, which had an impact on the internet in Japan. We also created a special page for that. But if you're going to visit these pages, you will see one thing. For example, with the internet outage of Egypt, we were basically monitoring a list of prefixes. That was definitely not ideal, because we were missing some essential features. And you're going to see what kind of features that are. I'm going to get to that a little bit later. In the course of 2011, we also moved from a single virtual machine to 4 real metal machines. Nowadays, we moved back. Right now, RipeStat is hosted on 40 virtual machines. A little bit later, we also released a mobile version of it for iOS. That was not too successful because we always had a bit of a problem with the feature parity towards the web version. So we abandoned that after some time, and that should be right now anyway covered with the new user interface. Two very important things that we also added in this year was the introduction of the data API, and we added widgets. And that together basically created these 3 layers that we still have in the nowadays RipeStat, but internally, of course, a lot of things changed. Usage-wise, we were at around 10,000 requests per day. And then the year after that, that was mainly simply improvements to what was already there. We had our first user interface update. We added the embeddable widgets, and we saw an increase of the usage to 200,000 requests per day. Then in 2013, we added BGPlay to RipeStat, and I assume that everyone knows BGPlay. What you might not know is that BGPlay, as it is in RipeStat, was not the first implementation of BGPlay. It was implemented by Roma Tre University before that as a Java applet. That is, of course, not that convenient if you want to have that in a web page. So we joined forces with the Compute Research Lab, also from Roma Tre University, and created an open source tool, which then was implemented as a RipeStat widget. And there I would like to mention Massimo Candela. He was leading the efforts for the implementation. He was from Roma Tre University, but later on joined the Ripe NCC. And I think if my information is correct, then it's his birthday. So happy birthday, Massimo. There were a couple of other things that also happened in 2013. First of all, we had another user interface update that had something to do with that the look and feel was not aligned with the RIPE-NCC style. So yeah, we changed that. We also integrated RipeStat in RipeAtlas. So the probe traffic graph and all the built-in measurement graphs that you're going to see in RipeAtlas are powered by RipeStat. Then before, I mentioned that there was one single feature left that would have helped to better analyze internet outages, and that was added with the country routing stats. Since then, it has been numerously referenced on Twitter, Facebook, and all other social media channels as a monitoring tool for internet outages. 2014 was a very interesting year for us internally, because this was the first time when we realized that we created an information service that has been used by a lot of people, and then you're going to enter a phase that is called maintenance. I think for every product lifecycle, that's completely normal. So we did quite a lot of development on the backends. From a usage perspective, we moved up to 3 million requests per day. Then we celebrated the first 5 years of RipeStat, and believe it or not, we had another UI update. The corporate identity of the RIPE-NCC changed, so we got a new logo and different design elements had to follow. So we at RipeStat also had to follow. Then we had plenty of backend changes as well, so that kept us busy and is still keeping us busy in a way. And at the same time, we abandoned Internet Explorer 8 for Windows XP. That doesn't sound to be a big deal, but back then I think it was a big discussion. In this year, 2015, the team size of RipeStat was also 1 person, and you're welcome. Usage-wise, we moved up to 6 million requests per day, and that continued in 2016. At the beginning of the year, we started with around 2 million daily requests, and then we ended the year with 30 million requests. So you can imagine that scalability was something that kept us busy, and of course, backend changes. 2017, we had our longest service interruption. One was 4 years. Well, one was 4 hours and 3 hours. I think in general you learn anyway more from failures than from successes, and I think we did that also. A light point in 2017 was something that Job Snyder created. So he cheered us up with creating this NeuronCat in one of these widgets that we have. That was the routing history widget. And this was a very interesting visualization. First of all, very creative, I think. But I think that should not take any surprise, because Job is also the art director at OpenBSD. The way he did it was that he used, I think, 175/24 prefixes and controlled for each of them over time the visibility, and that basically created a canvas in the routing history widget. Probably right now I can understand we're running out of IPv4, but nevertheless. In the same year, we also added a project which was called back then country reports. So that was a statistical view on different economies in the RIPE-NCC region. Right now we changed it to country routing stats, because country reports has been taken over by our colleagues from ER. Then, needless to say, we did more improvements to the backends. Usage-wise, we moved up to 50 million requests per day. 2018 was rather well, was not that eventful. Probably for me, it was very helpful that we added additional FDE to the team, and we added the historical whiz widget, and we added RPKI features. Usage-wise, we were basically at business as usual, between 30 and 60 million requests per day. Then we're gonna get to 2019, which was a very important year for Rapstat. First of all, because we were joined by a dedicated UI engineer, and that gave us the resources and the ability to fundamentally rework the user interface, which you probably heard or have seen since yesterday. We have the new user interface up. In the same year, we also did more outreach. The first outreach was going towards our peer areas, and we started the Rapstat inter-area collaboration. The basic idea about the collaboration was that we're going to create regional representations of Rapstat with basically local content, local data to serve the region much better. The first implementation that we did was in May with Epinic, that was NetDocs, and a few months later we did InfoRedis for LACNIC. And InfoRedis was the first Rapstat user interface that was available in 3 different languages. So we have Portuguese, Spanish, and English. And all these translations were done by LACNIC. Then we hit a milestone with reaching 100 million requests per day. And just to put that in perspective, I looked up what the daily query rate on Google was in 2019. And that kind of means that we would have processed 2.8% of Google's daily searches. And given that we had probably not too many engineers working on that, if you're going to interpolate that to 100% with the amount of people that we had working on the service, then I think that Google would had an equivalent of 70 engineers in 2019, at least in September. I doubt that, but that was not the only thing that we reached or which record we broke in that year, because just 2 months later we reached 130 million requests per day, and after that we simply stopped being obsessed about these numbers. Also, we didn't want to make Google look bad in a way. Then last year, we continued with this collaboration. So we added the African Internet Registry and routing statistics for Afrinic, and just to show how much efficiency we gained with implementing this information service, that was all done within 2 weeks. Then at the last RIPE meeting, we released the new user interface after 1 year of work on that as a beta. And then if we're gonna arrive in this year, we obviously have the 10-year anniversary of Rapstat. One part of this cake is for Massimo, so we need to leave that. We also opened up the widget code base. So we shared that with our RR partners, and we also planning to open source in general the widget API, because we don't fully want to abandon it with the release of the new user interface, which happened yesterday. And with that, we also kept our promise that at RIPE 82, we are going to release this new user interface. Just an hour ago, we had a drop-in session where we explained all the features of the new user interface. I do believe that there is also a recording, so if you're interested in the new user interface and want to hear all about its features, then I suggest you to look at this recording. Then a quick outlook for the second half of this year. So before we spent around 2 years focusing on the new user interface. That is right now done. We're going to move the new user interface into maintenance. And right now the team will focus on the data API and also on the infrastructure. So that's why we're expanding to the cloud. For the data API, we want to harmonize the API parameter. We want to focus on service and data quality. And we want to update the documentation, which is probably very due. At the same time, we want to start thinking about the revamp of BGPlay, also to integrate that into the software stack of the new user interface. And I think after 8 years of service, that's more than time. What I mentioned before, we also want to open source the widget API so that everyone can create their widgets. And we promise that we still keep those widgets being online. So we're going to still provision the widget API, just then moving that more into a community-driven model. Next will also be that we're going to look into machine learning to simply see what is possible there, to add more new features to RipeStat and simply gain more insights over the data that we have. And of course, we're going to continue with collaborations. Then right now, I'm almost at the end of my presentation, but I want to just have covered 3 topics that are very important for me. First of all, it's the spelling. For the vigilant users and the people that know other services from the RIPE NCC, you have probably noticed that there is RIPE space NCC, RIPE space database or DB, RIPE space Atlas, and so on. But there is one exception, and that is RIPE no space stat. I personally have no explanation why that is. I also talked with people that were around back then, and I didn't get an answer on that. So from that point of view, you have a very good reason to be confused. And the downside of that confusion was that with that naming, we entered basically 10 years of a proliferation of different spellings to the point that we couldn't even recognize if you meant the service or not. And for that reason, I also added an example, a good one and a bad one. Let's start with the bad one first. Look it up on Stat. You know the tool from RIPE. There are basically already 2 things that would cause sleepless nights for our communication department. First of all, it is, of course, RipeStat and not Stat. But on the other side, it's also not RIPE because it is the RIPE NCC. We're the secretary for the internet community in Europe, Russia, the Middle East, and parts of Central Asia, and that is called RIPE. But that you probably already know. Then what you're going to see here is an overview of feedback that we got from users. And before you wonder, NPS is simply a measurement score, the Net Promoter Score, and simply provides you with an assessment on how likely it is that you promote a service to friends or colleagues. I think it doesn't say anything about enemies or competitors, but it's reaching from 0 to 10. Overall, we are scoring very high on that. And that is definitely a reason for me to thank our users. First of all, to sticking around with us for the past 10 years. I think we have not always been perfect, but we are working on that. And also helping us to create a huge user base, because the 100 million requests that we got in one day, that was not coming from one single IP address. That was coming from actually more than 1 million of unique IP addresses. In this working group session, I think I don't need to explain that some IP addresses are being shared between multiple users. Some users have probably more IP addresses. So a rule of thumb is that the number of IP addresses that we're going to see is probably a good measure for how many users you have. Then last and definitely not least, I want to thank my team. I'm very proud of what we did in the past years. And at this point, I also would provide excuse to the team because the group picture is not complete. We are missing a couple of people, but my colleague René solved that issue by adding Stallon, and that is the head of Fallon on the body of Stephen. And if that is your thing and you would like to get photoshopped into the next group picture, you might be lucky because we are hiring. At the moment, we're looking for a full stack software engineer with affinity for backend design and data science. And with that, I think I'm going to come to the end of my presentation. I added some references so that you can look up and fact check the historical data that I'm going to put in there. And I would be happy to get questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Christian. There is one question in the Q&A, and remember, please, folks, to add your questions in the Q&A or to ask for the microphone. But from Alexander Eisenin, sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right, he's asking, what about the quality of the historical data from 2012 and earlier? What do you feel about those?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question, and I think in the previous RIPE meeting I already talked with Alexander about that. My answer right now is that with the new focus that we're going to have, we will work on that. For the past 2 years, we apparently had to we had to make a selection because we're a small team, and that focus was on the user interface. That is right now done, and right now we're going to turn our efforts towards the data API and also the infrastructure. So it basically means that we will work more on data quality, and we also will add more data sets, and also hopefully, if the data is available, going back further than 2012. And that was also a point that I was, I think I was talking with Alexander at a previous RIPE meeting.
Great, thank you. So Ivan Beveridge is asking, with respect to RipeStat being stat.ripe.net, it might be useful to have a silent HTTP and AMP HTTPS redirect. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I have to say that was also a bit in the rush of the moment. We well worked up till Tuesday when we released, and for everyone who has big releases like that ahead, there are many things that can go wrong. We wanted to play safe and first of all not put a permanent redirect from the root into the, for example, the mobile app, because if you're going to look right now on the landscape of the interfaces that we have a new user interface, we have an old user interface, because it's very important for us to have that and offer that for people, because we know that RipeStat is being used by many people in a production environment, and quick changes are definitely not welcome there. So as we're gonna go along right now, and in the next few weeks, we will work more on that, and then also harmonize the redirects. So I have to say that we will work on that. Probably not this week, but from next week on, we hopefully will have a solution for that.
Okay, cool, thank you. And the last question is Carlos Martinez. Well, no, it wasn't the last one, but there are two questions now in the queue, and we will end it with that. So Carlos Martinez from LACNIC is basically just thanking RIPE and thanking you for the awesome work that you've done. So we're here. I concur to that one. And Same thing for Massimo Candela from NTT. Thank you for the update and thanks for the birthday wishes. Happy birthday, Massimo. All right. And thank you so much, Christian. We are ready.
Thank you.
No problem. So we're ready to continue with Robert. So Robert, you are here and you will sharing your screen. You know what to do, and I'll just shut up and go for it.
All right. So here I go. Welcome everyone. I'm Robert Kishtaraki. I'm responsible for the RIPE-NCC R&D activities, so RIPESTAT, RIPE-Atlas, research, and so on. And I'm here as usual to give you an update on what's been going on recently in this space. First of all, research. I always have a slide about what kind of articles we published recently, and you can see a current list of this. I would like to particularly highlight the first one, which is hot off the press. We added more data sets to the Google BigQuery engine, which is also covering now RIPE-Atlas data sets. Please feel free to explore. It is much more useful now than it was about half a year ago when we launched. But also the other articles can be of importance and interest to people who are interested in internet shutdowns and data analyses and other statistics. I would like to also mention that it's not only exclusive to the RIPE-NCC and definitely not to the R&D team to publish articles on labs. So other researchers have also published a lot of articles there using our data and other data sets as well. About RIPE-Atlas, recent developments. So you may have noticed that RIPE-Atlas launched the new user interface, which is highly similar to the one that RIPE-Stat launched recently, but also other RIPE-NCC projects are using it now, like the RIPE database just switched, I think, last week or the week before. So this new UI is faster, better, and we would like to think that it's going to work nicer for the people who are actually interested in interacting with the system on the UI side. We also introduced the Pro birthday gifts. That was around the last RIPE meeting. And since then, I have seen many people thanking us and thanking themselves and the others to actually have these birthday gifts. It's really nice when your probe is up for years and years and years. And these gifts are basically credits proportional to the uptime of your probe. As you can imagine, there's always a lot of work on the infrastructure. We always have questions like, why is this probe involved in the measurement? Why isn't that probe involved in the measurement? Why is my probe down? Why is it up? What does this thing show? Is it broken? Is it not? So there's a lot of energy spent on answering and improving on those. And we are working on another set of hardware probes. There were some social activities. These were mostly around the birthday, so around the last RIPE meeting, before and after. Vesna organized a software probe deployathon, in which I think we got something like 30 or 40 probes during the day from enthusiastic people from all over the world, which is really nice to see. Then we are working on streamlined versions, I should say, for sponsoring RIPE-Atlas. If you are so inclined, it will be much easier to do so. Notification frameworks for up and down probes and everything else that's happening in the system. And also, there is a collaborative work with other services about trying to synchronize how these services are promoted and presented and what are the introductions to these services. So you can expect a lot of changes on this soon. On RIPE-Stat, well, I'm not going to say anything because Christian basically said all the words that needed to be said. Thank you, Christian, for that. But there's one more thing. We published a couple of ideas from our own team where we thought, oh, these are good ideas, but we just don't have the time or the energy to actually get to them. But some of the people out there, especially in the academia, might pick up on those and implement them, or maybe something else, or maybe similar things. And if they want to work together with us on these, then we will be really, really happy. This is a link to the RIPE Labs article. Please feel free to check it out, especially if you're from academia. But also if you're a network engineer, some of those things could be interesting to you. And then one more thing, Christian also said that we are hiring full stack developers, but we are also looking for front-end developers. So I was thinking that we can take this opportunity to pitch this. Please check out our careers page, which is generic for the RIPE-NCC. There are other jobs as well, but in particular, the R&D team is looking for front-end and full-stack developers. If you are interested, let us know. And that's it. I think I fit in my time frame.
That was amazing. That was actually, I think, the second most amazing tools update I've seen in terms of timing. The most amazing one being, of course, the one where we told you 4 minutes before you were supposed to do it and you were on vacation. So thank you very much.
Gotta do what you gotta
Robert.
do.
I think we have -7 seconds for questions. So if there's like a question that fits into -7 seconds, please ask it. Otherwise, you know where to find Robert. Again, thank you very much. Thank you to all of our presenters. I think one of the bits of input we'll look at as chairs is to maybe try and get more than an hour next time. This was a relatively fast-paced agenda, and we had a couple of presentations that we had to roll over to next time. So we'll look at that when we put the agenda together next time. Thank you very much for coming to Matt WG. And with that, I'll let you off to the coffee/other beverage break, and we will see you at the next one, whether that be virtual or not. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you all.
Hello and welcome to this presentation.
Hi, my name is Jeff Houston. I'm with APNIC. I'm the Chief Scientist. I'd like to take
Hello and welcome to this presentation on the new
All right, hello everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Shane. I'm one of the 3 co-chairs for the RIPE DNS working group, along with Joao Damas and David Knight, who are also here with me. I hope we have an interesting session lined up for you guys today. So it's good to virtually see you all. Let's start off going ahead through our agenda. We're just going to do a little bit of agenda bashing, which is what we're doing now. We will then have a discussion of resolver centrality. That's by one of our co-chairs, Joao Damas, and his colleague, Jeff Houston at APNIC. We'll get a quick update from the RIPE NCC about the DNS that it operates. We're going to have an overview of CDNS and CDNS key, which is a way to synchronize DNSSEC signatures between parents and child. That's going to be interesting. And we're going to end up with a discussion of the proposed EU directive, which has implications for DNS operators in Europe. As far as administrivia, we don't have a whole lot to discuss on our end. The DNS working group had been doing a series of virtual sessions, which we're very happy with. We don't have any more planned right now. If you have a topic that you want to discuss, you can contact us and we'll see if it makes sense and set up a session. It's pretty lightweight and easy to do. I've been very happy with the results of those so far. I think we've had a lot of interesting discussions and presentations. But we're basically done with that work right now. Again, if you have something that you really want to discuss, we're open to it. Other than that, I think that's about it. So why don't we go ahead and I'll pass the session over to, I'm not sure how we do. I guess, Joao, are you able to play this?
So the first session is going to be delivered by Jeff, but he chose to pre-record given that it's a bit late on his side of the world.
All right.
And he would be a bit more awake during the day. So here we go.
Hi, my name is Jeff Houston. I'm with APNIC. I'm the chief scientist. I'd like to take this opportunity to report today on some measurement work that I've undertaken with Joao Damas on the issue of resolver centrality in the DNS. Now, I would normally have done this live, but it gets pretty late at night and I need my beauty sleep. So I hope you can forgive me for pre-recording this, and I'll certainly be around to answer any questions you might have when this is replayed. So without further ado, let me share my screen and get into this. So why pick on the DNS to look at centrality? You know, and the reason is the DNS is the window on the internet soul. Everyone and everything uses the DNS as the precursor to almost everything it does. And if you think about it, if just one entity controlled the DNS, then to all practical purposes, they don't just control the DNS, they actually control all of the reachable internet, everything you can name. So the theme of to what extent the internet is at risk from such degree of centralized control is certainly a useful topic of conversation. So that's why we're picking on it. In this presentation, I'll very quickly go through what's the problem, what does it mean, how do we measure it, what do we measure, and what we actually see about this. So firstly, centrality. It's a current topic of conversation. The internet was certainly born in a flurry of entrepreneurial activity. Every single country saw tens, even hundreds of competing internet service providers. Everyone operated little bits of the infrastructure, and it was a highly vibrant, highly competitive space. Those times are over. Fewer and fewer entities now operate the internet's infrastructure. So what we're seeing is massive aggregation. But the real question is that a problem? does this sort of lack of competition actually create woes and distortions that ultimately are to the detriment of consumers? Now, Adam Smith in Economics 101 kind of says, you know, competition is that invisible hand that guides the market. Innovation creates more efficient production. More efficient production benefits not only consumers, but benefits the producer in having a cheaper good that is rewarded with greater market share. So competition guides providers to innovate and be efficient. If the market consolidates and distorts to the level that competition is reduced, you actually get detrimental effects. Without that competitive pressure, the incumbents can create barriers to entry against everyone else. They can consolidate their position, and that incumbent position with reduced pressure on competition actually allows them to be less efficient and to actually stop innovating. And consumers end up paying a massive premium. And if I'm describing the telephone network of the 1970s and 80s, you'd probably be right. You know, at some point, once you eliminate all forms of competition, the resultant monopolies, that massive aggregation, is its own huge distortion and problem. So that's the reason why this is a useful topic to think about. Now, when we turn our focus to the DNS and talk about consolidation, certainly we've been there before. For many years, the Bind software was almost the only software out there. It was the de facto monopoly service for DNS software. And at that time, you know, every recursive resolver, every authoritative server simply ran Bind software. That's changed a lot. And in the last sort of 10 years or so, there are an enormous number of platforms, some very large, some less so. But certainly Bind is no longer the only player in this game. So if we're not going to find consolidation in the software, where else might we find it? Name registration services. We're already seeing some of the registrars buy up some of the others, and it seems that that market is aggregating. Name hosting. Certainly, again, the same kind of picture, that some of the folk that host names for you have been buying each other, and now there are a smaller number of larger providers in that market space. And of course, name resolution services. Now, I'm not going to look at all three. There's no time, and measurement is difficult on some of these in any case, and trying to measure their effects is even harder. But so let's focus. And what we're going to focus on is the recursive resolver market. Now, by and large, no one ever built these separately for a long time. DNS resolution was part of the job of your internet service provider. You get access, you get the DNS. You know, the names of resolvers as well as your IP address was all part of traditional DHCP or whatever protocol you were using to actually load you up and connect you to the internet. Now, if it's bundled in the ISP business, then there's already some level of consolidation today, because with ISPs getting fewer and larger, then the market itself is getting more and more concentrated simply as a natural result of that. And so the question is not whether the market in recursive resolvers is aggregating due to the ISPs themselves aggregating, but is it more than that? Are we aggregating over and above that level of ISP concentration? And if so, where might we see it? So the place to look at is the dedicated DNS resolvers that aren't bundled as part of an ISP service operation. And, you know, let's just quickly look at the rise of these open DNS resolvers. There are around 6 million of these operating today, if you believe scan.shadowserver.org, and they're probably right, Mike, but most of these aren't deliberate. Most of these is errant consumer premises equipment that just simply answers on both sides. Whoops, you're only meant to answer on the inside, guys. Other things are actually quite deliberate, and there are a smaller number of folk that deliberately ran open DNS resolvers. Now, I'm not sure when all this started, but an early example of this was actually in BBN Planet in the mid-90s, which operated a service at 4.2.2.2, which was open to anyone to use. And that had some degree of popularity But it was really when it was combined with Anycast. And so a single service address could be distributed over a large number of platforms all around the internet that actually made this feasible as an internet-wide service. And one of the earliest folk to actually take that on and run with it was the OpenDNS project, a dedicated DNS resolution service, which had some scaled-up infrastructure. But the picture changed dramatically when Google entered the market with its public DNS offering. That really took scaling up to the next level. And so now, these open DNS resolvers are certainly part of the infrastructure of DNS. But we're not charting their rise, we're charting how central they are. How much of the market share have they aggregated? And so the question is, what is their market share? What is, how many users as a percentage use OpenDNS or Google or Cloudflare or Quad9? Now, when I say use, I don't necessarily mean I've tapped in an address on my device and I'm using that because I changed things. Your ISP might have done it for you. And so no matter how, we're going to talk about what proportion of users have their queries sent to particular OpenDNS resolvers, and does that constitute aggregation in this market? So how are we going to measure this? I've done this a number of times using Google Ads, so I won't go into this in much detail. But in essence, we generate around 10 million ad impressions per day, and what those ads do is fetch a URL. The URL uses a unique DNS name, and so every fetch needs a resolution. So we get a feed of 10 million new names being resolved from all over the internet every day. Now, from that, we need to map this. I can't tell what the user's doing in an ad, but we run the only authoritative servers for that domain name. So however they manage to resolve, we see the query. We see the query from not the client's address, from the recursive resolver. Now, I don't know what the source address is, but I do know the worker IP address that has been used by the recursive resolver to ask this authoritative server. And so we need to map from, if you will, the presentation address, 8.8.8.8, into the worker addresses that are used. It's also useful to understand how the DNS manages queries, because it's not a case query in, query out. No. And we might also want to think about what happens when you've got multiple entries in your local configuration in etceteraresolve.com for its equivalent. How are those lists used in DNS resolution services? So, what worker addresses are used by OpenDNS resolvers? Well, a good way to answer that question is actually with RIPE Atlas. And we do periodic sweeps using Atlas probes to actually go to known resolvers and look at the worker addresses that came back to authoritative servers to actually reveal those various maps. Some folk actually publish that data in any case, which is great, but not everyone. So we certainly need to find that out. So we're trying to map, as it shows here, the service address to the various engine addresses that are used. Query in, query out? No. When we put in a unique name at the application level and count the number of queries that appear at our authoritative server, the average is 3.4. Now, I only look at the first 30 seconds. I'm not, after that, it's not clear why the DNS is still echoing. And the majority of the queries happen relatively quickly, inside around 8 seconds in our tests. But interestingly, across 30 seconds, some lucky person was using a resolution infrastructure that managed to generate 1,800 queries just in 30 seconds. Good prize. And how many resolvers were used? The average number of unique IP addresses that ask us per name is not 1, it's actually 2. Now, again, what we generally see is 1, 2, 3, or 4, but it goes up to 94 over 30 seconds. So it's not that a question goes to a resolver and that resolver then sends that question to a worker engine and that's the end of it. There is a certain amount of splaying of those queries across a number of engines as it tries to resolve. The other thing we'd like to understand is what's the difference between the first resolver and the full set you might have in etceteraresolve.com. And one of the ways to actually tease this out is to look at resolution queries that always result in a serve fail response. So what happens in serve fail? You try the next resolver and try and keep on trying till you get bored, because you're never going to get an answer other than serve fail. And the DNS is nothing if not persistent in an obsessively compulsive manner. So when we now set up exactly the same thing, but now against an authoritative server that only answers serve fail, this persistence comes through. In 30 seconds, the average query count is 36.5 queries. Okay. There's something in Taiwan that managed in 30 seconds to generate 292,000 queries. Well done. And how about the number of resolvers? Well, it blows up from 2 to around just a little under 9 on average. But again, in Taiwan, we found 1,368 unique IP addresses querying us, all inside 30 seconds, v4 and v6. Whatever they're doing, they're just having too much fun. So let's now look at this data on an aggregate sense. So if we take a day's worth of data, 10 million odd queries, we saw 140,000 visible recursive resolver IP addresses. But interestingly, just 150 of them, just 150, 0.1%, accounts for 20% of all users. And 1,500 of them, 1%, accounts for 50% of all users. If we take it up to 10,000 resolvers, 90% of all users. So in some ways, this is a heavily aggregated market. But I'm using individual resolver addresses, and that's misleading, because some of the big server farms actually use an awful lot of addresses for one logical service. So now let's aggregate this down and look at Google as a single service, all the addresses they use. Look at Cloudflare as a single service. And where I don't have data on open DNS resolvers, let's group it by autonomous system number, by AS number. So then inside some of the large Chinese ISPs, that it all come out as 1. Now, those 140,000 become 14,600 visible resolvers using that metric. But it's not resolvers, it's almost logical resolvers. 15 of them serve 50% of all the users. 250 of them serve 90% of all users. And so the question is this what we mean by centralization? Is the DNS already heavily aggregated? Well, maybe we should break it down a little more to distinguish between open resolvers, resolvers that my ISP has provided for me, and resolvers that are sort of in the same country, but not necessarily the same AS number and anything else. And this is what we see now when we actually look at that day by day. And this is data across around the 9-month period. And what we see when we do this in the first resolver is that 70% of users use the same resolver as their network. 17% stick within the same country, and 15% use Google's 8.8.8 service, and everyone else is kind of bits at the bottom. What if we extend that by serve fail and look at all the resolvers that people might use? For the same ISP, it's still around 70%. Google, and I'm sorry I switched the colors on you, thank you plotting software, Google doubles that. Another 15% of users, taking the total to 29%, have Google's software somewhere on their search list, Google's resolver address. So it's now a little under 30%, 29% of folk might use Google. It's certainly in their lists. And yes, for the same country, it's just under 20%, 19%. So let's now look more closely at Google itself. Country by country. In each country, how much is Google used? Africa is using Google a lot. Somalia, Nigeria. In the Middle East, in Iran, there's extensive use of Google. Myanmar. The greener it is, the greater the density of popularity, proportion of population in that national community that sends their queries to Google's public DNS. Let's invert that and say, well, of the total population that use Google, 1 billion people, probably a bit more, where are they? And interestingly, a huge proportion are located in the subcontinent of India. And in fact, what we actually find is that the largest pool is India, with 19% of Google's DNS users. And we also see major populations that use Google in China, the US, Nigeria, Brazil, and Iran, each of which have around 4 to 6% of the total use of Google. What about the next largest open resolver, Cloudflare's 1.1.1.1 service? Heavy use in Turkmenistan, Iran, Niger, and Cameroon, and the Congo, but not so much elsewhere. And again, what we're finding there is that Cloudflare's market share, around 3.5%, is not, around 1/10 that of Google. And to some extent, it is not as widely used by any particular metric, but the level at which it is used is in these developing economies in some sense, rather than other more established internet areas. One interesting case that I'd just like to highlight here is Iran, where one of the major ISPs in Iran, MCCI, actually doesn't use a single open DNS resolver. It very generously sends queries to all of them all of the time. I don't know if it's designed to confuse folk or to try and sort of take a vote of 5 out of 7 or whatever, but it's certainly one of the odder cases where we see a deliberate splaying of queries and doing the queries in multiple places at the same time as part of the ISP's operation. It's not a user thing, it's the ISP itself. And so the next kind of question here about the centrality argument is, who's making this choice? Is it you and I playing with the config, or the ISP simply saying, use my resolver, but the resolver is actually just a forwarder? And here's an example, and it's one of many, a Mobifone operator in Vietnam, where the Google use inside that network, 86% of users send their queries to Google. That can only happen when the ISP itself is doing the forwarding statement. Users haven't changed anything. They're not deliberately divorcing their DNS from their ISP, they're just being carried along with them. And so what we actually find is that this is not something that users are making choice of. It's actually where ISPs are going. So when we talk about resolver centrality, are we really talking about a shift into these small clique of open DNS resolvers? Well, only if the small clique is one. Because quite frankly, the only sort of major open resolver out there at this point from the numbers is Google's public DNS. And it's not the users configuring their services to all 8s, it's the ISP. We also find, interestingly, that the weekday use of Google is higher than weekend. And so enterprise customers of ISPs tend to be, if you will, more willing to use a different ISP DNS resolution service than the ISP that hosts those enterprise activities. And so enterprise customers appear to have a major factor here. Is this something that's happened overnight? Nah, it's happening quite slowly. It's a slow and gradual trend into this. And the real issue is this a concern? Is this excessive market control in the hands of a small set of providers? Well, no, not really. And the more folk, including Google, that do DNSSEC, the harder it is for operators of DNSSEC validating resolvers to distort the answer. They are a faithful reproduction of what is in the DNS in any case, because DNSSEC will tell you that. So as far as I can see, the market's not distorting. And in that sense, there's not that much to worry about. Or not. Don't forget that 80% of the platforms out there in the mobile market use Android. And about a similar number of browsers are Chrome. And so it's not necessarily the recursive resolver that's the issue, but it's that shift of DNS function into the application realms that I think is actually a far greater threat to the current model of the DNS. And the threat is not about aggregation. Oddly enough, it's a threat to a common single infrastructure. It's a threat to the cohesion of the DNS, because once application realms chart their own destiny, then I think the entire conversation about the DNS will necessarily be different. Thank you very much.
All right. So I think Jeff is actually online. And there is one question on the Q&A panel. I'll read out loud for everyone. Are you saying that ISP is providing 8.8.8.8 or 111 to the user VPP or DHCP configuration? Or are you saying that the ISP is providing an ISP IP and the ISP is then proxying the query to a public resolver? Well, do you want to answer that, Jeff? Since I see you there.
We can't actually see inside their DNS, but our assumption is that instead of actually operating a full recursive resolver, which we expect would be the default, the ISP is taking the easy way out and doing a very small engine that just simply has a single forwarder statement, and all the queries that it receives incoming from its clients, it just forwards off to Google. That's the default. I pointed out that one large provider in Iran sends the incoming queries from its customers to 7 or 8 of the popular DNS resolvers at once. It's kind of in parallel forwarding. I'm not sure why they do this. So it's not sort of anything tricky here. I think it is just a really simple forwarder statement. That's certainly what it looks like. Thanks.
All right, and the second question is from Christian Brederhofer. What can be done to hinder further centralization?
Well, the point is, in some ways, it's not that everyone's switching to Google per se. It's actually ISPs themselves are getting larger and larger. And it's actually come as an outcome because the world has gone mobile. And if you look at it in every single country, because of the way spectrum has been allocated, every single country, large or small, has pretty much a maximum of 3 major ISPs. And if you're a very big country like India or China, that means that those ISPs are awesomely large. Now, that is reflected in the numbers. So it's not that the DNS is being centralized per se in terms of resolution services. It's more that the combination of the way spectrum has been allocated to a small number of massive ISPs and the way those ISPs do DNS, that we see actually this sort of concentration in the DNS, which is a reflection of concentration in the ISPs. Don't forget, there's no financial incentive other than surveillance to actually run a recursive resolver. You can't lie with the answers anymore. DNSSEC made that impossible. And NX domain substitution, which sort of gave you potential revenue by turning no such domain into a referral to a search list, has been so excessively frowned upon that folk just don't do it anymore. So in some ways, the incentives to run open resolvers, I think, are relatively false. And so it only happens when you've got a particular angle to do so. And the only folk who really have a search engine they want to protect is Google. And so Google's running the DNS not for any other purpose other than to defend its search market share, which is kind of logical. And so in that respect, I actually don't think the DNS itself, in terms of the resolution market, is getting skewed at all. The underlying issues around centrality are deeper and a little bit more insidious. One is spectrum, and the other one that I hinted at is this move of almost all aspects of the internet away from the communications platform, away from the lower levels and up into the application. And what should scare anybody is the massive market share of Android and the similarly massive market share of Chrome. And if Chrome sort of takes the ball and runs away with it, that is then, I think, the ultimate piece of centrality, because that's going to take almost 80% of users with it. And that's something to truly worry about. I'm not sure if I answered your question or not. It kind of led onward, but thank you anyway. It's a good question.
Yeah, there's one more comment, but since there is no question, we need to move on because of time. I'll pass the comment on from Andrew Campling, and we can move right along to the next talk. I think that would be Anand, right, Shane?
Yes, that's correct. So next up is the RIPE NCC DNS update by Anand.
Hello, good afternoon to you all from a very gray and rainy Amsterdam. Welcome to the RIPE 82 DNS Working Group RIPE NCC update. This afternoon I'll be speaking briefly about some of the stuff that we've been doing and some of our upcoming plans in the coming months. So first up, I would like to talk about CDS for reverse DNS. So we have talked about this at previous RIPE meetings, and a CDS or CDNS key is the popular name for a pair of RFCs that define how a parent zone operator can detect key rollovers in child zones and update the parent zone automatically. So the RIPE NCC community asked us to implement this for the reverse DNS zones that the RIPE NCC operates. And I'm happy to report that we are live since the 25th of March this year. What we have in place is some code written in Python by Andrei Zaletka. And once a day at 7 UTC, there is a multi-threaded Python scanner that goes away and scans all the secure delegations in all the reverse zones and detects CDS records for ones that might be in a state of key rollover. It then produces a bunch of domain object updates. And these domain object updates are then sent into the RIPE database by an update script. And a few minutes later, the provisioning kicks in and the DS records appear in the DNS. At the moment, what we have is a limit of 100 objects that may be updated automatically. And the reason we did this is to observe the update process. We didn't want a situation where there might be a huge update because of some kind of bug or issue and break DNS for lots of people. So if there are more than 100 domain objects in the queue, then the operators get an alert or a ticket about this, and we can investigate and update things by hand. We haven't had a situation like that so far, but we will keep this limit in place for a while longer. I would like to point out, as we have also said before, that this process does not allow for any kind of bootstrap. So if you have newly signed your reverse DNS zones and you don't have DS records in the parent zone, our process will not automatically pick up the CDS records and update the parent zone. This bootstrap requires a little bit more state and is a little bit more complex to do. So we decided not to do it, at least not in the first phase. It's something we could consider if there is a demand for it, but for now we're not allowing bootstrap. Of course, if an operator wants to go from secure to insecure by deleting their DS record, they can still signal this via a special kind of CDS record. And this is allowed because we can, of course, validate the CDS record and thereby understand the operator's intention. Here's a little chart showing you some numbers from the 12th of April. So this is just a little bit after we went live until the 16th, which was a few days ago. And this chart shows you the number of domain objects updated on a daily basis. So mostly it's just 0 or 1 updates. We have one user, which is Andre himself, who frequently rolls his keys. And so his zone gets updated. But in between, you also see some more updates in there. You see some spikes at 41, 40, 35. And this is when a particular operator, for example, rolls the keys in all their reverse DNS zones. And then we get a batch of updates. As I mentioned earlier, we have a limit of 100, but this limit has not yet been triggered. I'll move on to the operations of kroot. So RIPE-NCC continues to successfully operate one of the root name servers, which is kroot. Currently, we have 83 active sites and a total of 93 servers in these sites. This is because some sites have multiple servers behind a router. Most of the other sites are single Dell servers, which are DNS in a box and do the BGP service themselves. At the core sites that we have 5 core sites for kroot. We have been doing regular maintenance, replacing the routers and the servers, and this work continues as hardware lifecycle dictates. We have also been upgrading some of the ports of some of the core sites from 1 gigabit to 10 gigabit. And we will continue this in the coming months. Another thing to note is that DITL took place earlier this year. DITL stands for Day in the Life of the Internet. And this is when various DNS operators on the Internet submit PCAP files containing queries and perhaps responses, DNS queries and responses, for a period of 50 hours. And this data is stored by DNSOARC and is available to researchers who might want to do some kind of research with DNS. So this year, kroot participated, and from 83 of our servers, we uploaded 50 hours worth of PCAP files into DNSOARC. I'll move on to AuthDNS, what we call AuthDNS. This is the RIPE-NCC's second Anycast DNS service. And this is where we provide service for RIPE.net, as well as all the reverse DNS zones that the RIPE-NCC operates. We have 3 core sites in Amsterdam, London, and Stockholm. And then we have 3 hosted sites in Vienna, Rome, and Oslo. Just last week, the Amsterdam site has been upgraded to a 10 gigabit network with a new router in place. And we also plan to do similar upgrades to London and Stockholm in the coming weeks and months. One of the interesting things I would like to mention here is that we want to expand the footprint of the AuthDNS Anycast DNS network. And we have an application for this. Well, we have an application that manages the hosted kroot applications that we get in, but we are now expanding that to cover AuthDNS. And as soon as it is ready, we will be accepting applications to host instances of this service. And the requirements for the hosts, as in the hardware, the bandwidth, these will be published very soon. Next up, I would like to talk about DNSSEC algorithm rollover. So the RIPE-NCC has been signing its DNS zones with algorithm 8. And we are following recommendations from the latest RFCs, which recommend algorithm 13 now. We talked last year about doing this algorithm rollover in 2021. And this is what we're busy with. So testing is already in progress. We have our NotDNS signer, and we have a test zone that we're going to roll the algorithm of. And we will check that all the steps are performed correctly. We will also be querying all the major resolvers to check that they can validate the records in this zone. We are not actually expecting any obstacles or issues because algorithm rollover has been performed previously. We rolled our algorithm from 5 to 8. And there was a great deal of experience then. We also wrote RIPE Labs article about this. But many people have also performed algorithm rollovers successfully, so we don't expect any issues. We are also aware that there is widespread support for algorithm 13 in validators, and so we don't expect any issues there either. So just soon after RIPE 82, we will announce the dates when we will be starting the rollover of the algorithm of all our zones. And that brings me to the end of my short presentation. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, please ask away. Feel free to also send email to my email address if you want to discuss anything offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. That was good and informative. Unfortunately, I don't think we're running a little bit short on time, and I don't think we're going to be able to take questions live. So I'd like to ask, I see there's already one question in the Q&A. Maybe you can answer Moritz Müller in the chat or contact him directly. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, Anand. Great. So let's move along to our next presentation, which is on deployment of the CDS and CDNS key by Andrei Kaltika. Great.
Hello, wait to share my slides. So, perfect. Hello, everybody. My name is Andrei Zaletka. I work for RIPE NCC, and I was asked to give an overview of the CDS/CDNS key updates ecosystem. So how does it work, whether this technology is still working, because as you heard from Anand just recently, we have now deployed it for the DNS zones that are managed by RIPE NCC. So you can use it not only for river zones, but actually also for Enum, if you know what Enum is. It's still part of the RIPE database, just like reverse zones. So first of all, to be on the same page, in DNS and DNSSEC, every zone is an island. It has its own signatures, its own public key, and what makes that particular DNS zone trusted is the delegation from the parent zone, which is made by a DS record. DS record is a particular hash function hashing over the public DNS key and also zone name. So even if you share key between zones, you still have to have different DS records for different zone names. How do you usually update it? There are basically two standard ways to do it. The first one is to submit DS records as a child if you want to change or submit first DS records. You just submit them directly, either using something called EPP, Extensive Provisioning Protocol, which is sort of standard for registration system of DNS. So if you are a registrar and have a contract with registry, you usually use EPP to talk to the registry. If you are not a registrar, then you usually have to email your registrar to do it, because most registrars don't even have web interface or something like API that you could use to submit DS records. So it's pretty tricky and usually manual work. And if you are your own parent, what you can do is you can make a zonelet, which is a text file with DNS resource records, and this text file you just somehow include into the zone file of the parent zone. This is how you make it the easiest way. But there are some registries that actually prefer a slightly more complicated way, and it is that you actually submit to them only the DNS key, the public key for your zone, and they will do the DS calculation themselves. This is the only supported option for registries like .eu or .cz and also many others. But I would say slight minority of the registries. The reason for this is basically what I said in the previous slide, mostly to facilitate key sharing, which is very good advantage for like web hosting providers which host thousands of zones and they want to deploy DNSSEC on all of them. It's much easier from the operational point of view to have just one pair of keys instead of one key per zone, and it's not very strictly. It's not very bad for security either, so it's not a big deal. And the other thing is that with submitting DNS key, it's actually the registry which decide what kind of hashing algorithm will be used, because there are 4 hashing algorithms supported in DS records: SHA-1, SHA-256, GHOST, and another SHA. So right now we are in the process of phasing out SHA-1. So probably if you don't want to introduce SHA-1 in your registry and you accept DS records directly, then you have no controls over what the childs are submitting to you. So this may be another valid reason why you accept the DNS key. And that is why the update system has this very complicated name of CDS and CDNS key, because the idea here is basically that the child, that's the C in the name, is providing sort of in-band signaling in the DNS itself for the DS record that should be at the parent, but it's not only signaling the DS record in CDS, but may also signal the DNS key record by using CDNS key. So I looked it up how this is actually specified. I found out that if you are a child and you want to publish it, you should, in the RFC term, should publish both. And if you do that, they must match. And I found out that this is mostly like fulfilled by all the implementation I'm aware of. So that's pretty good. On the parent side, it depends, and usually parents consume either one or the other. Depends on what the parent is willing to work with. This protocol works like that. It's for signaling the change. So it means that if there is no CDS or CDNS key, that means no change, and everything should stay like it is. And if you want something changed, you should publish it, and then the parent should do the change. And there is also another option to publish something that will make the DS disappear from the parent if you want to switch from DNSSEC secure to insecure. There is also option to bootstrap from insecure to secure. There are a few options how to do this, but the most common and the only one that I'm aware of that is actually used is to query all the authoritative server to find out whether the CDS answer is constant and consistent among them for some longer time period. So you sort of think that if the answer is consistent for a few days from all the servers, you consider it valid, even though you have no proof, cryptographic proof. So this is the list of registries I made up from mostly from my memory and what I was able to find out. So first registry that started it was .cz in 2017, I think. They use CDNS key because they use DNS keys everywhere in the registration system. They support deleting DNSSEC, so going to insecure, and they also support bootstrapping from insecure by observing the same CDNS key record for 7 days. This is actually part of open source registry software that is called FRET. The same registration software is used in Costa Rica's registry, and Costa Rica's registry deployed this scanning as well. So even though I haven't found any information on the website of nic.cr, I'm pretty confident that it works exactly the same. The second registry that deployed it is Switch for Swiss and Liechtenstein domain. So again, this is the same registry, so the conditions are pretty same. They use CDS records, so they use direct DNS digests. And the grace period for bootstrapping from insecure is just 72 hours. And the last one the last one is RipeNCC, and before that there was Escanic, who started this in 2020 actually, 2020. And they, from the information they publish, it seems very similar to the Switch solution with 72 hours. As you can see, all of them actually support the going insecure, and RipeNCC is the only one which does not support going bootstrapping. As Anand told you, this is something that we may consider if we find out that it's like worth it, because it's a little bit tricky. Regarding the provider side, who will make use of this signaling, the first one that offered this service was Cloudflare. I've checked recently, and they support publishing both CDS and CDNS key, and they also support deleting. So if you want to switch off DNSSEC, you just click turn off DNSSEC, and what happens, they will not turn off DNSSEC immediately, but they will immediately start signaling that you want to delete DS record. And once they notice that the DS record is gone, then they will probably stop signing the zone. I also found out about a provider called DNSimple. GoDaddy uses this signaling, and also I got some rumors about Google Domains, which is actually registrar, so they should be able to do these changes using the EPP, the standard way, but for some reasons, probably CDS works better for them. If you want to host DNSSEC yourself, I have pretty good news, because I found out that most major open source DNS server solutions support CDS very well. So not only NotDNS, which is developed by CSETNIC, and they sort of like push this up, but there's also very decent support in Bind9 and PowerDNS. NotDNS still has the only or is the only one which supports like fully automated KSK rollovers. It's very nice to watch. There's a part of log on the bottom of the slide, so you can see that if there is time to change the DS record, it will actually publish the CDS records, and then it will start probing some configured recursive resolvers. So in my case, I configured a loopback resolver and also the quad 8 and quad 1 resolvers. And only after all of them are consistently like showing the new DS record, it will find out that it's that the change was successful, and it will push the rollover forward. So you don't have to make any interventions. For the others, as far as I know, you still have to put there the one command saying, "Oh, now the parent has changed the DS," so you can continue with the process of changing keys. All of them also publish both CDS and CDNS key, so this is not an issue. On the parent side, if you are the parent, either registry or registrar, or just you have some zones that are in parent-child relationship, the easiest thing to do is actually part of Bind, which is called DNSSEC CDS. This tool will help you keep the zonelets with the DS records up to date by querying for CDS or even for CDNS key records. This is the one exception of parent-side software that can actually make use of both type of records. Other than that, there's also this Fred registry, as I told you already, which is open source. And so even the CDNS key scanning part is open source, and you can try to use it for your own deployment if you are going to do some massive scannings, and even the bootstrapping from Insecure. It may be handy. On the other hand, the documentation is very, I would say, sparse. So you will probably have to ask CZNIC if you want to use it in a way they didn't expect. So to wrap up this talk, the adoption of this system is slowly growing. Good news is that it's already supported pretty well in DNSSEC software. So I'm really glad that my updates of my reverse zone that I'm rolling KSK every second day is not the only one with the updates on the RIPE database, but there are also other people that were just waiting for us to deploy the CDS scanning, and they started using it and changing their keys without interventions. It also seems to me that this sort of signaling is a nice single standard way to perform updates in all supporting registries. So even if you are a registrar with EPP access to registries, you still have, there are dialects of EPP, like EPP that you talk to .cz is probably different, very different from EPP you talk to .com. So there is even benefit for those people to use this technology to have this like standard way to communicate the intentions to change the key. The registries, are slowly growing. Well, we are still waiting for a killer feature. If somebody like .com deployed that, it would be really, really nice. But of course, in a scale of .com, like regular scanning would be a serious challenge, I would say. And one more thing, I created a channel called CDS Updates on the Mattermost channel of DNS.org. So if you want to talk about CDS updates or this protocol in general, please join the chat. There's also a link for a GitHub repository I set up with the information that I just presented here. So that is everything from me. And in case you have any questions.
Cool. Thanks, Andre. This has been really good. I actually find this a really nice feature of the DNS. Is going to make things a lot handier going forwards, I hope. Unfortunately, we're running really short on time, so we're not going to be able to take any questions. But I guess you'll be on the chat, right? So if people have questions, they can ask there, right?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Thank
okay. Yeah, thank you. For the rest of everyone, we're going to play a presentation that was recorded earlier. It's going to be about 13 minutes. I know it's going to go way into the break, and I really apologize for that. But we miscalculated our time, I'm afraid. So let's see what we have here from Bert Hubert.
Hello and welcome to this presentation on the new fascinating EU directive on Network and Information Security version 2. And you may have heard about this directive. It might impinge on the way how the internet is being run, how the root servers are being regulated. And in this presentation, I hope to tell you a little bit about what is going on and what is good and what is bad, because despite what you might have heard, it is not all bad. For full disclosure, unlike many of you, I actually like the European Union. So I could spend 10 minutes bashing all this regulation and how stupid it is, but I actually somewhat see the point of it. It also helps that I'm actually myself a government regulator, so I look somewhat favorably upon regulation. But not all is lost. I'm also still a big nerd, and I'm still the founder of PowerDNS. So I'm also still convinced that we know how to run the internet ourselves without help from Brussels. So what's the idea behind the EU Network and Information Security Directive? In short, I see it as a way of taking computers seriously. So we have regulation on how the water supply works, how electricity works, and on communications reliability, and for healthcare and other systemic things. And it must be said, we rely on computers in a very big way. And it's not unreasonable to ask people to take information security seriously, especially because they are not doing it out of their own accord. So already in 2018, the European Union decided to create the NIS directive, and this specified how countries should cooperate and exchange information. But it also clarified that specific companies, important companies and organizations should be regulated. And this regulation should be about how they notify the world of security breaches, but also mandates that they have certain cybersecurity measures and practices in place. And it says that there might be fines if these things are not in place. Now, no one has heard of the NIS directive. It was written in 2018, and it didn't really work. Some countries took it very seriously, and there's even one country that has listed every hospital as a important service provider, and there are other countries that have listed almost no one. And also the implementation of fines in case the security is not good was also not unified very well. So the NIS directive was not a great success. Meanwhile, however, the need for good information security has not gone away. So the European Union came back with NIS 2, the return of Brussels. And in this case, they made it clear. They said, look, we really mean it. We really mean it that when we say that we want you to do information security and take it seriously. So they have now said, look, we're not going to leave it to individual countries to decide who they will regulate or not. We are going to make a list for you. And at the same time, they've said we're going to make the list somewhat simpler. And so there are only two criteria left in the NIS 2, and these are called important entities and essential entities. And you can imagine that the rules for essential entities are more stringent than for important entities. And just to be clear, that no one is in any doubt, they added a list of things they are going to regulate. And this includes internet exchanges, country code, top-level domains, large-scale authoritative servers, large-scale resolvers, data center service providers, content delivery networks, and root servers. So they made it very clear, Brussels is here to mess with your life. And this will apply to many of the people listening to this presentation, even if you are not in the EU. The important part for this regulation is, are you essential to the EU? And in that case, the European Union is coming for you. So will this apply to me? Well, sometimes it's very clear. So if you run .nl or .be or a .dk, then yes, this will very much apply to you. It's in there explicitly. Country code, top-level domain operators will be regulated. If you are a large-scale internet access provider, you will be regulated, but you were already regulated in that case. One version of the NIS 2 directive explicitly says that all root servers will be regulated. And another version says that it won't be. So that's a bit up in the air. So will you be regulated? Well, if you are a small place, so if you have less than 50 employees or revenues of less than 10 million euros, then you will likely not be regulated. So that's good news, because the original version of the NIS would have applied to many hobbyist labs, because they did sufficient numbers of DNS queries to be systemically important. And here it says, no, the really small companies, don't worry. But there is an exception. It is possible that you are really small, but that you are still providing a key role for society. So even if you are a small place and you're doing extremely important things, this regulation could apply to you. So they're coming for you. And what does that mean? That means that if you have a security incident, you must report it pretty damn quickly to your national authority. If you are not in the EU, you must pick a country within the EU that represents your biggest place here, and then you must report the incident there. Reporting stuff is easy, of course, but you must also implement security measures, and these are not very well described in the directive. You must do risk analysis and incident handling, and you must have business continuity plans, and very importantly, you must also know if your suppliers have these plans. And by this, I do not mean your coffee supplier, but let's say you've outsourced all your servers to Amazon, then you must be sure that Amazon also has a business continuity plan. You must have a plan for vulnerability handling, disclosure, you must do testing and audits of the effectiveness of your cybersecurity measures, and you must use cryptography. Okay. If you don't do these things, the EU or your national authority can send you a warning, or they can order you to fix it. So let's say they find that your security is not good, they can order you to fix it. And if you don't respond to that order, they can give you a fine. And some countries might even choose to start a criminal procedure against you. Or they can tell you, you must stop doing business because you are not doing it safely. And in an extreme measure, they may even issue a temporary ban for certain persons to take part in your management. And this might sometimes, of course, be very welcome, but it's quite extreme. And if you don't cooperate, the EU can also come on site to inspect if your security is good, and they might even do random unannounced visits. So it is quite some stuff. It's clear that they will not do this for everyone, and it's also clear that if you are only an important service provider, then this stuff will only happen after you've had a big breach. If you are an essential service provider, the EU can ask, or the government, your local government, can ask to see these plans to make sure that you are ready. So this is quite something, and I can understand at this point if you feel angry and want to set fire to this EU flag, because why are these people messing with us? And you'll find that even setting fire to this EU flag is not that easy, because of many EU regulations, these flags actually do not combust. So it's an extremely frustrating experience. So, well, how bad is this? Of course, no one wants to be regulated and get certified. We have no good experiences with that as technical people. It's typically bullshit. Although ISO 27001 can sometimes be useful. One other thing to note is that all these things that the EU demands of you, actually every security person also is trying to working very hard to get their own company to do those things. We don't get taken seriously when we ask management to have a security plan in place or take security seriously. And now the EU says, well, you have to take it seriously. So it could actually be good. And actually, if you look at the list of things that you have to do, it is quite hard to argue that you do not want to have a plan in place to deal with vulnerabilities. The big question is, however, how will this work in practice? And the rules might end up being terrible and add a lot of paperwork while not actually being useful. And sadly, a lot of EU regulation has ended up this way. So it is worrying. It could end up very badly. NIS2 also has some specific things to say about WHOIS. And I know WHOIS is a very controversial subject, but some people say it's a huge violation of privacy, and other people say everyone should be able to see it. And the EU has struck some middle ground. It says, look, the WHOIS data has to be correct, and registries have to have plans in place to actually verify that they know who owns the domain name. And they also say that if the domain name is not a natural person but a company, then you should just make that public, who owns the domain name. And the rest, of course, should not be public. But the EU also says that if a legitimate access seeker shows up at the registry, they must pretty quickly get the data they need that is associated with a domain name. I've tried to figure out who a legitimate access seeker is, and they have cleverly not defined it. So this probably means police and law enforcement, but it might even include universities, researchers, and security companies. If you look at the NIST, there are other things for ccTLDs in there, and I do recommend that you give it a good look. Now here, the controversial part. The European Commission was feeling good about itself, the GDPR is nice, and they said, we're also going to regulate the root servers of the internet because they are super important. And of course, they're right, the root is super important for the internet. That's why many of you take so good care of it. But it sucks to have the EU regulate root servers. Because the thing is, it is pretty strange that the European Union wants to do an audit on the US Department of Defense, for an example. Because, yeah, they run root servers, and in theory, the EU could show up and ask them, oh, how well are your security plans doing, and can we do some random audits on the US Department of Defense? That is not going to go well there. And it's also very, it's not nice for people like ISC, for example, that want to operate root servers, but do not want to comply with EU regulations, especially since if the EU decides to regulate the root servers, many other countries might also decide that they want to regulate the root, and this would lead to a huge pile of regulation, and that's why we invented ICANN, to not have to, every government have to try to impose their own will on the internet. Now, the good news is that the good people of the RIPE NCC have managed to convey to the European Parliament that it would suck if the EU would try to regulate the root servers, and the European Parliament has included an amendment in its report that will actually remove the root servers from the NIST directive. So that's a very good step, but it still has to happen. And the key reason why the root servers are not essential is that the root is essential, but there are so many root servers that you can actually shut down most of them and no one would notice. Every one of the root server operators provides exactly the same servers as the other root servers, so they're not essential. Now, at this point, you might feel like, yeah, I'm angry and I want Brussels to stay out of my servers, and well, I can agree, but Brussels is going to come for your servers, and we need to make the best of it. So we need to engage with governments and need to engage with Brussels. There are two things that you really should not be doing. I've heard many people in the scene say, look, we are doing so well here on the internet, we don't need any regulation. And the problem is, that is of course true for you and for all my friends, and they're all great. It is not true for the IT sector in general. It is not true for the internet in general. It leaks like a sieve. It is not good. So it's not credible for us to say we don't need any regulation, even though we and our friends are, of course, doing a great job. And the other thing is that people have said, look, I may run DNS for 1 million domain names and for 25 countries around the world, but yeah, we're not essential. It's not important what we do. And that is not credible. We should take ourselves seriously. The work we do is important. And if we mess it up, there are serious consequences. What we do need to make sure is that the definitions of who is an essential service provider are good enough that you don't become an essential service provider because you run, let's say, an NTP server. Unless you run 1,000 NTP servers and you've been telling people that they all should be using your NTP server because, yeah, then you are important. So we need to make sure that the definitions are good. And we also need to make sure that the implementation of the general principles makes sense, because the NIST directive says you must have plans for business continuity and risk analysis. Well, I can do a risk analysis and it could fit on a post-it note or it could fit on 50 pages. And I'm not sure how big an analysis is big enough. So we should make sure that the kind of risk analysis that we all should be doing is actually good enough for the EU. And not that they say, look, we need like 500 kilos of paperwork and otherwise we don't believe it. And how do we get these people to make these correct choices? We can follow the RIPE NCC's lead and engage with Brussels, but also very important, every country has a telecommunications department or ministry. They also care about this. They have a very big voice in Brussels. So if you are from an EU country and you have contacts with your government, please make sure you are in the loop, because they will be relying on you to hear what is reasonable. Because if we don't show up, they will only hear people from big accountancy and consultancy firms talking to them, and they will say that no business continuity plan is complete unless it has 500 pages, and that's not what we need. So if you have any influence, please make sure that you make yourself available to these governments, and you'll be surprised to learn that they actually care about your thoughts, because they also don't want to pass ridiculous legislation. So rounding off, with this, I hope I've made it clear that the NIS directive is an important thing, and that it could end up being terrible. It could also end up being useful. And if we want to make it useful, the way to get there is not to tell people that they're all stupid in Brussels and that we don't need to be regulated because the internet is perfect already. We're not going to incredibly be able to claim that, but we are going to be able to have a role in explaining who is essential, who is not essential, and what reasonable things can be done to enhance our security. Thank you.
All right. Well, I don't know if that was inspirational or not, but we are way, way over time. So thank you, everyone, for hanging in there and listening to Bert's talk. Please feel free to go ahead and chat about it and talk to people about it. And we can also discuss on the DNS Working Group mailing list. So thank you, everyone, again, and we will see you on the internets. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Let's do a fast stretch. Let's balance our energy for the afternoon. Let's stand, everyone, because we were sitting all day long, and this is not really healthy for us. So let's little bit refresh our body. Let's go up and down with your arms. Yes. Another Wednesday. Oh, wow. Do you feel it already? How nicely refreshed you are already? Okay, let's concentrate on our beautiful hips. We were sitting all day and listening. So let's do 5 circles each side. Doesn't matter which side you will choose first. 4 and 5. Let's reverse. 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. Let's put legs together. Extend your arms, put them on the knees, and then make nice small circles with your knees. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's reverse. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 1 more. Okay. Now we concentrate on our beautiful shoulders. Let's go up and down. When you go up, you inhale. And when we go down, exhale. You can also fold them down. Breathe in and breathe out. 2 more times. Very good. Let's put the hands on our shoulders. Let's do 5 circles forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Very good. Now let's concentrate a little bit on our neck. Spread your arms nicely wide. Not all the way, but fingers are pointing up. And we slowly, gently go with one ear to one shoulder. And enjoy this stretch. You will feel it going from the fingers all the way through your arm, to your shoulders. Gently, we will go with your chin to your chest, and we go to the other side. And maybe you will feel that one side is more stiffer than the other. Well, you know, just say hello, pain. It's okay. Okay. Let's do a few yeses. And then we say no's. No, 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 no. Do we have extend your, I think we have still time. Extend your arms nicely wide and give yourself a really big hug. Which we all need in these days. And like 2 rounds of breathe. Deep. And we open up our arms nicely wide. And then one arm will be down, the other will be up. Just change the arms. And again, 2 rounds of breathe. Now we open up again and we finish with our dancing snake. Let's put the palms together and start drawing nice circles, going from left to the right, and maybe going all the way up. Or you extend your arms to your screen, or going all the way down, left and right. We go one more time up. And that was it for today. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me and that this is working and that you can see me. And oh, there we go. So I'm Curtis Lindquist. I'm one of the chairs of the RIPE NCC Services Working Group, together with Rob and Bijal, who are also here. First, the housekeeping rules is that, as you might have figured out by the end of day 3, that this is a virtual meeting. You are not in a conference room. And the audio and video queue is what we're using. So to request audio, floor, ask a question directly, then click the mic and or the camera icon to get the audio. And please state name and affiliation. You have the Q&A window for questions, and if there's a question, we'll read it out. And please state your affiliation. You can check how many people are in a room. We're currently 291, which I think is more than having the in-person meetings. But there is a chat, which is the group chat, but it's not the Q&A, and we might or might not read that. And this session is being recorded. So with that housekeeping, we're going to get right into it. If I can click the right button. Clearly. So welcome to the True Working Group. We know there's been some imposters early in the week claiming that they would, for some ridiculous reason, have any form of favoritism. We all know they don't. And this is the true favorite working group. So this is the NCC Services Working Group. On the serious note, we have the agenda. We'll start with some of the administrative matters. We will have the RIPE NCC update by Hans Petter, and then we have the operational update by Felipe. We will have a 15-minute break, and then we'll dive straight into the cloud, and then we have some housekeeping business afterwards, and the traditional open microphone session that you for you to raise topics you want to have discussed that hasn't been explained before. And I want to remind everyone, if you haven't done this before, that the RIPE NCC update by Hans Petter is actually also part of the general meeting. So this is the update that the NCC does for the membership. So for the administrative matters, so I think I've done the welcome. We have a scribe, which is I should know because I had an email saying who it was, and I lost that email. But we do have a scribe, trust me. Thank you, RIPE NCC, for volunteering the scribe. And if there's anything, no other additions to the agenda, Olivia Rumswijk, there we go. Thank you, Rumi. If there's nothing to add to the agenda, we'll go with this agenda. We had the minutes of the previous meeting from RIPE 81 was posted or shared to the list on the 22nd of April. There was no comments on them, so unless there is no objections, I'm going to consider the minutes approved. No objections, so we are considering the minutes approved. With that, I'm going to go straight to the first agenda item, which is Hans Petter's update. And so, Hans Petter, over to you.
Thank you, Curtis. Let me see if I can find the right presentation here. So yeah, my name is Hans Petter Holen. I'm the managing director of the RIPE NCC for a year now. So I'll share a bit of my experiences from that year. Normally, the managing director has only done one presentation in the services working group, but I will also do another presentation in the GM this time, where I will focus more on the achievement in the activity plan, while this will be more about my experiences as managing directors. So 1 year at the helm. Things needed to be developed, getting things in ship shape, as they say on the big boats. One of the first things that met me when I joined the RIPE NCC virtually was holacracy. So the work here is really to see how this new system of self-management, of distributed authority, can support RIPE NCC moving forward. So I've taken this to heart and used this as a transition tool into shaping the organization into what we need to be for the future. So now we have a structure of the organization that largely matches the structure of the activity plan and budget from the last year. We have a technology area led by Kaveh, a registry led by Felipe. Community and engagement is an area where we're currently recruiting a chief community officer. And then it's the organizational sustainability, the supporting areas like finance, HR, legal, and so on. So we now have a good structure in place, and we do have financial governance in place matching this structure. And then the work ahead of us is really to see, does this operating system, so to speak, holacracy, really bring us where we want to do. There is one part that is sorely missing in the alignment here, and that is how to do performance management. Because in holacracy, it's not the traditional hierarchy where you only have one manager. You may have multiple roles in multiple circles. So we need to further develop the performance management system into a way that takes this different structure into account. Or return to a more traditional structure, at least for part of some of our functions. On top of all of this, of course, we've had to focus on compliance, both on the legal side, on the financial side, on the technical side, and security. And one of the nice things with Holacracy is that everybody has the freedom to do what they think is right in order to fulfill their purpose. But on the other hand, we need alignment across the organization, and Holacracy supports that as well, but it actually needs to be done. So the default is if there isn't a rule in place, you can do whatever you want rather than you have to go and ask your boss. So what have we done this year then? Well, based on the activity plan and budget last year that was approved by the board in December, the board assigned some goals to me. And first and foremost, it's to ensure the accuracy of the registry. That's not a surprise. It's been like that for years. The board, a couple of years back, asked for risk management to be established, and that is one of the top goals also this year moving forward. Operational resiliency, and I see that a lot on the mailing lists, and making sure that we actually professionalize our service delivery and make sure that we, for some services, deliver 110% uptime. Like the excellent track record for K-Route, for instance. How do we take that knowledge and turn that into a similar 110% availability, so to speak, for RPKI? There is a lot to be done in this area. We are working on setting the service level objectives, the expectations that you can get from our services, and we hope to be able to publish those gradually during the year and next year. Financial management is, of course, important. We safeguard members' money, and we need to spend them in a prudent way. There was some work done on changing the organizational culture, and we have had some, and we need to align the structure of the organization with the activity plan, which is mostly done. And then last but not least, we're also acting as the secretariat of the RIPE community. So these are the goals, or the headlines of the goals that the board has set for me, that I have then set for my management team. And this has been done openly within the RIPE NCC, so everybody can see these goals and what has been set. There are work plans for each of the areas and individual goals set based on these work plans. So we have now, in theory, done a very good job in actually making a plan for the year, for this year, to deliver on the activity plan. So one of my slides from the last meeting was to find our true north, and we worded that as delivered world-class services while engaging to connect people to maintain the resiliency and stability on the internet. We're definitely not there yet, but I still think that's a good leading star going forward, that RIPE NCC needs to be, as it has been in the past, a key part of the internet to make sure that it is stable and resilient. So no, we are working from home, and that is mostly smooth sailing. There's been several presentations already showing that the internet actually survived the pandemic. It's actually supporting us to work in a different way that we used to be. And for the RIPE NCC, I can say that, well, technically, it's working great. We work from home without any technical problems. But as Eric drew our attention to in his opening presentation on Monday, there are other sides of this other than the pure technical. And I must say that we sorely miss the human interaction that we would have in an office and that we would have by meeting. So I really hope that we have now seen a turning point, that vaccines are being rolled out, and that we can gradually see that the government would allow the society to reopen again, so that we can once again meet in the office, meet socially, and then maybe even have a RIPE meeting in November, and even more hopefully in May in Berlin next year. The other big change for the RIPE-NCC in a slightly bigger perspective is that we have now in the IPv4 afterlife. I tried to make a joke earlier on that we have lots of IPv6 addresses in stock, so please just come and register. But there is still some demand for v4. The delivery time on the waiting list is below 1 day, and we currently have 1,533/24s in the free pool. Now this, of course, changes all the time. Since this is recycled space, it stays in quarantine for 6 months. And you can see from the graph here that now only 134/24s will be released over the next 30 days, while the rest will is now it says available for immediate allocation. Interesting. The last slide says comes available in the next 6 months, but I guess this has been updated since I reviewed my slides earlier today. If you look at the development over time, you can see that just after runout there was a peak, but then it became a bit quieter, and now it's a slightly positive trend, but seems to have stabilized on the 100+ requests per month. We have a lot of ongoing efforts as we have planned for in the activity plan this year. Moving services to the cloud, that's a really hot topic, and we are now really looking for input from you, from the community, from our members on your experiences, your thoughts on how we should do this. This was an initiative that was started before I joined the RIPE-NCC, and the work last year was mainly on making proof of concepts, and they have been successful. It's not that we haven't outsourced in the past. We have never built our own machine room, or we haven't been operating our own machine room or our own power generators and stuff like that for I don't know how many years. We've always relied on somebody else to do that, but now we have, of course, been in professional facilities for some years, but then the question is, should we go to somebody who would provide infrastructure as a service? Once you get there, you kind of ask, well, why can't I use their other tools and features that you will move up into the stack into a platform as a service and so on, in order to speed up the delivery? Of course, this is a complex matter. RIPE-NCC is, well, we have just discussed that we don't want to be named critical infrastructure, but you know, in some ways, it's really critical that our services work, so we should treat them as if they were, so there wouldn't be any need to regulate us in order to get us to take security and resiliency serious. We should do that without the governments telling us to do so. And we should do it for all governments in our service region and for all users of the internet. So it's there are a lot of different threats and different risks in this picture, and we need to balance this in order to get the best possible solution. Some of our services are already in the cloud and has been so for quite some time, and some we really need to think carefully about how we move them, and there will be a presentation just after mine, both on the cloud strategy by Kaveh and further on RPKI and database by Felipe in particular, so that there will be ample time for questions and answers to those topics after those presentations. RPKI resiliency. Yes, RIPE-NCC has millions of euros of budget, but then if you look at the budget for this year, it's less than 1 million budget to manage the RPKI service. Now that is something that we need to look at when we look at the 2022 budget, of course, but it's also clear that the expectations for this service is different from when we talked about the RIPE-NCC 20 years ago and said that, well, you know, if the RIPE-NCC closes down for a month, nobody will notice. Well, today, that's certainly not true, definitely not with RPKI. We've also enabled now checks on our own AS, the 3333, We've had no big incidents following that, so I guess that's a good sign here. Registry accuracy is, of course, still important to us. Security and compliance is increasingly important and an area that we're ramping up. Improving user experience across the services. There's been several presentations on that already. Of course, all our outreach now is and engagement is virtual, but we're already planning for returning to physical meetings. And then, of course, we need to have a focus on how to make a hybrid experience so it's possible to participate virtually as well. Translations, further developing e-learning and certifications. And we're now, after this meeting, starting the next cycle with the activity plan and budget for 2022. And with the new membership engagement area, where Fergal is the lead, he has also taken upon himself to make a 5-year strategy plan as part of this circle. I tried to set out to do that last year, but that was a bit too ambitious. But I have great hopes that we will manage to do so this year. Keep learning, that's important. We have done over 2,000 webinars, had more than 2,000 webinar participants last year. All our training courses are also available as webinars, and the RIPE NCC Academy has new content. So please have a look at that, the new micro learnings. There will also be an update to the V6 and IPv6 security online courses soon. And certified professionals, IPv6 security exam will go live this summer. So if you've taken both the existing exams, then read up on IPv6 security so you can get on with the next one. Improving our experience, the look and feel, the usability on different screen sizes. Not everybody uses a computer these days. There are mobile phones and tablets that is the main tool for a lot of us, and adapting the services to this has been important. And then cleaning up and making a consistent user experience across the different services is also important. And this is an area where Holacracy has helped us in creating a cross-functional forum that focuses on this. So instead of having to create a new department and moving people around, it's simply created a group of people working in their existing roles, but in addition taking upon themselves to coordinate this work. RIPE-STAT celebrates 10 years. You've already seen Christian's presentation on that this year. And quite honestly, for the last number of years before I joined RIPE NCC, I never looked up anything in the RIPE database anymore. I always went to RIPE-STAT because I got much more information around the resources I was looking up. So I could make better decisions on what they were used for or whether they were used and so on. Take a look at the new RIPE Labs. It's been revamped, improved user interface, new features, contribute to discussions, share your ideas and opinions, and best practices and case studies. I mean, this is a place where we need your content as well. So don't feel shy to write up your ideas and your results and share them here. RACI. Normally we bring researchers to the RIPE meetings so that they can present their recent research. But with the only virtual RIPE meetings, there was not really a good value proposition for the students to come to a virtual meeting. So we are trying something new this year with making this a grant for research projects instead. Of course, this is a one-off during the COVID thing in order to see if we can still engage this community in a meaningful way. So there is more information about that on this URL. Community project funds. Over 25 projects have been funded for the good of the internet until today. 250,000 euros to support projects of value to the operation, resilience and sustainability of the internet. We have a focus on tools and services benefiting the technical community. The call for applications will open shortly. It's a committee with community members appointed by the RIPE NCC Executive Board that will make the decision on which projects to support. No, this was the ride until we do come into choppy waters. And you have already heard some presentations that we are seeing changes in regulatory behavior of the governments around us. And that's happening across all our service region. This is not only EU, this is all countries, and we are doing as best as we can to follow the legislation in EU, Russia, Middle East, and all the other countries. And our biggest concern is really to be able to provide services to all RIPE NCC members on an equal basis. One of the things that we have done here is to start a project where we are identifying different scenarios and seeing the regulatory developments and looking at the what can we do if this happens. And in many cases, the proactive thing is maybe the only thing we can do. We need to educate the governments into doing sensible regulations and making sure that they don't do regulations that have unintended consequences. I think the work done both by Marco, but also by other community members working closely with us on the NIS2 directive, and getting that into a change into removing things that we think will be limiting for the internet operations, for the root service, for instance, is important work here. The work that we've started here, we've also brought that now into the NRO, so that we're working together with other RIRs on this. And you can find an article written by Athena, our Chief Legal Counsel, where she has elaborated a bit more on this. The one regulation that you probably heard most about is sanctions. So since the RIPE NCC is located in the Netherlands, we have to abide by Dutch law. And the Dutch government is implementing EU sanctions, so any sanctions made by the European Union also applies to us as a Dutch organization. We've had a situation here now where this means that all the members that are on the sanctions list, we've had to freeze the resources. That means that resources cannot be transferred from or to these members. In order to do this, we need to monitor all our members, and this is not only members in certain countries. It could be members that are owned by, and then that will be could be cross-border. So we are implementing monitoring of all our membership towards the EU sanctions list. Another dimension here is that in order to do business, we're dependent on banks, and banks have even stricter regulations, not only the sanctions as such, but also money laundering concerns, and want to know more about who is behind money transfers. And although the membership fee for RIPE NCC is really, really small, they are concerned with money or transfers from what they call high-risk countries. We're currently in a dialogue with them, and we hope to resolve that soon, but it has caused us to not send invoices yet for the high-risk countries. And that is something that we hope to resolve soon, but we really want to have a clear understanding with our bank that this is not going to cause a problem for us. Looking ahead, we need to chart the course for our destination. We're going into the new planning cycle, as I mentioned. Fergal has the lead on this, and we plan to present the draft activity plan and budget in early September, as we usually do. Do get involved when that happens. Do share your ideas, even now on the mailing lists. Then after comments on the September version and the discussion on the GM in November, the board will finally approve the activity plan and budget in their December meeting, when they also set the goals for the managing director for 2022, and we do the whole goal setting process within the RIPE NCC for that year again, and then the circle is completed. At the general meeting later today, there will be 3 resolutions. The financial report for 2020 to be approved by the membership, a discharge of the executive board, approval of the charging scheme for 2022, and election to fill 2 seats on the executive board. And you've already had the opportunity to meet and discuss with the candidates there, which is a new thing, and they will play a video to introduce themselves in the GM. So if you're eligible to vote, please make sure that you have registered and exercise your right to vote. It's really important. And with that, sailing ahead to the Northern Star to deliver world-class services while engaging to connect people to maintain the resiliency and stability of the internet. And with that, back to the chairs and potential questions.
Thank you, Hans-Petter. We had one question actually, which is from Elvis. Well, there's more questions now, but well, sorry, there's quite a few people seconding the question. Slide 11, improving user experience across services. You implemented a ticketing system that may work good for the RIPE NCC, but it's a complete failure for us, the members. What is the plan on giving access to the ticketing system Zendesk to members in the LIR portal? And there's been a number of supporting comments of the question.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that question. You approached me at the fireplace earlier this week, so I've had a quick chat with Felipe on this. It is on the roadmap for later this year, but I can't promise whether it would happen in Q3 or Q4. But it is something that we're looking into to make the tickets and the history available to the members.
I think that's all supporting comments as I take it. Oh, there's a question. Elvis is asking to send. Oh, now we have a queue here. So sorry. I think Eric was faster, so I'm going to let Eric go first.
Okay. Thanks, Hans-Petter. I have a question about the uptime for the various services that the NCC is now providing. I know you came from a very interesting company before as a security operator there, and what I'd like to ask the NCC is to provide operational reporting in a transparent way for all the services that we talked about. Think about KRoot, LIR portal, RPKI, the office infrastructure, and see if there is, if there can be KPIs set specifically for those services, and if you can report on the next RIPE meetings on those and how we're doing there, specifically for the uptime and what the problems were in the previous period.
That's definitely my ambition, Eric, so thank you so much for that. It was one of the objectives from the board also to define these services, and we do have a list of the services that we will start to sort of describe as a service description, and also add the sort of the measurements, the KPIs, the targets for those, and start to report on them. So the first step is to do this internally. Second step is to report this regularly to the board, and then of course once we're confident on this, report it regularly also to the members and the community. My ambition is clearly to do that at the next meeting, so we will see whether I will be able to deliver on that or not.
Looking forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Elvis disappeared in the queue, so next is Rudiger. So Rudiger. Can't hear Rudiger. No. disappeared. Okay. Then we have a follow-up question from Elvis, in writing is, can we get a guaranteed promise that by the end of 2021 we will have access to a ticketing system? What about a history of conversations for LIRs? Someone has or receives access later.
So there is a very simple answer to that question, and that's no. And why can't I give a guarantee on that? Well, the way most people run development these days is using agile methodology. So the only thing that we know is what we're going to do in the next sprint. We don't know whether that will be successful or not. We do have rather firm plans for the coming quarter. We do have plans for the following quarters as well, but they're not as firm yet. So we are working now on how to present the plan for the next quarter. That's part of the membership engagement work that has just been initiated. And with that, it will be easier to have insight into that. I mean, I fully understand your frustration here. As a customer of Google in my previous job, I had the same issue with them. When can I expect feature X in your product? And they presented me a roadmap, and well, yes, their next quarter was rather firm, while the quarter after was less so, and the next year was kind of not the promise at all. So while I want to get into better planning here, please realize that what we will commit to is at any time soon is the next quarter, and then we will make the plan for the quarter following that, so that we can be agile and take on new things.
Okay, thank you. We're trying to Rudiger again. Rudiger. Still can't hear Rudiger. Nope. No sound coming from Rudiger. I'm going to go to some of the other questions we had, and then I think we had to move on for Filippe's presentation. But Peter Hessler asked, is the RIPE NCC considering the availability of IPv6 for all the third-party hosted services, e.g. Zendesk, Kahoot, and SurveyMonkey? They're all IPv4 based.
Yeah. So I would say clearly, yes, we have a policy that services that we provide should be v4 based, but then when it comes to v4 based, v6 based as well, but when it comes to reality and picking a tool, then that may not always be an option. So while I'm clearly want to raise awareness on that internally, so that we take that into consideration, I think we will practically see that some tools we will have to live with on v4 for a while.
Okay, thank you. And last question is from Dimitri Komanyuk. With respect to third-party data handlers, including cloudization, Zendesk, etc., what is the process of choosing a provider? Is there any chance of public consultation or tender?
That would almost take a presentation by its own. So what the process is, it's an elaborate process. It's definitely something I'm looking into. We have a purchasing process saying that we will solicit 3 offers if possible. It's not always possible to do that. We have not yet discussed on going into public tenders. That is even more sort of a heavy process. I've been delivering systems to do that in the past, so not sure I want to go there. Public consultation on vendor selection, I'm not sure. In general, maybe we need to be more formalized on public consultation on important issues.
Okay. Thank you very much, Hans-Petter. We are quite a bit over time, so I'm going to stop here and going to hand this over to Felipe on the operational update. So Felipe, over to you.
Thanks, Kurt. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. There we go. Yeah, my name is Felipe. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the RIPE NCC. And today I'd like to give you an update on what's going on within operations. Hans-Petter already shared the true north for the right NCC, so our key strategic focus. And my main goal on the presentation today will be to explain how this strategy translates into operations and into the register. And I'd like to share some numbers and what we can learn from them. So it's a bit what Eric Bies was asking before. Unfortunately, there's no uptime here, but there's a lot of very interesting numbers. The first number I'd like to share is the number of requests per category over time. And here we're zooming in on resource holdership change kind of requests. So we're not including a lot of other things that we do in register services like arts or onboarding or billing and so on. And the reason for that is this kind of requests are the ones that take most of our resources today. And I'd like to highlight one thing here. You can see there is a spike at around the end of the year in the number of consolidations and the number of policy transfers. And that's mostly related to the fact that leading to the runout, a lot of members, they open multiple LR accounts, and now the 24-month waiting period is expiring. And a lot of them, they are consolidating the accounts just before the end of the year to avoid paying the next year's fee. Now I'd like to share the number of policy transfers over the years. And you can see here that the number of policy transfers has been steadily increasing over time. Especially in 2020, you can see that pretty much every month we had more transfers than the previous month, the same month in the previous year. And the same trend is repeating in 2021. Another trend I would like to share is the number of investigations over time. And here you can also see that the number of investigations has been increasing quite sharply. Like this year so far, we had 385 cases compared to the whole 2020, where we had 267 cases. And the majority of those, as you can see on the slides, are related to European Union sanction checks. And this relates to the fact that RIPE NCC has been tightening up our compliance efforts. A new KPI that I would like to share with you are the number of long-standing tickets. So these are requests that last longer than 8 weeks, and they have more than 10 replies. In other words, these are complex cases where it's very difficult to find the right documentation. The numbers are higher than we would like. So we had, for example, 122 of those cases back in January. And in April, we had 156. So there was a slight increase. And this corresponds to at around 3% of our average monthly ticket workload. Another number I'd like to share is the percentage of tickets that we managed to respond within 1 business day. We have recently changed the way we calculate this, so that's why we cannot go much further back in time. However, you can see that the numbers are below what would like them to be. So our internal target is 100%. So basically respond to all the tickets within 1 business day. In February, we had 85%. In March, the number was much better. On April, again, it went down to 82%. And the reason for it to be so low in April was that we had a collective vacation day around Easter. And so it had a lot of time without anybody actually working on the tickets. So let's hope that the numbers go better in May again. Now I'd like to talk about our membership growth, or more specifically, the lack of growth. The number of members, actually, they have been quite stable over the last year and a half. So it's at around 20,000. So last year, at some point, it went below that, and afterwards it recovered. What's more volatile is the number of LR accounts. So currently, we have 22,700-ish LR accounts. 1,200 members, they hold multiple LR accounts. So if you add like the extra, so additional, instead of having 1 member, 1 account, you have more than that, then you have an addition of 3,500 extra LR accounts. From those, 3,300, they'll be eligible for closure before the end of this year. And as I explained before, we always have this peak of consolidation, so we're expecting the same this year. So a larger number of those will probably consolidate. Now, what can we learn from these numbers? So first of all, the cost of compliance and the work complexity are increasing. And a lot of times what's seen as bureaucracy and slowness is basically the RIPE NCC making sure that your resources remain protected and also that you remain compliant. We have made changes in the past to address this. I have reported here in the services, like for example, the streamlined due diligence using a professional trust model. However, we do acknowledge that there is room for improvement in our services. And on my next slides, I'm going to explain what are we doing about that. The second trend, the second thing is the number of transfers that have been steadily increasing over the last few years. And these are our most complex cases with the largest number of controls. And finally, we have an exposure in a high number of additional LR accounts that will be eligible for consolidation before the end of the year. And that may have an impact on our future income development. Now, what are you doing about all of this? So our goal here from our strategy is to deliver world-class services and to keep an accurate registry. So we want to achieve that a lot, improving our measurements and also by streamlining the troublesome processes. One of the main actions we have taken over the last few months is to improve how we implement and how we track good KPIs. Some of them I have just presented, like for example, the long-standing tickets. It's a new one that we have implemented back in December last year. As a registry, one of the most important KPIs should be how accurate the registry is. So the key question here is, how can you do that reliably? We have recently implemented a new KPI that I believe sheds some light into this question. And this KPI is how recent the information in the registry is. So when you process a transfer, when you process an M&A, when you do an ARC, when you onboard a member, we always verify the information provided against an official source, like for example, an online registry or company registration papers and so on. Therefore, at that very specific point in time, we know a high degree of certainty that that information is accurate. So the question really is how recent information in the registry is. And this is the answer. Roughly half of our members have quite recent registration information, up to 2 years old. The question here is this 25% in purple, which includes members that have more than 5 years old information. One of the main reasons for that is because up to 2018, during the ARCs, so there are auditing activities, we would not verify the information provided again on online registries. We would simply ask the member, hey, is your name, the name of your company correct? So therefore, we have not included those in our calculation. So we're being quite conservative here. One thing that we want to do right away is to start prioritizing our ARCs on this 25%. This information actually is quite recent. We got the project just finalized last week. So I'm quite happy actually to share that with you today. The other goal that we have is to improve our membership experience. And the starting point here is again, having good measurements in place. As you are all probably aware of, every 3 years we run a membership survey, and it's a really good source of feedback for us. However, we're more in process now of implementing something more fine-grained, and these are measure the customer satisfaction per ticket. The goals here are twofold. First one is to improve our processes so we can follow through unsuccessful interactions. And the second one is that we want to streamline troublesome processes by identifying clusters of negative feedback around certain processes. We have already done quite a lot of improvements in the closure procedure based on how it went last year. And the next one we want to improve is the mergers and acquisitions one. The last thing I want to report about that is our efforts to proactively monitor the accuracy of our registry. And this is all about the usage of a third-party tooling for monitoring our compliance with European Union sanctions and changes in the members' legal structure. We're halfway through the implementation. We're focusing now on our compliance with European Union sanctions. And later this year, we want to use the same tooling also to monitor changes in our members' legal structure. And our goals here are threefold. First is to reduce our compliance costs. Second is to have a higher accuracy in our registry. And third is to be more efficient. Now I'd like to talk about RPKI and the efforts we are taking towards building a more secure trust anchor and highly available repositories. So here we have two goals. The main one, or the first one, is to ensure the security and integrity of our trust anchor. And the second one is to ensure high availability, resiliency, and low latency for our RPKI repositories. So starting with the first goal, since October last year, we have been working with a third party called British Standards Institution. And together with them, we have defined a SOC 2 Type 2 audit report for our RPKI, which is in essence consists on a list of controls that was tailor-made for RPKI needs. So in total, we have 179 controls, ranging from security to HR to process and so on. So it's very, very broad. So together with BSI, we have done a gap analysis and identified 49 missing controls within the RIPE NCC. So here you have an overview where all these control gaps are. And right now we're in process of closing all these different control gaps. That should take us a few months. We don't have an exact estimate, should be around 2 to 3 months, but can take longer. And then after that, we have to wait 6 months before we hire an external party and then perform a full audit against us. And the result of this audit will be a SOC 3 report. And this kind of report can be shared with all of you. Now, the most interesting part of the presentation, which is our deployment of RPKI repositories to the cloud. So first of all, I'd like to frame the discussion here. Our main goal is to offer very high availability for our mission critical services. So these are the famous 5 nines. So this is a goal, it's not where we are today. So with this goal in mind, we have started looking into the usage of cloud infrastructure since about 1 year ago, initially for the RIPE database, and later on for RPKI as well. We fully understand the uniqueness of our position and the importance of our services to the well-functioning of the internet. We have involved the community since RIPE 80, so Ed presented in database working group. Last year in RIPE 81, I presented here in services, Sander presented in the database, and Natalie presented in routing. We have presentations again planned for this year. And a lot of the feedback that was given back then has been incorporated in our design. I have recently published a labs article about it as well. And it got a lot of feedback about it, mostly critical, but also some interesting feedback. We have an open house that we want to organize next month, probably. And this whole strategy is going to be discussed with our executive board in our meeting in June. In other words, this is the moment where we're collecting feedback, and this feedback will be taken into account in our decision making. Now I'm going to go a bit more in details. This, unfortunately, is not a technical presentation, so I'm not going to go too much in the technical details, but I would like to highlight a few things. The first one is that our publication server, our HSMs, our core, so all the important stuff in RPKI will remain on-premise. And we're currently making changes in our publication server to allow multiple publications. What does that mean? It means that we can have independent repository instances running in parallel and subscribing to our publication server. And one of them we're planning to deploy to AWS. The other one will either remain on-prem or we're going to deploy to a secondary cloud provider. So both options, they work for us. And we can potentially add more of that in the future as well, like having an architecture that's similar to the DNS root servers. And we can either alternate between these different instances using DNS, like a round-robin DNS, or using Anycast, and then you can compose them all together. So these decisions have not been made yet. So to summarize, the RIPE NCC will remain in full control of our data and processes. We are aiming for a zero downtime if one of those instances fail. So if AWS fails spectacularly, we're still aiming for zero downtime. The caveat here, though, is that for RIPE database, for example, failover is required. And in that case, the 5 nines availability target won't be met, as has been correctly pointed out in the email in services working group. Care is being taken to remove all the potential circular dependencies, like AWS depending on RPKI. RPKI is out because AWS is out, the chicken and egg problem. So this is all being taken care of in our design. And our main challenge here is how can we quickly scale up an infrastructure that has a very specific domain knowledge. There are very few people in the world that know the internals of RPKI, while at the same time keep operating those services, like replacing the engine of an airplane while it's still flying. And we're responding to that by first being a good shepherd, thinking everything through by growing organically, avoiding doubling the size of the team, for example. That would just not be very helpful. And also favoring incremental improvements over Big Bang. So to finalize my presentation, and going back to my original question, the main goal we have in operations is to ensure the accuracy and the compliance of our registry while providing world-class services to our members and safeguarding the resiliency and security of our mission-critical services. Thank you very much, and I now open the floor for questions.
Thank you, Felipe. We actually have quite a few questions for in while you were speaking. I'll read them out. The first one is from Gerd During. While I appreciate the aim of provider response within 1 working day, as a customer, it annoys me if every interaction actually plays out to it will take another working day to get to the next email. So this is not exactly satisfying yet.
Yeah, thanks, Gerd, for the question, and I can fully understand your comment. We have other KPIs that are implementing as well, like to measure the full tickets resolution time. And I think in the end, that's what really matters, right? It's not that we just reply something, but that's the whole resolution of the ticket takes less and less time. And that ultimately is our goal. It's not just to meet a SLA, but actually to take less time to reply, to complete the resolution of the ticket.
The next one is from Rudiger Folk. Is it right to assume that Felipe's ticket statistics are almost only LIR services? Is there going to be a ticketing support to track operational functional problem reports? According to my experience, that kind of support did not exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks, Rudiger, for the question. Indeed, the ones that I shared is mostly for the registered services and focus on resource management. We do have, of course, other queues, like, for example, to report bugs in the software. And I do know that you requested in the past to use something to have visibility of the different issues. However, so far, we have not implemented something like this. If you're interested, we can look into sharing the statistics about these kind of tickets as well.
Thank you. The next one is from Elvis Daniel Vela. I thought the SLA is for at least 1 response in a working day to each and every request. Question number 1, how do you calculate it now? Question number 2, 80% is not just 1 ticket, but quite a lot. Do you have that number? And question number 3, I received a couple of emails on Friday saying that because Thursday was a vacation day, my request will be evaluated on Monday. That reply fixed the stats, but did not do anything to fix my request. What's causing this degradation of service?
Yeah, thanks, Elvis. There's a lot of questions in one. I'll try to aim that. to answer all of that. Yeah, so the first one, well, basically, if we don't reply within 1 business day, then we report that as a failure. What we have been doing in the past is to reply something to the members saying that we're going to get back to you. And that was kind of messing up how we're calculating the statistics. So we slightly change that. So reply a little bit later. So you still get a reply from us, but that would count as, say, SLA violations, not really an SLA because we don't have a formal SLA with the membership. Concerning your other question, yeah, it's a very high number, I admit that. Let me see if I have the exact numbers here. Yes. So 85%, so a total is 5,100 tickets, and we failed 778 of those. In the 97%, March, we had 6,200 and we failed 137. And the last one, we had 5,600 and we failed 931. And it's really high on our list on how to fix that. And am I missing something? What's causing the degradation of the service? Yeah, there's multiple reasons. Like was explained before, in April, it was mostly due to the holidays. Also, we have recently added a lot of extra steps in our due diligence, mostly for European Union sanctions checks. And also in February, we had a lot of people that were absent due to many reasons like sickness, maternity leave, and so on. So we were understaffed, and we're working very hard to fix all of that.
Thank you. And the last question was from Vessel Sandkyl. On slide 6, what type of investigations are made? What initiates these investigations? Why is there a sharp increase over the past few years?
Yeah, I have reported this in the past. We've seen an increase in the number of frauds, and there was a presentation, I believe, in RIPE 77, so you can look into our archives. It can be for many reasons. It can be due to fraud. It can be due to hijacks. It can be due to our internal audits. We see something suspicious, and then we initiate that on our own initiative. And as I explained during my presentation, a large number of these extra investigations were due to European Union sanction checks. So this is routine checks that we perform every time we do a transfer, for instance. And then during that transfer, there might be doubts whether this member is actually in the sanction list or not. And then if there's doubts, then it gets escalated to the investigations team, and then they look deeper into the matter.
We got 2 follow-up questions. One is from Kurt Kaiser. Are investigations just internal ones or external ones as well?
I'm not sure if I understand exactly what you mean. It's mostly triggered internally. I don't know if we have a request from external. I can get back to you, or if someone knows the answer, please reply on the chat.
Okay. And then we had a question from James Kennedy. Hi, Philippe. On the topic of tickets, has the NCC considered a chat function for LIRs to quickly resolve easier requests, capture the low-hanging fruit faster as such?
Yeah, it's a good one, because we used to have, and then there was too much, the workload was so high that they're not able to basically man the queues in the chat. And we're really looking forward to provide that service again, because as you say, a lot of cases are low-hanging fruits, and you can solve it right away instead of creating a ticket and then going through the queue and going through all the motions. So yeah, it's something that you really want to get back to.
Okay. There's no further questions, and we're quite behind, so I'm going to stop this here. So thank you very much, Felipe. And
thank you.
We will then take a short break. If we can be back here at 10 past, that gives you a 9-minute break. And we'll try and start then. Hopefully you can all get a coffee, and we'll see you back here then. Welcome back, everyone. That's the little coffee break that we had. So we're back on the agenda. We'll be running a little bit behind. So we're going to dive straight into the next presentation, which is on the cloud infrastructure by Kaveh. So Kaveh, over to you. And as usual, we do the Q&A in the question session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And you can see the slides. So hello everyone. Until the slides load, my name is Kaveh, and today with Razvan we are going to basically present what we are doing with the cloud at a higher level. Because Felipe mentioned two of the services, RPKI Repo and Whois, but this is the setup that we have for facilitating basically migrating services to the cloud. I see Razvan is trying to load the slides. In the meantime, I wanted to say I really miss seeing all of you in person. So I hope, yeah, situation changes soon, and yeah, I can actually see your faces and shake hands. Thank you very much. So if we jump into slide 3, then yeah. So basically, I mean, let's start with where we are today. As at RIPE NCC, our main aim is stability and persistence. As a registry and basically network coordination service, we really want to make sure that our services and then whatever we provide is persistent and reliable. So you can know that your registry, for example, or your record of your resources, you can get back to them in, I don't know, in a year, 5 years, or 10 years. So with that as a very high level goal, what we aim for is availability, resilience, and of course security. And then achieving this, one can imagine two really high level paths. So one is to, of course, to scale up our own infrastructure, which we constantly do with the use that we have. And we are normally even have additional capacity for most of the services to be able to sustain even normal attacks. Of course, not some of the newly heard crazy DDoS attacks, but we really have a good infrastructure and we scale it up. And the other path is to make use of distributed third-party infrastructure, like what cloud providers do, or a mix of these two, of course. And after consultation with the community, I think first time we really talked about cloud was RIPE 80, and then a few consultations in RIPE 81, and of course now, and then there has been multiple threads in the mailing list. So we have seen what cloud can offer for us, and we also understood the risks and the limits of what we can get from these platforms. So basically, based on that, what we are trying to, or our strategy basically, is to use a structured and well-defined security-centric approach to migrate all infrastructure to the cloud as we see fit. Of course, this is a nice soup of buzzwords good for bingo, but I think you get the message. The idea is we really want to make sure that when we develop new services, we also consider if we can use cloud providers for that or not. And pursuing that, we really have our aim is to have 3 goals, or keep an eye on these 3 real important goals. One is to improve the resilience of our services. Then we also want to become more agile and flexible as an organization. And finally, we really want to focus our engineering expertise on our core business. And I will go through each one of these quickly, so have a quick intro about each one of them. Thank you. So more resilient services. Of course, we want to improve our resilience, and we know, and you know, some of our services are critical, and some others maybe not operationally critical, but it's still very important. We want to increase our global presence, and of course that would lead to better local access globally. And we also want to have the desired control sets that we want over security and reporting of usage of services. So that covers goal 1. Goal 2 is more agility as an organization. We really want faster, easier, safer approach to gain experience and experiment with new services. I mean, I guess most of you have seen Christian's presentation before, which he also mentioned, for example, with RIPE Stat Data. We also want to experiment with if there are possibilities with machine learning to provide some additional service. So with something like cloud at hand and data being there, it's really easy and fast to try some prototypes and see if this even worth pursuing or not. So that's one of the examples. It can also allow us to adapt to changes in an environment quickly. So if we need to scale up a service because the usage it becomes popular, or if we need to scale down, of course we can do that fast. It also means needs less time for public release of new services because we can easily integrate our cloud providers and then any number of them to our development process. And finally, because there is generally a pay-as-you-go model, this avoids over-provisioning, or actually makes capacity planning much easier and rational, and also reduces investment in owning hardware. So of course there will be OpEx, but that's more, we will have more control over that. And then finally, we will have improved cost visibility. And then, yeah, finally, it will provide us with focus on our core business. So basically, this means we can apply more of the organization engineering expertise instead of looking after hardware and then things like that. We really can focus on our core business, being registry, providing data for our members, data analysis, and things like that. We have some top-notch engineers, and we really want to use their time to work on what we provide to our members and the community. And of course, related to that increased productivity, our productivity, because we will make more efficient use of our engineering time. And finally, in the long run, we also see this will help to attract and retain access to a wider pool of talent looking into the market for the next coming years. So basically, next is how all of this will happen. And with that, I will pass you to Razvan, our senior engineer, who is also lead of our cloud efforts, and he will give you more details about how we are trying to realize all of this. So Razvan, to you.
Well, thank you very much, Kaveh. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all again. So about a year ago, we all realized that we needed to organize and structure our cloud efforts. We had a sea of little prototypes in various teams, and to put them all together and to bring this structure, we created a Cloud Center of Excellence, let's call it CCOE, which comprises of members from multiple NCC teams. While currently 26 people contribute to these efforts, CCOE efforts, to be sure this does not represent their full-time job. The CCOE is a coordinating group that enables access to cloud for any team that wants to migrate a service there. So how does this happen? Every service is analyzed independently from each other, and it goes through a rigorous, well-defined process that involves technical, legal, including GDPR, information security, communication, and also financial assessments. So this includes a total cost of ownership estimate and comparison. The level of abstraction recommended by the CCOE depends on a case-by-case basis. A higher abstraction level in the cloud, meaning a deeper integration with the cloud provider, might offer operational and performance benefits, but makes the cost of moving out higher. So this is a balance we need to strike and need to play with, and we take this decision very seriously on an application-by-application basis. In any case, where possible, we prefer technologies that work across multiple cloud providers, such as Terraform as a high-level language for provisioning infrastructure as a code on which to host applications, as opposed to cloud-native ones, such as AWS's CloudFormation. As part of this cloud migration process, we conduct a risk analysis, and this includes technical aspects such as service availability, but non-technical as well, such as reputational risk or geopolitical risks. Also, part of the process for every single application is the creation of proof of concepts and planning the engagement with the community membership and the board. This does not mean that we will present here during the RIDE meeting for every single application a team might want to migrate and the CCOE assesses. For instance, we have been migrating internal business application for some time, and in some cases, the vendors were the ones that forced us to migrate. But we will be fully transparent in communicating all externally facing applications we migrate. In the case of critical ones, we will announce our plans and consult with the community long in advance. Later in this presentation, I will talk more about it. What are the responsibilities of this CCRE? Well, the responsibilities are focused on three major pillars. One is based on governance, defining the cloud strategy and the operating model. Sometimes this is referred as cloud adoption framework. Think of roles and responsibilities, financial operations or FinOps or the operational processes. Additionally, we're discussing there the architecture frameworks, best practices, and of course, the cloud cost optimization and cost management issues. Another pillar is the cloud engineering, where we refer to building, maintaining, and supporting core cloud infrastructure and implementing the core service on top of it. Finally, the third pillar is represented by cloud knowledge, supporting engineers developing cloud skills and with technical analysis and technical support for other teams. How do we select cloud providers? Every potential cloud provider needs to be vetted by legal, information security, and finance teams. Essential part of this vetting process means that the cloud provider must have legal and physical presence in our service region. The following criteria were used when deciding in the first round to choose AWS and GCP as our first cloud providers to work with. First of all, the service available. So we had a batch of applications. We knew there were low-hanging fruits and right for migrating to the cloud. And we knew that we needed a certain amount of services in the cloud to run there. But also the number, maturity, and global availability of other cloud services available to us were very important. For instance, we knew that we would need a relational database. But there is a clear advantage with a cloud provider that also has more type of databases, since we have internal teams running applications that have in-memory databases. A very important criterion is the cloud provider maturity. So this means allowing us to build a virtual data center. Some providers call this a landing zone. This takes the form of infrastructure as code architecture with standard tenancy, accounts in AWS or projects in GCP, and structure, such as development, test, acceptance, and production, with strict administrative isolation, blast radius, and parameters, so-called guardrails, providing, among other things, centralized security controls, mandatory auditing and logging, identity access and management, network structure, monitoring, and alerting. Another criterion was related to the fact that not knowing beforehand what applications will migrate to cloud and how their cloud architecture is going to look like, we did not want to paint ourselves into a corner. And we wanted to maintain the ability of running some of the critical hardware, such as NetApp storage, and platforms such as Elasticsearch in the cloud. So support for this was very important as well. Finally, we looked, of course, at sustainability. The cloud locations we're using, AWS Ireland and all European GCP locations are 100% carbon neutral, experience, support, and reputation. That being said, we are actively looking for other cloud providers that would meet the criteria above, that ideally would be based in our service region. We are closely following the progress of projects such as GaiaX, and we are open to your input and suggestions to possible candidates. So let's have a conversation on this topic. What progress have we done so far? Well, as I said previously, we migrated already some business internal applications to the cloud. Then we started with smaller public services to gain experience. And one of these is the meeting registration software, for instance, for RIPE82. Then RIPE Atlas measurement data is in Google BigQuery since RIPE81. It's been a lot of work in this project, and this new service allows large-scale analysis of RIPE Atlas data and is available to the community to be used now. The RIPE database release candidate environment is another example. This has been migrated to AWS as a proof of concept before RIPE81, and it had 2 subsequent releases since then, both of them tested in AWS. Details and the roadmap for this will be presented tomorrow in the database working. We started maintaining, for full transparency, a page on our website. You can see the link with all the production applications, externally facing applications, we have migrated to one of these two cloud providers. Even if we choose another one, they will be here as well. There aren't too many. The list is going to hopefully grow. You see some of them that are RIPE-NC related, and the meeting live streaming and the meeting platform, MeetEcho, both run in AWS since RIPE 8. Next steps. So what follows next? The results from the prototypes, we have multiple prototypes from multiple teams running simultaneously. They are promising. Also, the applications we already migrated, their performance is more than adequate. Security controls are fine. The results are promising. We have earmarked more than a dozen NCC internal services and some external ones for migration in 2021. And some of the most visible ones include the RIPE database, mentioned about it, the RPK repositories, read about it in RIPE Labs, and you've heard from Felipe, and also the RIPE.net website. These promising prototypes and the applications we ran so far, seeing also the pace in which engineers gather knowledge and the progress that we're making, allow us to formulate a data center exit goal, and that is to reduce our dependence on contracted data center space and owned hardware by 3/4 of what we have now by the end of 2023. All this is being done using some key principles, and that is the following. RIPE-NCC will always remain in control of our services. We understand our role in supporting internet infrastructure. We take it very seriously. We cannot rely on any single provider. And that is the example with Terraform I gave earlier, or a general preference for technologies that span multiple providers. We try to fully mitigate risks such as vendor lock-in or the potential for political impacts. And this is why we ran with 2 cloud providers, fully vetted, and we're looking for the third one. Critical services will always retain an element hosted with a cloud provider in our service region or on-premise. The RIPE-NC will always be the single point of contact with full responsibility for all our services. Nobody will have to talk with a cloud provider for any of the services we provide. And planning communication engagement with you, our community, is an integral part of the migration process. Thank you very much. And I will hand over back to Kaveh for questions. Thank you.
Thank you both. We have a few questions. I'm going to let you agree between you who answers them, but I'll read them out in order. So the first question is from Peter Hessler. In the case that a cloud provider is used for production but later is determined to no longer be appropriate for use, has the RIPE-NCC estimated the cost of migrating off the cloud provider, e.g. bulk data transfer cost out of the network, can be orders of magnitude higher than expected?
Yes, thank you very much. So in general, yes, and then for more details of that, I would pass to Razvan, because he's actually the one running the process, and I know this is part of the process when we evaluate. So Razvan?
Indeed. So whenever we choose a cloud provider, the landing zone, the virtual data center building, represents an investment that in case you close this provider, you simply move away 100%, you lose this investment, obviously. But for every application that you put in, there is definitely a cost included in. Generally, how much you move in is how much you get out, depending on applications. So some applications, you might end lift and shifting them, which is they ran in a VM here, they're going to run in a VM in the cloud. Some you need to re-architect. There is a cost in the re-architecting the application, and moving it to another cloud provider means another cost. So the costs themselves are being included.
Okay, thank you. Next one is from Randy Bush. In your test deployments, how dependent have you become on unique features of the cloud provider?
Yeah, very, very good question and very valid question. Thank you, Randy. We have actually observed that it is really easy to take comfort in using some of the services provided by some of these providers, and then basically be addicted to that and then connected to that forever. But this is one of the very important criteria that we use. I mean, of course, we always keep the multi-cloud in mind, although we have started with AWS, but we have no plans to only stick with one provider or only AWS and GCP. As Rezwan mentioned, we want to at least add one, but if there are more opportunities, we will definitely look into them. But we fully understand it is very easy for vendor locking basically that happen. But my understanding is right now, whatever we have in AWS can be deployed in other providers. But of course, there is always a bit of a small change here and there. I don't know if Rezwan has anything to add to that or not.
There are. We already know one. For instance, one service is BigQuery. For instance, in Google, it's a pretty unique service. It's hard to match with other players. The service that we're offering is it exists because of having access to BigQuery. Otherwise, this wouldn't exist. It would be probably too expensive to put together pieces from AWS or other cloud providers. But again, it's on a case-by-case basis. So far, just to answer Randy, probably BigQuery would be one example.
Okay, thank you. So yes, basically the BigQuery is actually a new service which was enabled after uploading measurement data to the GCP. Then now people can actually do analysis on that. But maybe that's a special case. Correct.
The next question we had is from Gareth During. Please ensure nothing is ever deployed without IPv6 from day one. Now is the time to make this a hard requirement.
Sorry. We could probably write at a certain moment a blog article about it. There have been some nice experiences with IPv6 in which we've been pushing cloud providers such as AWS in supporting IPv6 on some of their services, and as well re-engineering some of the internal services to support IPv6. They were legacy, to support it when we move them. So it's a very, very nice affair. We take it fully.
Thank you. Next one is from Nicola von Tadden. Do you have a backup plan in case you are not forbidden to store personal data with US cloud service providers? I assume this is meant to be in case you are forbidden to store personal data with US cloud providers.
So thank you very much. We have the backup plan for that. But in general, I mean, at least at the moment, the services that were mentioned, they do not have personal data. But when that happens, and of course this is always the case. I mean, not only that we care about that, but because we are based in Netherlands, we have to make sure that we follow all relevant GDPR and other related rules. So of course this will be taken care of. So I don't know if anyone wants to add any additional comments. If not, we can move to the next one. But the answer is definitely we have a plan, and we will make sure that we provision what we store in which country or legislation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next is Sander, who is going by video. Hope you hear Sander on the video.
Two-part question. The first one that confused me is that in the blog it was said that the primary RIPE database instance would be in the cloud, and the RIPE NCC would host a backup, and that seems very the wrong way around to me. Like I have the feeling that the primary should always be in the RIPE NCC's own hands, and that offloading stuff to the cloud is fine, but yeah, this seems to be it just feels to be the wrong way around.
Yeah, so may I answer that, Sander, because just Thank you. So, and I don't know if Felipe also wants to jump in, but my understanding of what the database team is doing, but by primary they mean the main traffic, or the lion's share of traffic will be handled by the instances in the cloud. It doesn't mean that the main or the main machinery will be there. We will keep something here. Of course, we own the data and we will be in control of data. But when operational,
I understood, but the blog explicitly said that the read-write copy would be in the cloud, and that the write NCC would host a read-only copy. And I would like to see that the other way around. The other one is
I think Felipe wanted to answer as well, so I just given him the microphone.
Sorry.
No, thanks for your input. Sander's been taken into account. We do expect, though, that the capacity that we're going to have in the AWS will be superior to the capacity we have currently in-house. And that's the main reason why we want to do it the other way around. So expect to have like a more power in the cloud than you would have in our own data centers. So that's the main reason. But thanks for your input.
And unless the capacity is a serious problem at the moment, I'd prefer keeping the read-write copy in-house, even though the performance might be better in the cloud. The other one was, and that's more like a question on principle. Like both the cloud providers currently selected are US companies, and I think we have plenty of cloud providers in Europe which are even the RIPE NCC's own members. So why are you bypassing your own members in favor for out of region providers? And maybe I'm exaggerating the question a bit, but I think you feel what I mean. You know, why don't we support the European internet infrastructure, and why do we give our money to a US company?
Yes, I think very valid question, and then good question. I mean, the criteria that was shown by Rezwan, and maybe Rezwan, if you can actually go back to that slide as well. We really struggle to find the provider in EU which does that or covers some of that. Of course, it's not written in stone, but as mentioned in the last point, we are open to any input. So if you know providers who can somehow, I mean, one way or other, provide and fulfill this criteria, we would be more than happy to investigate. So we are definitely open to that. And on the legal part that you mentioned, we fully understand. I mean, this point was brought up multiple times by community, and of course, we felt it even before. And yes, we understand that. And then the more critical data I would use the word critical data that we might want to move to cloud. This becomes more and more important. That said, I think it's important to mention that although they are American organizations, from a legal perspective, we contract with European, basically their European instances, and we make sure that our data is hosted in European data centers for whatever value it has. I'm not going to argue that is solving the problem, because it's not, but that's already an additional, at least from legal perspective, that's an additional layer of protection.
Yeah, but I know, what was it, the Microsoft case where the US government just said, like, even though your data center is in Europe, you're a US company, so give it.
No, you can imagine. We closely track those, but the good news is, at least at the moment, all the services that are mentioned, and we are consulting with the community right now, basically at the moment, these are the data publicly available anyways. But you're right, and
yeah, I agree.
Very important point. Yes.
Hey, thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to another video question, which is Anna Wilson. So there we go, if that works. There we go.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Looks like, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I can see this is a good, thoughtful design. You've had to balance a whole bunch of stuff, including some weird RIPE-specific requirements like the bootstrap problem, which, you know, I will probably never hit. So good work on that. In that context, I actually have my doubts about multi-cloud, not for the reasons other people say, but because trying to maintain 2 clouds plus on-premise is a really wide skill set, which might make it hard to maintain deep skills institutionally if you also have to go wide. I know RIPE NCC isn't that big, so that's a tough one. But I trust you in this. You know your resources. And to my mind, that talent question is crucial. If you want to get the best people, in this day and age, we have to use the services that the people we want to hire know and enjoy using. trying to hire traditional sysadmins today is very different. You know, it's a different pool than it was 10 years ago. It's going to be even more different in 5 years' time. And by the way, to the community, I've seen some really insulting stuff in the chat just now, basically talking down to an entire sector during this presentation, and I think we're better than that. So what I want to say is the audience that you really need to consider isn't really us today. I mean, listen to us, obviously, but we don't know the future either. Us in 5 years' time are the ones to be really worried about, because we're going to be angry about ticket times and service outages, and the decisions you're making now will affect that. And I believe that the way to do that is for the NCC to get your staff skilled up by deploying these things in a cautious way and by keeping transparent about it. So this plan looks to me like I can do that, and please keep in touch with us about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just can thank you and say that we are exactly on the same page. I mean, what we aim for is a communication. And then see, I mean, the thing is, to be honest, it's not like RIPE NCC at the management or a staff. We really want to go to the cloud for any reason, correct? We saw opportunities, and we see there are a lot of possibilities. Also thinking about that, we really want to provide long-term services if there are opportunities, and if there is basically by peer pressure or whatever reason, there is consensus that, hey, generally services are provided via that. Understanding our critical role, our unique role, and our situation, we don't want to miss on them, because at some point it will be forced on us. I'm not saying for everything, but again, we have seen it. There is our internal knowledge management system, for example. They have announced, hey, we are shutting down Hosted. You have to either migrate to cloud or say goodbye. So, and then we might want to say goodbye. I just want us, RIPE NCC, to be prepared, be ahead of the curve, and say, okay, yeah, for that reason we don't want to. So it's all about the conversation. It's all about feedback loop. There is no like hard mandate. We have to do this or that. We just want to have a nice conversation with the community, with our membership, and understand how we can together leverage this if we can.
Yeah, and it's tough stuff to learn. I've been trying to learn for the past 2 years. It's a hell of a lot of expertise you need to build in-house, and I'm glad to hear you started.
Thank you very much.
May I add something to what Anna has said, and that is with the advantages and disadvantages of multi-cloud. It's absolutely true that if you are going to leave from on-prem to 2 or 3 cloud providers, and you're duplicating what you have inside in 2 or 3 places, it doesn't make sense. Why are you doing this? It's the point with the multi-cloud is that you're not doing this, you're not deploying every application multi-cloud. It's just for critical applications, you are doing that, and you're making these preparations. For the internal, let's say, intranet, you won't do that, right? It's enough just one of them, so you're not duplicating everything on-prem twice or thrice. And at the same time, you are striving very much to do this landing zone initial investment in the security, right? And all the structure, multi-account structure that you have in these cloud providers, and then decide on a case-by-case basis where goes where.
Yeah, I hear you. And I was really glad to see that you're either doing active-active switch between them, or routine failover. And one of those two is really important, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have quite a few more questions to go through, and we will have to join the GM in 17 minutes. So I'm going to be conscious about time to give you. So I don't want to cut this discussion because I think it's quite important, but I also want to make sure we get through all the questions and have maybe a short break before the GM. So next one is from Peter Hessler. The 2 cloud providers listed are US organizations. How would any US sanctions affect members of our service regions that are affected by them?
Yeah, so in the interest of time, I think I can just say we fully understand that. We have looked into that and all the possibilities. We have tried to make sure that first from contractual level, again, there are multiple levels, correct? We have enough provisions to make sure that doesn't happen. But in case it happens, we have proper measurements in place that a service is blocked, for example, or access is blocked from a region, using Atlas, of course. And second, as mentioned, we are in full control of the service, so we can easily either for part of the service or the all service, we can migrate it back to in-house or others. I don't know if Razvan has anything or I've missed anything, but
no, it's a matter of time. Peter let's maybe catch up and have a nice chat after this or on the virtual corridors. But I would very much like to develop this. It's just I'm mindful of time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Then we have Marcus Salinger. The main, and as some may say, only hoped for benefit of the cloud is the services can scale up and down in near real time. Is this something that is really an issue and really necessary, critical for RPKI and write database services? I apologize for asking if this was discussed in the past sessions meetings.
Yeah, so not going into too much detail. My understanding, and I'm sure Razvan or Felipe will correct me if I'm wrong, this is really not a big need at the moment for any of these two services. But of course, we will be able to utilize that, and this is a very good possibility to have, especially for the larger data sets that we have, and yeah, the basically information services that we provide, including risk data, including what we have in RIPE-Stat and others. We can really utilize that as the backend and scale up and down based on the query load and things like that.
Okay, thank you. The next one is from Jon Source. Do you expect to start downloading, updating RIPE Trust Anchors TAL from AWS or Google Cloud in the future?
Yes, so basically, my understanding is none. We aren't planning to deploy or Trust Anchor or to the cloud anytime soon, or maybe never. But it is actually, I just wanted to quickly address something, because I also see another additional benefit in trying to see how we can deal with repo in the cloud and related services. Because as all of you know, real use of RPKI is where you publish your own. So we don't sign stuff for you with your own private key, but you actually sign your own certificates, which means then you will have to host your own repos. So, and I assume that when you look at the scale, many would like to use cloud. I mean, and then this is always a benefit in such systems when you want real high availability. If the service chain is usable in the same platform, let's say from top to down. Or at least you know that part of the top can also be run in the platform that you are running what you have at your premises. Basically, that helps a lot. So I think collectively, us, the membership and the community, what we learn from trying to host basically our keys in the cloud can be very useful for the future, where people hopefully will sign with their own key at their own place and then publish.
Thank you. The next one is a question from Eric Bice. Any requirement if the cloud provider is actually going to be present in the next 10 years with the service? And is there a hard cap in the invoicing for the charges of the cloud provider once the services are in the cloud? And yes, like Gareth stated, nothing can go to somewhere without IPv6 deployment. Please make sure it's a no-go requirement.
Yes, so let me start with IPv6, because I think it was so essential and basic for us. Razvan didn't even list it in the criteria, but yes, it is. And for the service we have in GCP, the BigQuery, Atlas Data on BigQuery, we have IPv6, so you can access it over v6. So that's let's make that straight. About the hard cap in the invoicing for the charges of the cloud, yes, and then we track that closely, and we are I mean, of course, in the coming steps, but we can integrate that to our internal financial system as well, which we are planning to do. But right now we get quite up-to-date reports, and then yes, we have caps and we are fully in control. On the first one, and then again, Razvan, please correct me if I'm missing some point, but this is one of the criteria as was mentioned by Razvan, and we look into that. Of course, nobody can tell the future, but we try to look at the company, the general health, the history, and all of that. But that's to the level that we do. I don't know if there is any additional thing that Razvan wants to add.
No, there is all there is a financial oversight, and but that's the level we go to. So history serves as an indicator for the future in this case. Mm-hmm. I just want to add one thing, if possible, and about IPv6. It's not just the BigQuery part, but also everything we have migrated so far is IPv6. So the meeting registration has a quad A record, is accessible over v6. Indeed, it's such a basic requirement that I am not aware at this moment of any service that we're deploying that is not IPv6 reachable. Those examples that exist are from providers that services we might use that they do not have v6, but nothing that it's our control, our deployment in cloud, on-prem, anywhere. This is mandatory, obviously.
Thank you. So one more last written question and one more video question. So Dimitri Komanyuk, do I read it right that the two clouds is considered an option, with other being one cloud and one premises, and one on-premises, with the big A and big G? Looks like no data center is needed at all.
So I think the confusion here come and then that's hard. Maybe we should do a better job in communicating that, because when we talk about cloud for RIPE NCC, there is a host of services, correct? It's not only RPKI or WHOIS. We have our internal systems, as I mentioned, for example, our financial system or our knowledge management system and things like that. And it really depends on the service. So for, I don't think we would ever even offer something that, yeah, we move all of the WHOIS to the A and the G, and we won't have anything in house. No, that would never happen. But it really depends on the service. As mentioned, the publicly available services and critical services, we are just basically we check with you, and we want to build something together and realize any opportunity that's there. That's all. So no, there is no plan to have no data center or even the goal that Rezvan mentioned. That's our dependence. So like without we want to be able to shed off 70% of our dependence on our local basically data center capacity, but it doesn't mean that we won't have anything, or we won't be able to provide our main and critical services without having the cloud available next to us.
Thank you. So last question is from Daniel Karenberg. I'm going to permit that. There we go. No.
Yeah, I have not so much a question. It's just when I see this discussion, I think we all get very passionate about it. And I see a tendency that this gets framed as a conflict or a very heated discussion between RIPE NCC engineers and community engineers. And we're all sort of prone to solutioneering and have our own sort of particular views on how things should be done. And I want to really appeal to everyone to frame this in terms of requirements rather than solutions. Our community thinks are the requirements on the core services of the NCC in this context, and when we're moving them to from in-house to a cloud solution or to a hybrid solution and things like that. So let's talk about requirements rather than about solutions. And let's also, and this is the perfect transition to the membership, the GM. Let's also think about the costs that these requirements bring. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah. So if I may quickly react to that, Curtis. So yes, thank you, Daniel. Of course, fully agreed. What so I think is important to actually frame the discussion, because this is not about cloud or not cloud, right? This is about long-term operations of RIPE NCC, and also not only today or next year, in 3, 5, 10 years, let's say, how we can provide the best service, most reliable, and of course cost-effective. But it's not about money. This is about being able to sustain, correct? Because of course, if operations become so expensive, if we are all on-prem, and we will need to pay hundreds of thousands for transit just because we need to be able to mitigate whatever traffic that we get. Of course, that is not sustainable, correct? So we want to make sure that we provide a service to you which is reliable and the organization is sustainable. I think that's right framing. And of course, using cloud then is one of the solutions to mitigate that problem. But there might be other ideas, and we would love to discuss that. That's one. And second, maybe a bit of background about how we went there, because cloud was really not something coming from RIPE NCC management to the staff. We saw that actually some of our engineers were really enthusiastic about that. So we saw it came a bit from engineering, and then we saw, okay, some of our service providers are mandating us or telling us, yeah, we won't provide you services, and they are migrating to the cloud. And we said, okay, let's start discussing. So it was really, to be honest, I mean, what I observed was really bottom up. So, and then of course we had a good number of engineers against that for many of the reasons which were shared also in this session or on the mailing list. Internally, we also also see that. It's not like none of our staff are worried about US, for example, or possible political issues, things like that. What we got from all of them was we started a discussion, right? And including all of those ideas, we started engaging with the community. And as I've mentioned, the idea is to keep engaging. In the organization now, we have a good number of engineers supporting what we do, but of course, constantly we get feedback also internally, also from the community. And as I've mentioned, at least my job, I see it as facilitating the consensus. So get all the input from all of the community, the membership, and of course the other aspects, legal, financial, and our engineering team, considering the long-term sustainability of RIPE NCC, make best use of the opportunities. That's all. So it's really not about cloud or not cloud. It's about how we sustain together. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're really going to have to move on because we have a GM in 5 minutes. I want to, so thank you very much for this presentation and the discussion. We had two brief things left on the agenda. One is that we, as the working group chairs, just wanted to encourage anyone who wants to run for the working group chair selection at the next RIPE meeting to please consider this, so that we, as opposed to last time when we had no other candidates, we could actually have some selection. And the very last was the open microphone. I really hope there is no questions for the open microphone. I don't want to suppress the debate, but I don't see anything coming up now. And with that, I am then going to declare us done. We are now all moving over to the RIPE general meeting, which you should have received a link for, and I will see you all over there. So thank you very much for this, and look forward to seeing you in person next time.
Hello.
I'm trying again. How does this work?
Can hear you now.
Excellent. We have one participant that's asked to talk.
Can someone wave if you can hear me? Because I don't hear anyone so far. Okay, at least that's a good start. NCC, can you hear me?